Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Redemption in a Worthy World in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 51, The Coming Storm. After the excitement of the day, Sakura passed through her home with heavy tread and bleary eyes, thinking only of her bed and the blissful embrace of sleep. Her inner self noted that their parents had been speaking quietly in the living room, huddled together around one of Sakura's poetry books, and quietly filed that tidbit away for the next morning. "Sakura? Is that you, honey?" called Mabuki Harino with anxiety. Sakura was too tired to investigate. "Yeah, Mom, it's me," yawned Sakura through her hand. "We're back. How was your mission?" said her father's voice. "Pretty easy," said Sakura as she put her sandals to the side. "We chatted up a few sand ninja here for the Chunin exams, but I'm exhausted. Gonna head to bed." Kaisashi Harino looked for a moment like he wanted to say something else, but Sakura's posture and bleary eyes dissuaded him. "Of course, dear." The pink-haired girl dragged herself up into her room, put her ninja tools in their carefully assigned drawer, and fell asleep within minutes of her head hitting the pillow. Inner Sakura was accustomed to being alone while Sakura slept. As a psychosocial construct, she wasn't alive, and for someone with Sakura's intelligence, memory recall, and friends, it was difficult to get bored. She'd pore over the many mysteries Team 7 had stumbled upon, teasing hidden meanings from Teiwa's comments, or Indra's dark asides she wasn't meant to hear. She rehearsed their taijutsu forms within the forest of Sakura's mind, a routine she'd redoubled with vigor after their skirmish outside the grass village months ago. Occasionally, the Kyuubi no Kitsune would visit, all ancient menace and restrained violence, and during those visits, she chose her words carefully. Since the grass village, the undercurrent of contempt in his voice had lessened when he spoke with her, but sensibly, Inner Sakura refrained from commenting on the fox's demeanor. She wasn't sure how much harm the Nine Tails could unleash while dreamwalking, and she wasn't keen to find out. So she was very surprised when another pink-haired silhouette appeared far away from her among the green of her forest, ducking almost immediately behind a tree. "Hello," called Inner Sakura, but no one answered. Teal eyes narrowed and she allowed two more golden arms to sprout from her shoulders as she stalked towards the tree. "Come out, I know you're there." When no response emerged, Inner Sakura slammed all four of her hands to the ground as the miles of trees around her clearing began to rustle and pull themselves out of the earth. "Don't make me kick your ass," she warned. "'Cause I absolutely will." A groan emerged from a tree to her left, not anywhere near Inner's initial sighting. "Ugh, fine." A gnarled, aged version of herself strolled out from behind the tree and looked her up and down as Inner Sakura mirrored her confusion. The woman's skin was deeply lined and there were bags under her teal eyes that spoke of many sleepless nights, while a purple diamond sat in the center of her forehead, framed on either side by shoulder-length sweeps of dirty pink hair, Sakura's natural bubblegum pink marred by streaks of gray and white. Her hands, which she used to gesture at Inner, were curled inwards from a lifetime of hard work and heavy use, just as the callus spoke to her familiarity with tools beyond an ink pen or poisoned kunao. "Why are you in my head?" "Your head?" asked Inner Sakura as one set of golden spectral arms folded in front of her. "Lady, it's the other way around, you're in my head." The older version of herself frowned and snapped her fingers. The trees shivered, but didn't stop moving, crowding closer as Sakura's mental defenses readied themselves. Older Sakura pursed her lips, which made the caverns in her face stand out sharply, the weight of years sitting upon her as naturally and as effortlessly as a cloak. "Well, this is going to be a problem," she said to herself in a rueful voice. "I'm supposed to be somewhere else entirely." "Who are you?" asked Inner Sakura as her eyes drank in every detail of this figure, trying to decide if age was a good or a bad thing. "I'm a spirit of the future," said the woman. "I was supposed to be visiting someone else to scare the pants off of them, be a cautionary tale and all that, but there's been a mistake. Idle curiosity, who do I look like to you? It's always funny how different people see different things." "You look like me," said Inner Sakura, wrinkling her nose. "Except old and wrinkly, and you smell like a hospital." Interesting," said the older Sakura with a grin. "I look very different to other people, you know." "How come?" asked the girl, but whatever older Sakura was about to say was interrupted as the trees rustled, then bent as something massive moved towards them, with the stench of ozone and meat arriving long before the Kyuubi no Kitsune. "There you are," he said with a mix of irritation and satisfaction. "Harder to track down than I thought, but we have business, you and I." The older woman lifted a hand in greeting, seeming not at all bothered by the tailed beast oozing violence and threat. Or perhaps like inner Sakura, she was simply good at compartmentalizing her fear. "I'd heard you were going out for walks at night," she said. "Any idea how I ended up here?" She jerked her thumb over her shoulder at inner Sakura. "Or how she got here?" The fox snorted and turned, sending his tail sailing over the old woman's head in an obvious display of intimidation. "I'm not an infinite font of knowledge, hag. Now come, there is much I have to say and my harsh words are not for the ears of delicate little flower petals." "Hey, wait dash!" But in a swirl of orange tails and a rustle of branches, both were gone. Inner Sakura sighed. "Great. As if I didn't have enough to worry about." The Sakura who had raised a daughter, fought in 2 ninja wars, and invented half a hospital's worth of medical techniques moved quickly through the formless darkness of the unknown dreamscape. An undignified jog had her catch up to the Kyuubi's front paws and thus, his face. Between one step and the next, the years fell away as her mind reconfigured itself into the image of Inari of the Iron Fists, younger and less worn, but still just as powerful. One red eye blinked and Inari readied herself for the pressing weight of Kurama's mental assault, but it never came. "Interesting," was all he said, before switching topics. "What did you do to Shukaku, hag?" "My brother is back to speaking complete sentences now, and his host is not mad and gibbering at his presence, though he is a mere boy." Inari sighed, remembering the mad laughter of the multi-story beast she'd first seen in the moonlight as she'd entered the sand village at a dead run, throwing aside interception teams to reach the Biju in the center of the village. Stitching fist-shaped craters in his sand body as she fought her way towards the traumatized, catatonic boy at the crest of Shukaku's head, the fresh marks of love still bleeding onto his forehead. "I'm a doctor, a psychologist, and a medical ninja," she said. "It's part of my job to help, when I can, and Shukaku-san needed help no one was giving him." 72 years sealed into that boring monk, and 10 in a teakettle, snarled the Biju. "He would have refused our help anyway, had any of the others been in a position to offer aid." "Yes, you Biju are prideful like that Kurama-san," said Inari, testing the waters and finding them as dangerous as she suspected. One massive clawed hand threw her forward and Inari hit the watery barrier around Suzuki Uchiha's mind with a painful smack and it felt like she'd been thrown into a building. The fox snatched her up again and dove through the deep waters, malevolent chakra causing the water to boil around him as he rushed on. "I should have known you are just like Indra. So full of secrets and lies, so presumptuous to speak our names, as if you have any right to let them pass your lips." Inari tried to breathe, to impose her will on the space around her, to pry the vast claws away, but Kurama's grip was immovable. They exploded up from the water's surface as gravity reoriented and sideways became up, revealing an enormous version of the Uchiha clan head's backyard, complete with koi pond, trees, and the looming fortress of the house itself. The brief moment of realization Inari had was lost as Kurama dashed her back into the soil and drove one massive claw down to pummel her further. However, a neon blue streak in a tan lash intercepted him with a crack like a lightning strike. "Oi, oi oi, Kurama-ye!" jeered the rough, slurred voice of Shukaku the One-Tail. "Long time no see, and you're still an asshole. Didn't Matatabi teach you it's not right to hit a lady? You've hit plenty of them yourself, you disgusting excuse for a Biju," retorted Kurama, voice dripping with disdain. "Kurama," said Indra from his perch on Shukaku's foremost talon, one hand against the Nine-Tails' palm, "I had hoped for more restraint from you. You spread your secrets very far indeed, Indra Uchiha," hissed the fox. "Far enough I am reconsidering eating your brat's soul, now he is no longer useful to me." Inari launched herself right back out of the crater she'd made, Shukaku's sand parting effortlessly as she found the other Biju's 2 longest claws and bent them backward with one heave of her arms. "Is violence really the only language you Biju speak? Is the threat of your annihilation not enough to make you cooperate? Shukaku understands, damn it, and he's been less of a pain in the ass for the last 2 years than you've been for the past 5 minutes. Kurama bared his fangs as Inari bent his fingers back, but took a deep breath in attempt to calm himself. "Fine," he said reluctantly. "The brat will be spared, but do not think my wrath for your wife's impertinence has ebbed. But unless she lets go right now, I will take her arm. Inari rolled her eyes, but released the Nine-Tails fingers and leapt back down to the watery surface of Sasuke's mind. Ex-wife, but whatever. Indra, where are we, exactly? The sleeping mind of Sasuke Uchiha, said Indra with a slight wince. Kurama and I can both access this place and neither of us are willing to destroy it, so this was the closest place to a neutral meeting ground. I sent him to retrieve both his brother and you, since this is the one place our war council remains unheard. You do not command me, Uchiha, said the Biju. You are confined to but a few paths across the dream while we can travel freely. Be grateful I retrieved this one. One claw gestured at Inari as she followed Indra's example and sat down on the water. Now, to business. 6 of the 9 Biju are willing to fight, when the moment is right. Indra and Inari nodded. Thank you, Kurama-san. Who's still unconvinced? And why have the others not tried to attend this war council? War council, hissed Kurama with relish. Yes, this promised fight against the Otsutsuki you have my siblings so concerned about. Normally, we could cross the dream with impunity, but your damned Jinchuriki system has limited us in more ways than the physical. 9 seals for 9 Biju, all different, all interfering, making distance an obstacle once more. Getting the message out took months, so no, they cannot join us. Maybe if Sweet Cheeks over there let me out Agara's head more and once in a blue moon, I could tell what's what, said Shukaku as he sat back on his massive haunches. My seal's super loose, just sayin'. But I don't do charity work, so there's gotta be something in it for me. There's not enough alcohol in all of the land of wind to quench your thirst, said Inari with a frown. You've done enough damage to Gaara's psyche, haven't you? Ah, man, whined Shukaku, in a voice that reminded the humans very much of their teenage daughter trying to buy a dress with a very questionable hemline. I got stuck in a fucking monk for 72 years. No more cavern festivals with the scorpions, no more supple women with big old titties, what's a Biju to live for, if life's not worth living? You could try doing your job, said Kurama acidly. The old man wanted you to test the human's character, and instead you have fallen into their debauchery stomach first. And what's wrong with that? Snapped the Tanuki as below Indra and Inari listened intently. I showed people a good time, before they decided they didn't want that. Showed the ladies a real good time, any? One massive golden eye winked down at Inari and she gave the bane of her second life the finger. Now I figure, until the humans realize I'm better off as a nice, fat and happy Tanuki, they're gonna remember how the sand can be harsh and gentle in turns. Hard for anyone to realize that when all they've experienced is you obliterating parts of Tsunagaku in a maddened, drunken rage, said Inari. You're just giving us reasons to keep you locked up. You have not seen Shukaku enraged, said Kurama over his brother's protests. He may be the weakest of us, and I the strongest, but he is still a Biju. Tsunagaku still stands, does it not? If he wished, all the works of man would be erased from the land of wind in a day as the very sand devoured them. Yeah, see? I'm really a nice guy. Thanks to me, the land of wind's never been invaded, and the Kaze cages all got an itty-bitty bit of my power. But did they ever say thank you? No, of course not. They thought their magnet release styles were a natural gift from the gods and never thought to ask who their great-grandmamas were clappin' cheeks with. Inari's eyes twitched down, but if the Tanuki had anything between his legs, it was mercifully obscured by his vast gut. Kurama sighed and 2 vast claws pinched his snout in an expression Indra was familiar with over the past 3 years parenting Naruto and Sasuke. Please, for the love of the old man, stop talking. Indra raised his remaining eyebrow and hoped the vast Tanuki could see the skepticism that radiated from him. We're getting off topic. Kurama, of your siblings, who stands with us? The fox almost looked grateful. Isabuya the 3 tails and Seiken the 6 tails from the land of water, Son Goku of the lava flow, and Komei the 7 tails. Madadabe's reluctant and Jayaki wants proof. If anything comes of this meeting, perhaps they can be brought around. However, Kokuo has been silent for some time, and Son Goku's Jinchuriki has not heard from him. The 4 and 5 tails have both left the hidden stone, right? Asked Inari. If they're on their own, they'd be easy targets for the Akatsuki, especially if Pain is the one going after them. Since Gaara was so isolated, I caught some of Sasori's spies sniffing about from time to time before I squished their master. Bahahaha! Laughed Shukaku, slapping his belly with mirth. Oh yes, that was the funniest shit I've seen in years, splat like a bug, bits went everywhere. Oh, if only he hadn't been a puppet, Gaara's expression would have been priceless. Shukaku, please don't undo the psychological reconstruction I've spent the past 4 years working on, said Inari, and she sounded tired. Why can't you both just work together, since we have a common enemy? Gee, I'd love to do that, except you're the one who blocked off his brain. Enough, said Indra sharply. Shukaku-san, have you heard anything, the barest whisper of the Otsutsuki with white arrows? He followed me here and fought Lord Hagoromo, but fled. We found traces of him in Orochimaru's hideout and other things as well. He went on to describe the celestial maggots, and the more he spoke, the more grave the sand spirit's expression grew. Even Inari, also inured to the horrors of the Otsutsuki, pulled a face. Otsutsuki, hissed Shukaku, and the near silence of the normally boisterous raccoon sent a chill up Indra's spine. They tried to corrupt this world once before when we were but babes. One called us Heike, partnered with Kaguya, mother to the sage. Dark days for mortals and immortals alike. I alerted Otohime, said Kurama reluctantly, and 3 heads swung towards him. That bejeweled wench? What brought her crawling out of her shell? This one's dangerous, foolish quest for the coral throne, said Kurama, pointing one spear-like claw at Indra. His children made a blood oath with Teiwa Uzumaki, and Otohime was interested enough to try and stake a claim. Shukaku cursed in 3 successive languages as Indra frowned. Who is this Otohime you speak of? When was this? Returning from the grass village. Remember when the camp turned to salt water? The raging torrent jutsu your brat, runt, and flower petal performed. The fox bent down and they could see an angry red slash mark beneath the fur of his snout, sealed by his limitless chakra. There are other powers in this world besides the Biju, little mortal, and if we are lucky, Otohime will have spread the word. Like the gods? Asked Indra, and the Kyuubi gnashed his teeth. I wouldn't count Otohime among them, but yes. Did you think the old man and his brother fought off the outer dark alone? That the 9 Biju obliterated the empire of grass on a whim and a desire for balance? I bargained with the Kusakage to open the box of paradise at my request, said Indra. From my understanding, the demon inside it would be a powerful weapon against the Otsutsuki. Is this acceptable? Perhaps, said the Nine-Tails reluctantly. It would not be my opening gambit in such a war, for the beast is not a subtle thing. None of us are, bro, and especially not the gods. They're a bunch of prissy, pompous sandbaggers, mostly, said Shukaku. Cept when they get bothered, they really let rip. Or when they party. Or when they're insulted. You just happened to wander into Aim no Uzun's bathing chambers, and the invitation to Mwakane Kami's summit was lost in the mail. Is that still your story? Asked Kurama with a wry grin. Kurama, man, you didn't see her, I mean, she was stacked like. Shukaku kissed his fingers as Inari tried, and failed to stifle a laugh. Absolutely worth it. I'm beginning to wish Raza had put you back in the teapot instead of his son. So, if you hear anything from these gods, you'll tell us, asked Inari as she banished the reluctant smile from her face. I am duty-bound to do so, said Kurama. The sea wench, at least, will reappear soon. How do you know that? Asked Indra. You are gathering Uzumaki to you, Indra. The more who come, the harder it will be for her to resist. Does she have a normal disguise? Distinguishing features? Supernatural giveaways? She smells of the sea, was all Kurama said. Now, I grow weary of your inane babble, and my brother's braying. Hey, that's Gyuki's deal, not. I take my leave of you now. Enjoy your sleep while you can, humans. Do not disappoint me. The 9-tailed fox dove into the water and vanished from Suzuki's sleeping mind before any of the others could reply. Shukaku shrugged his grainy shoulders. He's always been prickly about Otohime. Think it's a water-fire thing, but what do I know? More than us, said Inari as she levered herself to her feet. Maybe you can answer this, since Kurama's avoiding the question. If the Otsutsuki are so dangerous, how come the gods, or whoever, aren't sounding the alarm in every temple and shrine from here to stone? Probably trying to still figure out how many of the pale-skinned things are here in the first place, trying to do their whole quiet influence shtick. One's manageable. 2 to 5, that's a tough fight. 10 plus, Mommy Amaterasu's gonna need to fill some empty chairs in the Divine Hall. Indra and Inari exchanged a glance. What about 20, breathed Indra. Shukaku bent down to stare at them, his eyes gold-black and vast as he looked at the tension in their stances, Inari's clenched fists. The Tanuki belched and Inari plugged her nose as Indra was hit with the full wave of dried-out bodies, baking desert, and alcoholic fumes. Then you're pretty fucked, he said. Like that phrase I invented a while back, eat, drink, and be merry, 'cause tomorrow you die. Speaking of, I'm gonna find some drunkard's dream and see if I can't get some kinda pint for myself. Seeing how you two just love giving me bad news. That's not going to give Gura some kind of second-hand hangover, will it? Asked Inari, and the tailed beast shrugged. Even if it did, he'll tough it out. See ya, lovebirds. The other chakra construct also vanished in a swirl of wind and sand as Inari let her mental barriers fall, becoming Sakura once more, the weight of years and the worries showing just as plainly on Sasuke's face as he followed suit. Gods, the curse he'd uttered thousands of times had now gained new relevance, and he brushed his hair back, letting his scarred face bathe in the remaining breeze. They stared up at the moon inside the younger Sasuke's mind in silence for some time, collecting their thoughts. Where would you like to start? Asked Sasuke. Sakura pursed her lips. Forget big picture for now. If we think about it too much, then we'll go mad all over again, and the Yamanaka aren't going to drag all the Otsutsuki memories out of us this time. Little picture first. Okay. There was an implicit request there Sasuke understood, and one he agreed with. Please let me relax, I can't bear all this weight. These memories, this knowledge. Mountains are easier to move. Of course. He moved away from the pond and sat down with his back against the tree, grounding himself in the feeling of bark on his back, even though this was a dreamscape. Sakura joined him and closed her eyes. So, we're in Sasuke's mind then. The younger you. Emenhum. And you can just move from your mind to his, how? I think the universe doesn't like having two versions of the same person running around. Our minds remain our own, but when we're both sleeping, I can cross into his. I don't think he's tried to cross into mine yet, thank Amaterasu. A pause as his casual invocation was pushed away. This is going to take some getting used to. Sakura chuckled. You think? I fell asleep and popped up in my younger self's forest. Scared the crap out of her inner self too, but I think my lie was convincing enough. She wasn't surprised to see the Kyuubi, though. That's worrying. Not really, said Sasuke. He's been eating other Sasuke's Itachi-related nightmares to fix himself for a few years, and in return, Kakashi and I hushed up the fact he can dream walk outside of Naruto's skull if he really wants to. Has he caused any trouble, besides the grass village? Not that I know of, he said. Karura, my new hawk summon, thinks he's playing the long game. Stands to reason he wouldn't tip his hand this early. Ah, so you tried a summoning too? Sasuke snorted in amusement. Neither of us technically signed a summoning contract before, or at least, there's no record of blood and ink we can point to. I got flung into southern lightning country where the gold feather hawks nest. You. I miss Katsuyu, to be sure, but you'll never guess what I ended up with. Go on, guess. Wild boar. Nope. Lobster. Sakura elbowed him. Don't insult me. All right, what is it? Asked Sasuke as he felt calm descend over him again, Sakura's teasing tone relaxing them both with its familiarity. Bears. Sasuke thought. That is a good fit. Where were they? Far west of Fire Country, which was good. I headed into Suna from there. But back to my original thought. Since we're now in close proximity, I'm guessing the link between my mind and the younger Sakura's mind opened up just like yours did. Any idea how to close it, or at least make the crossing tougher? Her inner self's just as smart as I was, and that spirit of the future junk I threw at her before isn't going to cut it a second time. A series of thunks and a smattering of leaves announced Sakura's head tapping against the tree. I wish we didn't have to lie. Doesn't it bother you? I mean, considering everything with your brother. Indra smiled. I actually came up with a pretty good guideline for that called the Attaka principle that I really should have used after Sarada was born. He trailed off until a gentle tap from Sakura brought him out of his brooding. So, the Attaka principle. Think of what my brother would do, then do the exact opposite. Sakura laughed, her voice ringing high and clear in the still night. Nice, nice. I'll have to remember that. But before we go, could you seriously try and do something about that Sakura backdoor? I'd like to keep my mind my own, since you seem to use Suzuki's like a roadside tavern. Indra winced. Point taken. Now, hold your mental walls up and I'll try to find the seam between your minds. His Sharingan whirled and for several minutes, the two old ninjas stared at one another, thinking about everything Sakura was, had been, and could be. When it was done, Suzuki allowed the red in his eye to drain away, settling into the nook of two roots. You know, I think I'll just go back to full sleep right here. See you tomorrow. His fellow time traveler's smile crinkled the laugh lines on her face. Training ground 12, like always. Sakura'll show you, said Indra as sleep claimed him fully. She's good. Yes, whispered the old woman as they retreated to her own forest in her own sleep. They all are. The village hidden in the rain, a Megakure. Itachi Uchiha held no special animosity for the Hidden Rain village. In fact, he was mostly neutral regarding most ninja organizations, regarding them all as self-interested, self-perpetuating power structures that fed shinobi into an endless meat grinder. Pain, the man standing beside him and the supposed Amekage, thought his Akatsuki could end that cycle. Itachi had his doubts, but he had to admit, the man had built an impressive village. They looked down from a Baroque sculpture on the skyscrapers and layered homes of the Hidden Rain, watching the lights of restaurants, bars, and homes, the distant movement of people as they dashed through the drizzle from one awning to another, or trudged along under raincoats. Most would be dining, and Itachi had already had an admittedly delicious grilled salmon half an hour before, slathered in glazed honey and lemon juice. Even as a missing nin and a traitor to Konoha, Itachi's one indulgence in the depths of his self-loathing was his sweet tooth. Finally, he turned his gaze from the landscape and looked at the purple rings of Pain's Rinnegan. Lord Pain, he said, while I appreciate the opportunity for introspection, why have you summoned me? The leader of the Akatsuki blinked slowly and deliberately. The Akatsuki's goals are many, and our reach great, but some things cannot be acquired through subterfuge, or bought with gold. Konoha has acquired 3 of the sage's rings, and I suspect they know of the importance of such artifacts to our quest. The implication was clear, but Itachi was a master at controlling his muscle movement, for not a twitch betrayed his unease. Konoha wants my head, he said. Their Umbu recently sent a hunter-nin team, and they hired cutouts to steal what rightfully belongs to me. I have no reason or desire to provide the village hunting me with any information. He ran his fingers through his immaculately maintained hair, highlighting the slash he'd carved through the Konoha headband. I suspect the source is this Uchiha I've heard so much about, this, Indra. Itachi allowed a hint of the anger that rose within him to pass into his words, this unknown, this foreigner, this problem, who by now had his claws in Suzuki. Pain nodded. Yes, he moves in mysterious circles, doesn't he? But I did not invite you here to cast doubt upon your loyalty, Itachi. No matter your mastery of Genjutsu, I have no illusions on that front. This time, Itachi's index finger twitched just the slightest. I've invited you here because our escape artist has come up with a plan to acquire the 3 rings. We have some time to prepare, but as a former agent of Konoha, your input regarding the village's defenses would be helpful. The shadows behind Pain and Itachi disgorged an orange spiral mask and a squeaky voice shuffling large scrolls. Oh boy. Oh boy. Tobi's first big mission. I'm gonna show you why I'm the best, Master Pain. Scary Mr. Itachi's got those special eyes, so he'll see all kinds of things Tobi missed in his plan. Enough games, spat Itachi, the disdain in his voice audible and deeply felt. We are alone, you may dispense with this, mockery. Halfway through spreading a damp map of Konoha out on a stone table, Tobi stilled. Master Pain. Go on, said the orange-haired man with a dismissive wave as he and Itake approached. If we are to build a world without lies and hate, it is best we begin amongst ourselves. Very well, said the deep voice of Madara Uchiha. The first and most obvious obstacle is locating the rings, but Zetsu is confident they are located inside the Hokage Mountain, the site of the Umbu headquarters. A tightly confined space with highly skilled ninja is not an optimal battleground, so we have devised a distraction dash. This is violating the terms of our agreement, said Itake coldly to his ancestor. Have you considered that in your calculations? Oh, but Itake, said the man, affecting a hurt tone of voice, you haven't even heard my plan yet. Do you truly trust me so little, after all I have done for you? No. Well, it is good, that you shall be one prong of the distraction, then. What better target to draw the Umbu out from hiding than their old comrade, appearing during the auspicious Chunin exams? With the world watching, Konoha cannot avoid a strong response, while I slip in and take the rings for our use. After all, I have no wish to fight a full-scale battle, when what we need is so very small. Itake thought, as Pain and Madara watched him in silence. All three were so still, the room could have been occupied by corpses instead of men. What of the other prongs, your other distractions? A few useful tools with their own grudges against the Leaf Village. Survivors of the Wood Village, deniable assets from Kyuzagakur, a team from Waterfall who want to make a statement. Madara pointed to three separate spots in Konoha: Blossom Drive in the center of the village, Guan Square in the eastern residential districts, and Konoha's arena. Konoha's normal garrison will be spread thin with the exams, guarding civilians and dignitaries, forcing the hand of the Umbu. Itake nodded reluctantly. A logical plan. Will your distractions last long enough for you to retrieve the rings? I believe so, said Madara. If not, releasing the prisoners in the Umbu cells will be enough of a diversion to allow us to exfiltrate easily. Perhaps I will find us a few new members, just in case you are overwhelmed. Itake's Sharingan flashed red under the dim light of Madara's candle. I will not, he said. I will take this opportunity to have words with this pretender, this Indra Uchiha. Excellent, said Madara with obvious pleasure. That was next on my list as well. Hopefully you can kill him and spare us all the trouble, but they say he's quite formidable. He hasn't met me, said Itake with conviction. Now, your forces will need to circumvent Konoha's barrier detection jutsu. In the cozy confines of his apartment, Nagato sat back with a sigh, his wizened frame sinking into the couch the paths had crammed into the living room. Part of his mind was still with Yahiko, or Tendo Pain as the figure absorbed the two Uchiha's plan for the Leaf Village, making intermittent comments on defensive points, response patterns he'd noted from Konoha shinobi during the Third War. Still, a greater part of his concern had settled on the minor details, the little things which had jabbed at his mind in recognition. He and Konan had built a Megakure back up because she had an eye for details and some of it had rubbed off on him. He hummed absently as elsewhere, a body slid from its resting place and moved off for the intelligence department, where he knew Konan was working late. The intelligence operatives had seen the long-haired human path before, as it was the most efficient at extracting information when conventional techniques were exhausted, so they waved him into the office. Besides the trusted Jonin and Hanzo's customary gas masks and bandaged straps, it was just one of several dozen office buildings nestled in the bustling city center. The human path knocked politely and at a distracted come in, he entered Konan's secondary office, instantly engulfed in a blizzard of paper. The blue-haired woman at the center of the storm glanced away from the intelligence report in front of her eyes and moved it away with a flick of her finger. Pain. I brought steamed buns, said the human path, producing a foil-wrapped package from inside his robe, filling the room with the wonderful smell of beef, seasoned rice, and seaweed rolls. The rumbling coming from Konan's stomach was loud enough to be heard and she grinned at the human path as he closed the door. You're a lifesaver. Hit that seal left of the light switch so we can talk freely. The path did so and the muffling kicked in as Konan stood up and draped her half-open cloak across the back of her chair as the desk was cleared away into neat stacks of self-sorting paper. Her red skirt and white blouse complemented the Akatsuki robe they'd designed together and, to Nagato's eyes at least, made her look stunning even when she wasn't putting in extra effort. He waited until Konan's mouth was full of steamed bun to voice his thoughts, the human path sitting casually in a chair, mirroring his own pose back in their apartment. Madara and Itachi are making a plan to acquire the sage's rings during the Chunin exams, he said. I have Tendo listening to their conversation as we speak, but it troubles me. Konan raised an eyebrow. Tough to get more high profile than that. Maybe attacking a cage summit, but not much else would get the great nations to pay attention. Madara prefers subterfuge, his precious shadows, so he must have an ulterior motive. My thoughts as well. He intends for Itachi Uchiha to operate as a distraction, drawing their elite away from the rings to be stolen, and does not wish for this to become a protracted battle. Do you believe him? No, said Nagato. He has other contacts he intends to use as secondary distractions, and they, coincidentally, all come from minor nations. Ah, said Konan. I see. Smaller nations caught between gravity wells of power and influence, we are easily manipulated, or bought, or leveraged, said Nagato bitterly. Survivors of a place called the Wood Village, plus grass and waterfall. Leveraging the cycle of hatred to his benefit, and thinking their lives cheap. We've done our best to keep a Megakure out of that cycle, said Konan. That's why we're an isolationist nation, and the people don't seem to have many complaints. Still, the human path trailed off and Konan, used to such unexplained pauses, finished off her buns. She'd just finished tossing the foil in the trash when the human path spoke. I was debating that invitation from Indra Uchiha, his implications regarding my family, as well as the Rinnegan, but Madara's plan has me convinced. I think I shall be attending the Chunin exams this year. What did I just say about our isolation? Asked his friend rhetorically, throwing up her hands. The human path remained expressionless. I'm not going as a Mekage, and I do not think it necessary to be physically in the village myself. However, as leader of the Akatsuki, it is best that Pain be on hand to monitor the situation. Without Madara's knowledge. Konan released an explosive breath as a knot of feelings she hadn't realized she'd been nursing for years flew apart all at once. Thank goodness for that. I've been waiting and hoping you'd realize he was nothing but bad news sooner rather than later. The human path tilted his head slightly, a sign Nagato was also confused and undoubtedly a little hurt. You are, as I have said, my most trusted friend, my right hand, one of the pillars of our bridge to the future. You were and are free to express your misgivings at any time, on any subject, as you have in the past. But this particular subject, this particular man? Would you have listened? Konan. The human path had moved from his chair and bent down in front of Konan as he clasped her warm hand between his two cold, dead ones. Still, she recognized that expression, even on the face of a corpse. You are important to me, more important than of course I'll listen. The blue-haired Kunoichi took a shuddering breath, trying to decide if the wild thought in her head was real or even wise. The pain was very close, his hands on hers, his face tilted down to look at her. It would be the slightest effort to pull him towards her. With effort, she shoved that train of thought away. She wasn't going to kiss a corpse. Thank you Nagato, she managed, turning her face up as he straightened and the moment was gone. For the dinner and your honesty. For an instant, she thought the human path looked disappointed, but her eyes had to be betraying her. It had been years and Nagato had never said a word, made a move to indicate he felt that way about her. They'd both loved Yahiko and his death had destroyed them. Now, the Akatsuki, the two of them, had learned to bury those feelings and she told herself that it was for the best. They had work to do. Even to herself, she sounded unconvincing. The Pain's slight smile suggested a private joke. If we're creating a world free of lies and hatred, it's best to start with ourselves. Konan returned the smile. Yahiko was so proud of that. Remember when we caught him trying to carve it above a doorway? Couldn't hit the chisel and fell off the ladder, said the human path with audible amusement. He could dance through a storm of shuriken but had trouble with ladders. So do you. The quiet laughter brought a little bit of life into the room and suddenly Konan wanted nothing more than to go home. You know what, she said. The work can wait. You always sleep in on Saturdays anyway. As opposed to you, Morning Dove, said the Pain and Konan kicked him in the shin as she shrugged into her robe. Just for that horrible pun, I'm going to be as noisy as possible when I get up tomorrow. Elsewhere, the Uchiha attributed Pain's small smile to the systematic dissection of Konoha response times Itaki had provided, but the Rinnegan bearer's mind was elsewhere. The next morning, the Leaf Village. Sensei. MMMGH, said the lump under the blankets who was supposed to be Inari of the Iron Fists. Is anyone dead or dying? Kankuro leaned to the left to look at Gaara, who was putting on eyeshadow in the bathroom mirror, and Temari, who'd wrapped her hair in a towel. No. But there's a girl on our balcony asking for Temari, the one from yesterday? The Leaf Ninja. His commanding Jonin rose from the bed like a zombie and muttered something about diplomacy as a transformation jutsu made her look armed and armored, her normal put-together self when in reality she was anything but. She strode out into the Konoha hotel room they'd been given and marked the girl in pink, red, and white perched on their small balcony like the world's most vibrant vulture. Temari, your cultural exchange opportunity is here bright and early. How long do you need to be ready? 5 minutes, said the blonde around a hair tie. Inari slid open the glass door slightly and stuck her head out. Can you come back in, say 5 minutes? Some of us are missing pants. She was gratified to watch Sakura turn nearly the same rich red as her Quipeo, and Temari's outraged shriek could be clearly heard on the balcony. I never said it was you, called Inari with a smirk. Have fun, don't cut houses in half or anything. The Jonin closed the sliding glass door and moved into the kitchen, still chuckling as Gaara joined her in the pursuit of breakfast. Moth-sensei, he corrected himself. May I speak with Naruto Uzumaki regarding our shared condition today? From what you have said, he and I have much in common, and I would like for him to be my first friend, as he does not cower at the sight of me. Inari passed around bananas from the fruit basket someone from the hotel had left them. Why not? I was going to check on them myself. Would you like to come, Kankuro? The puppet smith made a non-committal noise. I dunno, what else is there to do? Inari slipped him several bills. There's a weapons shop at the intersection of 12th Street and Twig Lane I used to go to with high-quality steel. They might have something you can add to Crow, or better armor for Ant. Sweet. Sakura was doing her best not to pace back and forth in the street below, but she was bouncing on the balls of her feet when Temari jumped down from the balcony, landing next to her with an expectant look. Someone's eager. Well, your team made a pretty great first impression, said Sakura, so I figured I should do the same. She had indeed done so, waking up 2 hours earlier than normal and flitting back and forth between her mirror and her closet before finally deciding on a slightly more elaborate version of her usual red top, edged in white and black shorts. As had become habit, she'd also draped her green camouflage cloak over her left shoulder, which she thought made her look slightly more mysterious as well as a professional kunoichi who absolutely didn't agonize over her lack of makeup. The two teenagers moved up the street as Sakura outlined some of the interesting sights in the village, saving the view from the top of the Hokage mountain for last. The Forest of Death, rumored to be the resting place of the first Hokage, the local shrine to Mogami, the Phoenix God, and a local art gallery. Temari visibly dismissed this last suggestion and Sakura frowned. You don't like art? There's just not much of it in Suna. Tough to preserve when there's sand and desert heat everywhere. So our sand art is much more practical, even if the wind washes it away eventually. The pink-haired kunoichi jumped up onto the railing of the bridge they were crossing and strolled across it as idle balancing practice. She wasn't showing off, she wasn't. But don't you want to create anything that lasts? The village lasts, my people last, that's what's important to me, said Temari with pride. But if you're really interested, Kankuro mentioned the cliffs by his scorpion summons had a bunch of carvings and paintings. Maybe the scorpions made them. Oh, your brother has a summoning contract already. Sakura said, impressed despite herself. So do I, said Temari, smiling at her in a way that made Sakura feel lightheaded. My father had a weasel contract, and as his oldest child, he passed it to me when Inari-sensei took us on our first successful B-rank mission. Well, mused Sakura, I don't know what rank our mission counted as, but when my master took us to the Hidden Grass Village, we got to ride on his summoned hawk, Karura, who's supposed to be a minor god. She felt slightly better now. It was clear the other girl was also showing off a little, and if she wanted to be appreciated, Sakura was happy to indulge her along with some reciprocal bragging. She was representing her village too, after all. So both the other members of your team are your actual siblings? Is that tough? Not so much now, since Inari-sensei pretty much assigned herself to us, but before that, she grimaced, remembering how Gaara had a tendency to come wandering in and out of the house at odd hours, sometimes splattered with blood. How Uncle Yashamura went missing, and how full moons meant father had to lock the liquor away. It was difficult. Yeah, we started off pretty rocky too, said Sakura with a sympathetic nod. I mean, Naruto's been living with the Uchiha for so long they're practically family already, so for a while there I felt like the odd duck out. Does Suna unofficially do that, 2 boys and a girl, team setup? I've noticed it's a reoccurring pattern when I've gone back through the history books here. Oh, do not get me started, said Temari with a grin that meant she fully intended to get started and Sakura was inclined to let her. That scheme was a relic even during the last war and any other team composition has to fill out some stupid form explaining the imbalance of humors. I don't know what that is, admitted Sakura sheepishly, though she did, but it had been mentioned in a bigoted screed found in her research about how Suna lesbians were degrading the morals of upstanding Konoha wives. Not something to bring up on the first date. Nobody does, exclaimed Temari, so Team 2, that's us, is in the Suna Records department stamping forms for a nice boring mission, and Gaara's using his sand to stamp 12 documents at once and pretending it's training. The 2 girls continued winding through Konoha's lively streets as Sakura hoped the boys were getting along equally as well with the other sand ninja. When Inari and Gaara arrived at Training Ground 12, they saw several sets of Naruto's shadow clones tossing the massive form of Fox Fang between them as they rushed Sasuke. Or rather, one of Sasuke's own shadow clones, as the boy himself had spread open a medical kit on the grass and was going over its contents intently. Beside him, Indra was scribbling away at a file braced against his knees, but both looked up at Inari's voice. Ah, the only 2 Uchiha I don't want to pummel into the ground, good to see you're taking some initiative Sasuke. You did say you'd work my fingers so hard I could barely hold chopsticks, said the teenager. I figured the Sharingan's memorization ability would let me surprise you. Nothing surprises me about ninja eyeballs anymore, said Inari with a wry grin. I have a very clear memory of Orochimaru himself throwing up his hands in exasperation at a new and unexpected evolution from Himawari. Indra coughed pointedly as Sasuke eyed her with new suspicion. You worked with that snake? I thought he was some kind of sicko who liked dissecting people. Oh, he was, but because your sensei was an absolutely bullheaded idiot who refused to return to Konoha, Orochimaru was the closest thing to a doctor in range when I was going to have a baby, so we made the best of a bad situation. Second most stressful day of my adult life, said Indra with a glare at Inari. You were the one who was convinced she could walk herself through giving birth in the middle of nowhere. Inari held up her hands as Gaara and Sasuke listened spellbound. In my defense, it was only slightly less painful than being split in half, so I didn't need the epidural. Indra muttered something mutinous about how she wasn't the one who'd been stabbed through the heart, but the Sand Jonin held up her hands. All right, we were both idiots, okay? Point is, we had a brief and thoroughly unpleasant encounter with Orochimaru and I'm still glad you chopped his disgusting head off. Sasuke, since you've been reading ahead, can you tell me which vertebrae are in your neck? Sasuke paused for a moment and answered. The C1-C7 vertebrae, separated by intervertebral discs. Good, said Inari as Gaara wandered towards Naruto, bored with the conversation. But you stopped there, which meant you were just reciting from the image your Sharingan saved in your head. Sasuke nodded guiltily while Indra remembered how she'd given Sarada the exact same lecture. Funnily enough, Sarada had been terrible at conventional medical jutsu, but a master of genetic science. Meanwhile, Inari continued. Now, if you were just going to do a few medical ninjutsu on the side, that would be enough, but those eyes are a crutch. You need to know, effortlessly and intuitively, which bits are where, because someone's going to impale Naruto and organs will be out of alignment, not where you'd expect them to be. Every second counts, so in the 2 to 3 seconds you spent remembering that basic fact, your patient's already lost several bags worth of blood and it's that much harder to fix him. Sasuke swallowed hard and looked over at Naruto, who had dispelled his clones after Sasuke's had fallen. Imagined his best friend bleeding and dying while he tried to remember the small fact that might save him. The Uchiha shook his head hard and stared up at Inari. Understood, sensei. I'll study these books the regular way, even if it is slower. She smiled and settled on the grass between him and Indra. That humility's already a good start, you really are willing to learn. Now, let's go over what parts of the standard field kit you'll actually need, what's a decent substitute, and which tools you can throw out entirely. Like scalpels, for example. Sasuke picked up the thin, slightly curved blade and tilted it to the sunlight reflected off the stainless steel. I've heard of chakra scalpels, but I wanted to use these for my crescent moon technique. He focused his chakra and the single scalpel in his hands became 3, each at a different angle before the illusion broke and his frown increased by a millimeter. It's harder to do with less of a reflective surface to use compared to my sword. I see, said Inari thoughtfully, well, let's keep going. Antiseptic won't be needed to sterilize your hands, but it's good to have to avoid burning excess chakra. Healing minor wounds a bandage can patch just as well. Speaking of, at least 4 rolls of roller gauze, compression bandages, and 1-inch tape. You can never go wrong with tape. Well met, Naruto Uzumaki, said Gaara gravely as the clone of Sasuke disappeared with a poof of smoke. Gaara of the desert, right, asked Naruto with a smile as he planted Fox Fang in the grass head first with a slight thump. You did say you wanted to talk, so I guess this is as good a place as any, you know. The redhead inclined his head. One moment. He closed one eye as sand poured from one of his 3 small gourds, forming into the shape of an eye, which looked around, then shot up into the air above them. Gaara's remaining eye returned to Naruto. There, now my 3rd eye will prevent anyone from spying on us. Are you expecting that to happen? It is a possibility, allowed Gaara. When Inari-sensei and I made several attempts to achieve a partial transformation into my tailed beast, the Kaze cage usually had spies in the area. They were annoying. Whoa, breathed Naruto, his eyes sparkling with excitement. You can turn into your tailed beast? That must be so kick-ass. Only partially, admitted Gaara as the gourd on his left side dissolved on the breeze, disgorging into a surprisingly large amount of sand for such a small object. It is far easier to do so through an elemental medium, we have found. The sand coalesced into a nasty-looking claw on his hand, with blue veins running across it that inched their way onto Gaara's bare arm. Inside the construct the sand nin clenched his fist and the claw dissolved, the blue lines reluctantly dissolving as Gaara let out something that might have been a huff of relief in a less stoic individual. As you can see, it is still dangerous as Shukaku gains greater control of my personality. A hand is the most I can form so far before he makes his presence known, so I suspect a similar fate would befall you. Hopefully the Kyuubi does not behave so inappropriately. Unconsciously some of Gaara's sand reached up to brush his cheek in memory of a long-ago slap. Shaking off the memory, he continued. Do you know which elemental affinity your tailed beast possesses? Naruto looked embarrassed. I don't know, probably fire? The Kyuubi and I don't really talk much cause he's a real jerk and is super nasty to my friends. Because you are a spiritually deaf, blundering fool of a cage, and shouting whenever I wish to get past your thick skull is tiring, said the fox, which made Naruto jump a full foot in the air. Gaara watched impassively as Naruto returned to the earth. I suppose that was him. Yup, said Naruto as he poked his stomach. He's probably jealous, cause you've got a good relationship with your one-tail. The Kyuubi no Kitsune's laughter echoed around his skull like avalanche of malice, derision, and pity, while even Gaara had to take a moment to process that. You are severely mistaken, Naruto Uzumaki, said the sand genin as the cloud of dust around him drifted back to halo his head. Shukaku has been lusting for blood, drink, and carnal pursuits since I was old enough to comprehend speech, so any progress in our relationship is questionable at best. There is also the matter of a complete possession which would occur if I slept. Naruto scowled. So you've never gone to sleep? Wouldn't your brain, explode? Had my situation been unchanged, I would have been quite unstable, yes, said Gaara in a dry tone that had Naruto unsure if the genin was being sarcastic or not. Fortunate, then, that my master had the necessary medical ninjutsu knowledge to alter my neurons to ignore Shukaku entirely. Can she do that for me? Asked Naruto. He trailed off, thinking about the dark sewer inside his mind, the golden cage bars. No contact with anyone, not even the brief interaction the Kyuubi had with Team 7 so far. He remembered the isolation he'd been enveloped in for years, slowly choking on it despite every forced grin or prank, until Sasuke had collapsed through his window on a rainy night and upended everything. Naruto thought about the isolation lasting years and years, alone in the dark, and clutched his chest as pain shot through his heart. "Is the Kyuubi attempting to take over your mind?" asked Gaara as the sand around him swirled forward to loosely bind Naruto's legs and hands. "If so, I shall prevent you from harming others, as my master did for me." "No, it's just," Naruto tried, and failed to name the thoughts swirling around in his head. "Look, do you know how I can, go into my own head to talk to him?" Usually Indra-sensei did something with his Super Sharingan. Only Naruto's long familiarity with Uchiha micro-expressions allowed him to detect the twitching at the corners of Gaara's mouth that might have been a smile. Playing possum jutsu. Naruto landed on his face with a splat in what was unmistakably sewer water. He clambered to his feet and braced for the wave of angry red chakra, but it did not come for him. Instead, the tunnels were silent, save for the noise of dripping water. The Jinchuriki moved through the caverns blindly, taking rights and lefts at each junction, trusting that if this was his mind, it would guide him to his destination. As it happened, he was right, for Naruto emerged from a smaller sewer to the vast golden-gated chamber he'd been in before. But there was no sign of the nine-tailed fox behind the golden gates. "Hey, bastard fox!" he called, cupping his hands around his mouth, "You in there?" "Unfortunately," said the creature, and it sounded bitter. How poetic a fate this is for the mightiest of the Biju, chained to the same solitude that drove Shukaku into madness. Our positions switched at long last. "Oh, I'm sure that fat bastard's laughing right now, I can almost hear his glee." A snarl ripped from between the golden bars and a single, bloodshot red eye emerged from the shadows to glare at Naruto with the fury of 1,000 suns. "Join him, why don't you, runt? Laugh it up, bind me even further inside you, deafen yourself even further than ever before from the truths I hold in my claws. That's why you've come, isn't it? To pry the last few morsels of useful knowledge out of the Kyuubi no Kitsune? Attempt to steal my power as your whore mother did?" Dark laughter followed. "If so, you are woefully outmatched." Naruto sat down well outside the reach of the fox's cage, face twisted up as he recognized what the fox was doing. He'd done it himself, after all. Goaded and jeered and shouted, painted graffiti, set tripwires, and dumped buckets of glitter all across the Leaf Village because being shouted at, hated for something he could understand was better than being ignored and hated when you didn't even know why. "You were right, you know," he said to the ceiling, ignoring the fox's gnashing teeth as it worried the bars of the cage. "Not about why I came here, but about me." "Oh?" asked the Kyuubi with a leer, "and which withering assessment of incompetence cut you the deepest?" "If I'm to be consigned to the dark for the next century and a half, brat, I'd like the satisfaction of knowing what hurt the most." "All this time," said Naruto, "I've been thinking about your bad stuff, how you want to hurt people and get free, how you were eating Sasuke's nightmares and extorted us into keeping that quiet, how you keep taunting me and Sakura, and Sasuke with this stuff from our parents." "It's that last one, isn't it?" said the fox knowingly. "Ah, but if I speak to you of Kushina you will have even less reason to return here than you do now." "That's it," said Naruto, snapping his fingers. "You may not wanna admit it, but you've done some good stuff too. You warned me when Sasuke was gonna go crazy and then ate his dreams so that didn't happen, you and I helped save some of those people in the grass village, and you've been telling me stuff about my mom. Even if," he added as he stuck out his tongue, "your stories you always put mom in the worst possible light or get all mysterious. All this stuff was just to keep me thinking about you, because I've been ignoring you, you keep Sasuke and Sakura, and Indra-sensei coming back here because you're lonely. I have been alive for longer than your tiny brain can fathom, have watched mountains crumble and new ones rise, and have taken counsel with gods," said the Biju as slightly more of his form came into view, hackles raised. "Your irritating, weak presence grates against everything that I am. I am not lonely. You're so lonely down here, that you'll even talk to me and I'm the guy keeping you locked up in jail," retorted the blonde. The fox hissed, but did not reply. "Do you want to try that thing we did before, in grass?" "Elaborate," ordered the Kyuubi, before I throw you out of here a screaming madman. That whole, mind-sharing thing where you can tell me stuff and we can stop wickedness, but without killing people this time. That thing. Without the finality of death, whatever you do will be a half measure, said the fox, its front half now mostly into view. And as I said, your mental ignorance will make such a connection tenuous at best. But we did it before. Your rage sustains me, it is my food as the wickedness of man is my drink, and without it, what chakra leaks through the demmed fourth Hokage seal will reach you with but a whisper of my power. This seal and your deafness, both are obstacles to your proposal. But why come to me now, when you have at last found a way to shut me out? Naruto was silent, kicking his feet in the water as the Nine Tails waited for his answer. Because I've been alone like that before, he said. Compared to you, it's not a whole lot of time at all, you know? But it hurt, and when I thought about you, even as big of a jerk as you are, just totally alone down here, it hurt like that again. And it sucked. Pillars of ivory claw lashed at the bars as a plume of flame roared past the gate, the fire flowing backwards in silence before it reached Naruto, every ember sucked into the deceptively simple paper seal that held the gates closed. You mock me at your own peril, runt. Remember that. The Uzumaki crossed his arms as well as his legs and stuck his lower lip out mutinously. I'm the one who's been ignoring you, shitty fox, so this is me trying to not do that, you know. The Kyuubi's eyes narrowed. What are you proposing? Gaara-san's got a monster inside him too, and he can do this partial transformation thing, so maybe we can both get what we want. What I want is to be free, to smite the wicked as I did in days long past, and to fight once more in the war that is to come. Can you offer me that, Naruto Uzumaki? The boy in question brightened and stood up. Hey, you actually said my name. Not runt or brat, but my actual name. Thanks. The chakra construct in front of him no longer looked quite so malevolent as it examined its claws. My question stands. Can you offer the Kyuubi no Kitsune what he desires? Naruto took a deep breath and, against his better judgment, nodded. Yeah, I'll try. No half measures, runt. One long claw jabbed in Naruto's direction through the bars. You promised me freedom before, and yet, here we are once again. Geez, groaned Naruto, gimme a break, shitty fox, I'm only 13. I can't figure out all this stuff just yet. Heck, Indra-sensei told me to ask somebody out on a date and I can't even do that. Don't I get a grace period or something? I have already protected you from the terrible consequences of your blood oath, said the fox with another jab of his claw. Consider that your grace period. Thanks, I guess, said Naruto. But, how terrible are we talking here? What about Sasuke and Sakura? Your soul would have been forfeit to one who collects them like pearls, said the Biju. But the Uchiha was claimed long ago, and our clever flower petal is oh so conveniently beneath notice. Naruto waited, but that was all the Kyuubi no Kitsune had to say on the matter. You just love being cryptic, Don-T-cha. How else will I get you to keep coming back? Naruto opened his eyes and found he couldn't move. He tried to look down, but the stuff around him wouldn't let him turn his head either. Gaara. The redhead moved into view, next to the two Uchiha and Inari, all of whom were looking at him with concerned expressions. You remain Naruto Uzumaki, then? Yeah. How can I be sure? I do not know you enough to offer a personal question which the nine-tailed fox would not be able to answer through trickery. Go after his dignity, said Indra as he sheathed his sword. The Kyuubi is a proud creature and half the time whatever inanity that escapes Naruto's mouth would never make it past the Biju's fangs. I'm going to regret this, sighed the younger Uchiha as he kneaded the bridge of his nose in unconscious imitation of Indra. Naruto, sing the ramen song. 12 belted, off-key verses later, Gaara discreetly removed the sand earplugs from his head at Sasuke's nod. All at once, the massive pile of sand around Naruto collapsed back to the earth, flowing up around Gaara's waist to regain the shape and volume of his tightly packed sand gourds. Good, said the Sans Jinchuriki simply. Now, do you still wish for Inari-sensei to silence your Biju? Behind him, Inari and Indra exchanged a flurry of hand signs, panicked looks, and silent communication only translatable by the rare Umbu who also had 20 years of child rearing under their belts. So only Shimura Danzo. Nah, said Naruto with an attempt at his usual flippant grin towards his team. Gaara-san seems to know way more than me about Bana Jinchuriki, and his Biju also sounds pretty rough, since he's trying to take over his mind when he sleeps. But I noticed the Kyuubi doesn't do that. He can't do that, said Indra sharply, his Sharingan folding outward into the loops of his Mangekyo. I've checked. Indra's student gave him a grin that he knew from decades of being married to the absolute bleeding heart idiot who would become Naruto Uzumaki, 7th Hokage, world's strongest ninja, biggest moron on the continent, meant I'm sorry. Well, it turns out he's actually not as big of a jerk as I thought he was, though he's still a shitty fox. And since he's really bored down there, we kind of came to an arrangement. What kind of arrangement? Asked the onlookers simultaneously. Naruto took a deep breath. Okay shitty fox, I'm giving you one chance here, so don't blow it. Nothing happened, except the onlookers continuing to stare at Naruto. He thought about all the Kyuubi's rants, how he'd talked about Naruto as spiritually deaf and dumb. Okay, openness, think open thoughts, peace, and tranquility. This was harder than those traveling Hare Krishnas made it sound. Ah, that's much easier, sighed the unmistakable baritone of the Kyuubi no Kitsune inside Naruto's head as familiar red chakra trickled over him in a slow creep. Now I won't have to shout. Speaking of speaking, I'm borrowing your vocal cords again. Guess what, little brother? Said Naruto as the thin whisker marks on his face became jagged and eyes turned red from one blink to the next. Once again, I've managed to prove myself the most powerful, most intelligent, and most capable of the tailed beasts. It looks like the number of tails we have really is important, and poor you, the drunken Tanuki's stuck at one all on his own. Kurama withdrew back behind the seal and sniggered as he imagined Shukaku, a sandstorm of rage and curses in long-dead Suna languages that not even his own Jinchuriki could hear. The dumbfounded looks from the mortals were simply a bonus. So, yeah. Naruto tapped his fingers together and shrank back slightly as his features returned to normal. I guess I'm less of a walking jail cell now and more like, I dunno, Sasuke, help me out here. You're an idiot no matter what you call yourself, snapped Sasuke, who was trying to get his heart to stop pounding out of his chest with little success. But the word you're looking for is parole officer. We have another problem, said Gaara as he opened his single closed eye. Someone was spying on us, over there dash. The words were barely out of his mouth when Indra vanished into a shunshin and reappeared with a wide-eyed and slightly dizzy Hinata Hyuga, who barely avoided falling into the grass. Eep. Why am I not surprised, said Inari to no one in particular. Chapter 52, The Making and Breaking of Clans. Who is your master? Rumbled Gaara in what was a surprisingly menacing voice for a 13-year-old. Which village was foolish enough to spy on Gaara of the desert? He was also very good at looming over Hinata Hyuga despite being the shortest person in the field that afternoon. What? Squeaked Hinata, I'm really sorry I was dash. She realized she didn't have a ready-made excuse and scrambled for one. Picking mushrooms. Naruto and Inari were both about to mention that the underbrush of training grounds was usually a horrible place to find mushrooms, but Hinata kept going, babbling about how Kurane-sensei wanted her team to practice survival training and how she'd been so absorbed in using the Byakugan that she absolutely didn't see the angry orange-red chakra coming from Naruto, and oh dear. Indra snorted. This S-class secret keeps getting spread around like boysenberry jam, so let's try and limit the damage this time. Miss Hyuga, could you keep this to yourself for now? Yes, sir, she muttered, fingers worrying at the threads of her sweater, which she was wearing despite Konoha's brutal combination of heat and humidity. Ask her out. What? Whispered Naruto. Hinata turned slightly more crimson and raised her voice to a conversational volume. I won't tell anyone about what I saw just now. I'm inside your head, your very soul, Uzumaki. Just think at me, and I will hear you. You're already loud enough as it is. Still, I said you should ask her out. How come? Thought Naruto, and had the very odd sensation of feeling the fox spirit roll his eyes without actually seeing the movement. You said your master had tasked you with finding a date, and here is an opportunity for one served on a silver platter with an open heart. That's crazy. You're crazy. She was being all weird and spying on our secret Jinchuriki business, you know. The fox's amusement was present, but it didn't have the cruel edge Naruto had braced for. First of all, she was watching you specifically, and second, I can feel you're just embarrassed at the idea because she heard you sing all 12 verses of that intolerable song. Are you gonna be like a matchmaker or something, shitty fox? 'Cause that's the second creepiest thing I've heard in the last 5 minutes. Please, scoffed the Kyuubi no Kitsune. You have given me access to a tangible form once more, to walk the earth and taste the wind, and feel the rain of thunderstorms. In return, this is me trying to be helpful. Naruto blinked as Inari waved their group back from the small form of Hinata since Gaara's looming was no longer necessary while the Uchiha still had the slightly tense attitude of startled cats. As a former inhabitant of the Red Lantern District, he looked at the overcoat in summer, the way Hinata almost but not quite cowered when Sasuke raised his voice slightly as he spoke to Inari, and the blonde drew his own conclusions. If Hinata's dad's hurting her, I think we should help first, leave the date for later. Then multitask, bleeding heart Uzumaki, sniffed the fox. Use the date as an opportunity to confirm your suspicions, or not. I'm sure with my mind, we can manage to make even your gooey-less self a subtle ninja. As Naruto hedged, the creature inside his soul sighed in exasperation as he sweetened the pot. The sword wind, the cleansing flames of the kami, reduced to bargaining with a child as both tested the boundaries of their newly expanded relationship. If you do it, I'll tell you about Kushina's first dates. Indra was explaining that he did have paperwork he'd been meaning to give to Hisashi Hyuga, so he would take this opportunity to meet with the head of the Hyuga clan when Naruto, of all people, threw his headband into the ring. Hey sensei, can I come too? The time traveler stopped for a moment of absolute stillness then nodded. Sure. Sasuke, will you be alright here? Sasuke's glower eased as he looked at Gaara and Inari. I'm sure these desert dwellers and I can find some way to make things interesting while you're gone. Such as reciting back to me everything I just told you about medical kits while dodging just one gourd of Gaara's sand. Now that smile had the familiar fire of challenge, but with an edge Indra recognized as jealousy channeled into training. I think I can do 2 gourds, since you've only got 3. The Jinchuriki of the sand crossed his arms and looked affronted. 1 to start. I am very fast and you have not seen me fight, Sasuke Uchiha. Indra waved Naruto and Hinata towards the distant fence as the grassy field suddenly gained a great deal more dust. Alright you two, let's go. He returned to the tree he'd been sitting under, retrieved the file he'd left under a heavy rock in a bubble of Amaterasu's flames, and rejoined the 2 genin at the gate to the training grounds. Naruto was, oddly, apologizing. Yeah, so sorry if you heard that song. Indra-sensei's banned it from our house since any time it gets stuck in his head, the Sharingan means it sticks around twice as long. He laughed awkwardly and scratched the back of his head, looking sheepish. Plus I know my singing voice isn't great, you know. When he had a hangover and his obnoxiously cheery, bustling husband had moved around their kitchen making as much noise as possible singing that song, Indra was convinced it had counted as a war crime. But his opinion was dashed to pieces as Hinata, still playing with the tassels of her sweater, blushed again and muttered, well, I liked it. And there it was. Hinata Hyuga's crush, rearing its head. A crush he knew, given the right conditions, would become puppy love, then adoration, then genuine love, occasionally slipping into slightly creepy worshipful tones which Indra was in no position to judge her for, in the past, present, or future. Oh. Well, thanks Hinata. Naruto smiled back at her, all beaming smile and stretched whisker cheeks, and that's the damn smile both of them fell in love with, along with that impossibly open heart. Do you sing at all? The Hyuga heiress looked surprised, but rallied. Well, I had a few formal lessons while I was younger, more out of tradition I suppose, but not really. A solid quarter of Indra's brain remained laser-focused on the conversation while trying to look dully interested. Another quarter plotted the fastest possible route to the Hyuga estate that didn't involve throwing 2 genin over his shoulder. The other half was a maelstrom of chaos, emotions, and the arguing voices of Team 7. I cannot believe you agreed to this, said the selfish part of his mind in his own voice. Sasuke just figured out he's interested in guys 2 days ago and you're already allowing the same fucked up dynamics as last time to fall into place. Give younger us a chance, at least. Sasuke Indra Uchiha, if you even think about subtly messing with our dating lives, not only will it will fail spectacularly and your genin will hate you for it. Have you even considered the ethics of messing around with potential but not yet conceived children, given what we know about the future? Sakura's voice had plenty of warning and just a little bit of judgment that he was even considering the idea. Come on guys, I thought we agreed that just a little nudge here and there was okay? Pleaded the miniature Naruto as fragments of Indra's wounded mind glared daggers at each other. We were gonna rope Temari and Shikamaru into something with Inari's help, then maybe do something about Ino indirectly. Heh, nice. Indra pinched the bridge of his nose as they turned a corner onto a slightly busier street and the genin's discussion had moved into other forms of artistic expression, like painting, or sealing jutsu, or tea ceremonies. The truth was, that little possessive, jealous fragment that wanted to snap mine at the Hyuga heiress was often an initial reaction, and one tempered by time. In his first life, 3 decades of steady, happy marriage to Naruto had become the buffer against such a thought. Along with the Byakugan manifestation, Orochimaru had named the Kensho Byakugan in both Hinata and Himawari. An eye that offered 359-degree telescopic X-ray vision was good, but an eye that granted the wielder the ability to see the truth and the flaws of all things, especially in the hearts of mortals, was almost as wide-ranging and stupidly powerful as the Mangekyo Sharingan. That it softened some of Hinata's bitterness towards him had also made Indra breathe a sigh of relief. Because oh yes, in the beginning, she had hated Sasuke Uchiha with a passion every bit as deep as her love for Naruto, since this war criminal, rogue ninja, and drifting scoundrel was pulling him away from her. How could he love Sasuke more than her? Didn't she love Naruto just as much as he did? She'd had children, built a family, a life together with Naruto Uzumaki, and he was the center of her universe. When Sasuke told her, in carefully calm tones, trying to avoid any hint of blame redirection, that Naruto was the one who had brought up the dreaded D-word, divorce. Well, she'd managed to hit him through the Susanoo, the living room wall, the outer wall of Naruto's house, and shattered his ribs at exactly the point where Madara had stabbed him. And while only the fact that Sakura had been right there to heal him as Naruto calmed his wife had saved him from a follow-up blow, it had hurt less than what happened 2 weeks later. On Naruto's advice and an icily delivered tip from Boruto, who just wanted everyone to not be so miserable, damn it, Sasuke had slipped into Hinata's home with a bottle of very good sake, her favorite takeout, Ichiraku's unsurprisingly, and a half-formed attempt at bridge building in his mind. The quiet noise of Hinata crying at the kitchen table, as Himawari attempted to comfort her, had made it to Sasuke's most miserable memories list at number 6, with hefty competition. He'd never been quite sure if he'd managed to disappear truly undetected, and he'd never asked. Because if he was being perfectly honest with himself, and questionably sane as he was, Indra had finally learned to be honest with himself, Hinata's initial hate and bitterness had been totally justified. Sasuke had been a homewrecker, a bad influence, and a distant father to his own child. The sense of peace that had settled within him, how Naruto had returned to being able to light up a room just by entering it instead of looking so damned tired all the time, all of them, including Hinata, cheering as Himawari unlocked her own Kensho Byakugan during her Jonin assessment. All the good things that had followed still didn't detract from the simple fact that Sasuke, fresh from the corpse/rubble of his first marriage, promptly looted a second one. It's you. It's always been you. Condemnation, accusation, when shouted from some throats, including Hinata's, but in a quiet breath from Naruto as the accumulated tension of years finally sapped from his frame, as he leaned into Sasuke on a cool summer night and after too many bad decisions. Then it felt more like an answered prayer. The rest of his brain kicked the brooding part and informed him that they'd arrived at the Hyuga clan compound on schedule, so focus on what was actually in front of him, you absolute brick. Hinata Hyuga, who is a child, a young teenager with much less complicated feelings than the tempest inside an Indra-shaped teapot, bowed slightly towards both Indra and Naruto. Thank you both very much for accompanying me, Indra-sensei, Naruto. She searched for the right word as a light dusting of pink crossed her cheeks, as vulnerable as a newborn lamb for all the prowess of the gentle fist technique. Fun. Naruto gave her a thumbs up as Indra remembered that he does have to deliver these files to Hisashi Hyuga and then have a conversation about several delicate internal matters. He manages a blunt, glad to hear it, before Naruto, In the surprising move Indra should have expected but somehow did not, says Great. So do you wanna do it again tomorrow? Like a date. What? Say the two other ninja next to him and the Hyuga gate guard passing by. I was just thinking that since you had a good time and I had a good time, we do this again? Just walk and talk, but without Indra-sensei looming behind us all grim-faced. Indra, who knew he'd maintained a perfectly blank expression, looked at the gate guard approaching the smooth silver-white bars. He looked at this far younger version of Hinata, whose blank lavender eyes showed a brain that had crashed its operating software and was doing a hard reboot. The manila folder of documents in his hand was a shield, proffered to the Hyuga clan member before him who, from the placement of his headband across his forehead, was probably from the side branch. I have documents for Lord Hisashi, he said, and I'd like to speak with him about other matters as well. The man nods and his eyes twitch in the direction of the schedule Indra knew was posted near the gate. You don't have an appointment, he said, as if both of them are not waiting with bated breath for Hinata's response. Indra motioned helplessly as the interfere and don't interfere sides of his brain launched into a full-scale battle. It's the fourth shinobi world war up there. Living in the woods for 20-ish years wore away my patience for niceties. Suzuki has more respect for the ceremonial. The reference to the scene from several years ago, of children dressed in red battle armor marching up the street for answers, makes the Hyuga grin as he opens the gate slightly, and the slight squeaking of the hinges brings an answering mouse noise out of Hinata. Oh. Well, a date sounds very nice, and we did have a nice time, and I'm saying nice too much, so I should just ask my father. She takes a deep breath. One moment please, but thank you for opening the gate, Hattori-san. The kunoichi fled in the direction of the main house as Hattori Hyuga opened the gate further and gave Naruto a disapproving frown. Ah, he says in a tone that does not directly convey insult, disappointment, and disdain while somehow implying all three, it's you. Naruto's defiant grin makes Indra want to ruffle his hair in an obvious show of support, so he does and ignores the boy's indignant squawks. You were expecting someone else. His own words are laced with the carefully baited trap of polite disbelief learned in PTA meetings where a parent was puzzled someone doubted the behavior of their perfect child. The Hyuga recognizes the trap for what it is and shakes his head. Not at all, Uchiha-san, only that since your visit is unscheduled, it was also unexpected. Coming from a ninja clan whose best visionaries could see across small nations, it was a pitiful excuse, but both Indra and Naruto let it go. Still, Indra saw the tendons in Naruto's right arm flex as he tightened a fist in his pocket. Indra's lone hand on his shoulder steadied the boy, the tendons, and his face softened as he leans into the touch. Mine, mutters the little voice in Indra's head, possessive, but also full of love, as he knows Naruto has, however awkwardly, and for whatever reason, opened his heart to both a nine-tailed fox spirit of divine wrath and a 13-year-old girl who wears a sweater because she keeps growing out of bras so quickly. That love saved the world 3 to 5 times over, and Indra had faith it will again. Hinata's back and she did not run as she approached the gate, but at the brisk walk proper for the lady of the house. Her hands are still fiddling with her sweater ties, so Hisashi's answer wasn't a definitive no, but it wasn't yes either. My father would like to speak with you both, so please follow me. Sure thing. Lead the way. They both walk behind the Hyuga heiress as she moves with purpose through the lantern lot compound, across garden pathways and covered awnings gently lit with lanterns, seeing other white-clad Hyuga turn curiously from their tasks to glance at Hinata's guests. Indra is watching and he sees curiosity, suspicion, a hint of revulsion, but polite interest is the most dominant expression. He was never thoroughly enmeshed in village politics, had in fact stayed away from the Leaf Village to avoid them in his first life, but with Hiruzen Sarutobi reduced to a figurehead, all the clan heads had to cooperate to maintain the illusion that Konoha was functioning normally. Hinata's party reached 2 rice paper doors, with 2 equally pale and attentive Hyuga guards outside. After turning over their weapons, Hinata pulled open the doors and they entered a sparse foyer, with water and a bowl of peaches set out for them. Indra and Naruto sat down, but when Naruto opened his mouth to speak, a stern voice from the next room interjected. Hinata, send in Naruto Uzumaki, please. As you wish, father. Hinata opened another sliding rice paper door to reveal Hisashi Hyuga's office, decorated with wall scrolls of distant lands and piles of paperwork cousin to the ones Indra held in his hand. shooting a nervous glance at Hinata, who was equally unsettled, then at his sensei, who mouthed, "It'll be fine." The blonde teenager squared his shoulders, slipped a peach or two into his pockets, and strode into the room, plopping down into a seated position before Hisashi, his own gaze fixed on the older ninja. Hinata slid the door closed as the muffling seals hidden within the walls engaged in a soft hum of distortion which quickly slid into the background of the Hyuga estate. When Indra noticed that Hinata appeared ready and willing to anxiously hover next to the door for however long their meeting lasted, he cleared his throat and gestured at the space Naruto had previously occupied. "Sit, Lady Hinata. They may be a while, and since this is your house, I should be the one who is uncomfortable." He gave her a small smile in an attempt to put her at ease, and it at least seemed to take the edge off her fear. "How is Kurane-sensei's training going?" he asked for want of anything better to say. "I've been rather busy, but I really should stop by the Jonin lounge sometime to speak with her. Is her genjutsu as masterful as rumor has it?" He knew Hinata was a kind person and one of the best ways to draw her into a conversation had always been to ask about someone else's well-being, since she retained a clan heiress's habit of keeping track of those around her. The Hyuga girl smiled and her lavender eyes lit up with pride as she described the training regimens she'd undergone with Kiba and Shino, the entire combat exercises and obstacle courses constructed within Kurane's genjutsu that left them all exhausted but without any actual wounds to interfere with their subsequent sparring bouts. But when Indra inquired about the gentle fist technique, Hinata shut down, her eyes dulling as her head turned to look at the bowl of peaches instead. She offered a few trite phrases about subtle motion and precision, and turned the conversation back upon Indra, asking about his team. But while Indra could, and had, talked glowingly of Team 7 for hours to Kakashi or Inoichi, he didn't take the bait. Instead, he reached down and took a peach, drawing Hinata's eye and leaving the bowl half empty. In silence, save for a flicker of lightning chakra from his fingertips, he methodically took the peach apart, setting aside the stem and stone, passing 4 slices to Hinata, and keeping 2 for himself. "Do you like peaches, Hinata?" "Yes, very much so." Indra nodded. "Several years ago, I read an account in a distant library of a Hyuga who, now that I think on it, reminds me very much of yourself. Her clan expected great things from her, and she felt she was letting them down, when she could not meet their expectations." He ate a slice of pear to allow his words to sink in, to gauge how Hinata's open, vulnerable face reacted to his words, and her shoulders slumped slightly. Indra's eyes caught the subtle sub-vocalizations in her throat even without the Sharingan and recognized Naruto's mantra of self-affirmation. "I never go back on my word," she thought before the Hyuga heiress straightened up to look at him evenly. "Is this a tragic, pleasant, or instructional tale, Uchiha-san?" Indra swallowed his peach, which was sticky sweet, and met her gaze. "This tale depends on the manner in which you receive it, I suppose. May I continue?" "If you must," sighed Hinata, resigned to what she thought was going to be another admonishment from someone who wasn't even her own clan, telling her to just spend more hours in the dojo, to commit herself fully to what was expected of her. She idly picked at her peach slices as Indra spoke again. "One day, she was wandering in a walled garden when a newly minted sage dropped from the sky and began bleeding all over her peach tree. He was young, but wise in the ways of the world, and wounded, so all of those things as well as her kind heart, caused her to heal and succor the intruder when most would have seen him tossed back over the wall. He was an earnest man, easy with his smiles and free with his teachings. As he healed, he remained in the Hyuga lands, and at his feet, the Hyuga heiress took in both his teachings and his love in equal measure. With both these things, she thought, she could be the leader her clan needed, would better herself beyond measure. So when the sage's enemies came for him, wicked men who dwelled in dark places, she fought by the sage's side for a long time and won praise from her clan for her vision and apparent progress along the path of enlightenment. One day, walking in the villages, the sage stopped, and announced that the time had come for him to move on, that there were others in need of his teachings and she must look for enlightenment with her own eyes, not through his. Indra paused to eat his second peach slice and saw Hinata's head tilt slightly as she digested his allegory. He continued. At this, your ancestor was greatly distressed and fell to her knees, begging him not to go, for was their strength not forged together after all this time? The peach tree he had watered with his blood, and which had sheltered them on many a lazy day, would become a source for bitter memories of what she had lost, and she would fall from the path of enlightenment, cast aside like a pitted stone. But the sage took her hands in his and pressed into her hands the pitted stone from the first peach she had ever fed him, when he could barely walk or speak. The tree in your memories is stronger than most, but it too has seasons it must pass through. Seasons of plenty with fat, ripe fruit, and seasons of barren branches and tentative buds. But each sprouts from it 1,000 stones, the seed of a new tree, wrapped in the flesh everyone covets. If I am the flesh you covet, look upon this seed and meditate upon our time together too. Your path towards enlightenment may be longer, but if you persevere, this pit will grow into a bridge of trees to carry you there on tender branches. Saying this, the sage brought her to her feet, and kissed the Hyuga heiress one last time in a way that brought her more sadness than pleasure. His smile, though, was as sweet as the peaches they had shared as he departed. Fighting against despair, the Hyuga woman returned to her people and spoke no more. She dwelt in the garden for a time, meditating beneath the peach tree, eating only of its gifts though complaining of their bitterness, and focusing every morsel of her Byakugan's attention on the pitted stone in her hand for 96 days. Many in the clan thought her mad with grief, for though dozens of discarded stones lay upon the ground, it was this particular one which drew her eye. When questioned, she would answer that the more she looked into the stone's depths, the contours and complexities of its surface, the peaches that before had tasted bitter, began to regain their former sweetness. On the 96th day, a sourceless bell could be heard at midday, with a single chime, and the princess opened eyes that were no longer pale and white, but shining gold. In staring into the pit, she had stared into herself and attained true understanding of the flaws in both. And so, she attained the first step upon the path to enlightenment and the Kensho Byakugan in one. Indra poured himself a glass of water in the sudden silence of the room and drank it greedily, for his throat was dry. Hinata silently reached across, tentatively, as if afraid he would stop her, and took the peach stone from his side of the little table, turning it over in her hands. I have never heard of the Kensho Byakugan, she said softly, but with a trace of future familiar iron in her voice. If you came up with that story on the spot, it was impressive, Uchiha-san. Indra shook his head. If you look, you will see your family owns a peach orchard on the edge of tea country. It produces little profit, yet the family maintains it all the same, though few remember why. An Uchiha seeking similar enlightenment was buried there, hence my interest in the legend, which I found tucked away in a thoroughly dusty room in Jianbu province of the Land of Earth. The orchard was real, but in this case, Indra was stretching the truth like a rubber band, since Hinata herself had inspired the legend. Himawari had written it for her mother's 52nd birthday, the first where both had shared the golden eyes and understanding of the Kensho Byakugan, and everyone who heard the tale agreed it was much better than the mess which had inspired it. He chuckled at a distant memory, and Hinata started as she was drawn out of her own thoughts. I'll admit, there were also quite a few verses about the 4 ways of knowing, which passed over my head entirely. I'm nowhere close to enlightenment. I just thought you might enjoy that little scrap of family history. Hinata nodded, her face set as she absorbed what she had learned. I see. She hid a short laugh behind one pale hand as she realized the accidental pun she'd made as the door slid open behind her. Thank you for the story, Uchiha-san. Both of them rose and turned to see Naruto, his hands hovering as he tried to not tap them together, looking very nervous. Hey Hinata. So, your dad actually had a couple of really good ideas, so would you like to see the new Princess Gale movie coming out next week? We could do lunch afterwards, or something like that. You could cut the tension in the room with a knife as Hinata nodded. That does sound nice. Kurane-sensei's training ends at 1, so dash. Her father held up a piece of paper over Naruto's shoulder, and Indra saw Hinata flick him a surprised, but grateful look. Perhaps 2:15 by the theater on Gaizamaka Street. Naruto nodded so fast his head was a blur. That's awesome. I look forward to it. Hinata's blush was back, as was Naruto's, and Hisashi allowed the moment to breathe before clearing his throat. Hinata, please send in Indra. We may be some time, so please send Naruto on his way. The orange-clad genin looked to him, expecting Indra to intercede on his behalf, but the Uchiha knew a joyous, hyperactive teenage Uzumaki, and a waiting room in the Hyuga clan compound were a poor combination. He checked his watch, since it was late afternoon and Naruto's stomach had moods of its own beyond the Kyuubi no Kitsune's. Naruto, head back to our training ground, see if Sasuke can stand to have Team 2 over for dinner. The blonde beamed. Sure thing, Indra-sensei. See ya later, Hinata. She had barely opened the rice paper door before Naruto was moving through it, a blur of speed that jumped clean over the Hyuga dividing wall with a whoop of pure joy. Hinata stared after him with her mouth slightly open and with stars in her eyes as Indra ruthlessly crushed the uncharitable feeling in his gut. He stepped into Hisashi Hyuga's office and felt the door slide closed behind him like a guillotine drop. As the silencing seals activated, now within the office, Indra felt a second set of seals trigger that caused the walls to blur, a precaution against lip-reading in a house full of Byakugan users. He took a deep breath, let it out slowly, and sat down opposite the head of the Hyuga clan. Forgive me, he said. A moment to collect myself, please. Hisashi turned towards the tea tray to his left, which was noticeably incomplete, one of the cups a pile of shattered shards besides the 3 remaining. As you wish. I'll admit, I was not expecting your opening gambit with the Uzumaki. Tea? Or perhaps something stronger. Just tea, thank you, said Indra and felt himself settle once he held the warm cup in his hands. Uchiha were comforted by warmth and fire. Naruto's sudden interest in your daughter is admittedly a surprise to me as well. I have no idea how that idea got into his head. The Uzumaki I knew took decades to realize he was in love, we had to practically beat him over the head with it, both times. Hisashi looked disapproving. This would be the man you married, yes. It would, said Indra cautiously, wondering where this was going since Hisashi had the reins in the conversation and was clearly driving it in a certain direction. The Hyuga were conservative, but the vague memories he'd had of the Hyuga clan from his first life offered no real insight. Does that change your opinion of me? Hisashi sipped his tea. It puts several things into context. Your comment to former Lord Third about using other villages' children as well as Uchiha seemed rather pointed, since you'd just returned with a girl from the land of grass. And since Karen Uzumaki came to my office yesterday, I thought the Hyuga should look closer at a few things. One pale hand tapped several documents on the desk in front of him, but Indra didn't look down. What did she say? If she hasn't told you, and since Naruto professed no knowledge, then you must be patient with her. It's not my place to say. This manifest, however, says enough on its own. Hisashi tapped the desk again, and Indra looked down to see a manifest of visitors to the Leaf Village for the Chunin exams, listed alphabetically with little penciled remarks. The names typed on the page differed wildly and came from all across the continent, but the cramped pen next to it put light to both. Uzumaki, sponsored by Indra Uchiha. Uzumaki, sponsored by Indra Uchiha. Uzumaki, sponsored by Indra Uchiha. Senju, sponsored by Indra Uchiha. Indra scowled. I told that old fool not to leave any written record. He did not, said Hisashi. But since he and Kotaru are both out of power and facing jail sentences for sweeping some of Shimura Danzo's dealings under the rug, he still remembered the important details once properly motivated. Indra sent a scathing look into his tea as he sipped, letting the cup and the hair hide his face as the Hyuga clan head continued. You are attempting to reunite the Uzumaki clan within Konoha's walls, as well as invite Tsunade of the Senju back to the village. This would grant you 2 noble clan and 1 relatively minor clan votes for the next Hokage. Is it your wish to acquire the role of Fire Shadow? Indra paled. Gods, no. He laughed, but the sound rang false. I have no desire for that seat, save pity towards whoever sits in it. I doubt that, since your name was submitted for consideration by Inoichi Yamanaka when all expected him to pick his old friend Shikaku. What in all the 9 hells was he thinking? Raged Indra, gesturing violently to his right in absence of anything better to do. I have a genin team to raise and people to set on fire. You can do both from the seat of Hokage, pointed out Hisashi. Lord Second and Third have done so before. Indra stared at the man and ran a hand through his hair. Are you trying to convince me to take the post? I am trying to understand what your aim is, Indra, said Hisashi shortly. Shikaka thought you were going to attempt a coup, and when I asked him for more information he only gave me dark looks and ominous mutterings about history repeating itself. But Madara Uchiha is in the long-distant past and you arrived in our village sporting wounds after fighting Itachi, Soab sent a convoluted triple cross, I do not think that is the answer. Indra was silent and let his hand drop back into his lap as he thought. Hisashi was operating with more information than he suspected, but if Shikaku Nara's thoughts were echoed elsewhere, the reunion Indra planned in good faith could turn into a very ugly bloodbath. He decided to lay most of his cards on the table, leaving Kurama's mysterious comments about the Otohime spirit aside, so he met Hisashi's pale eyes, inviting the man to dissect his body language and know the truth. I have no interest whatsoever in being Hokage. What I have is an interest in seeing both the Uchiha and Uzumaki clans who remain alive, safe, and happy, since my husband is no longer any of those things. I owed Karen's branch of the family a great deal, and through a complicated investigation that would take too much time to explain, discovered a very important fact. Indra paused as a memory hit him like the force of a raise-non. 6 exhausted, rain-spattered ninja clustered around the lineage scroll as Naruto allowed his wounded shoulder to drip blood down and the name Karen Uzumaki lit up with spirals of gold light. The expression of wonder on her face as she turned to Naruto and called him cousin. Impossibly, they had someone who could open Uzashio's vault, their last chance for something to win what was looking less like a war and more like an extermination. "Guys," bellowed Rock Lee from the doorway, enveloped in the green aura of the 6th gate and cutting down at Suzuki corpse servitors like wheat before a scythe. "Whatever thing that used to be the Three Tails is heading towards us, we have to go." Indra blinked and he was back in Hisashi Hayaga's office, navigating delicate political waters, telling the stern man most of the truth. Karen Uzumaki is the last direct descendant of the Uzumaki matriarchies, who once ruled the village hidden in the whirlpools. I was unsure if she knew herself, but since she came to see one of the noble clan heads of her own accord, to whatever end, I can guess the answer is yes. Hisashi nodded, but remained silent as Indra continued. My plan, which may now be overtaken by hers, was to offer the assembled Uzumaki a refuge here in the Leaf Village and a choice to retake the Coral Throne, which may be the only other viable option to ensure the clan is not picked off by the Mist Village. The choice is theirs, and beyond offering it to them, I will not interfere, no matter what they decide. Hisashi folded his hands in front of him. I see. You have no desire to rule Konoha. Absolutely none. The other man moved the pages with Uzumaki written on them over a trash can and let them immolate after 2 quick hand signs. Then the question of the 5th Hokage remains. Indra held up a hand. First, Lord Hisashi, these belong to you. He lay the manila folder in front of the other man, where it sat like a ticking bomb, pregnant with the certainty of grief. One thing no one had prepared the clan heads for, except Indra, was how much it would hurt to read Shimura Danzo's files. Family members, children, cousins, even if they were already long dead, in the service of the Leaf, Roots records found wounds all had thought closed and ripped them open afresh. Some clan heads, such as Hisashi and Choza, had distributed their files, as if reading about another's pain might lessen their own. Or at least make it more manageable. Others, such as Indra, Tsum, and Shikaku, insisted on reading the files themselves, and they all had their own ways to cope. A part of Indra held a certain grim satisfaction in seeing the devastation of his own childhood become a shared experience between the formerly hardened shinobi of Konoha, but it was a very small part, and he wasn't proud of that feeling. Mostly, pity, understanding, and shared grief were the predominant atmosphere when these files changed hands. Hisashi closed his eyes. I had hoped you would forget about what brought you here. Indra said nothing for several moments, knowing that words lost their meaning in the face of raw emotion. I'm sorry you had to learn this, but your brother's sacrifice saved 2 lives that day. Now, at least Niji Hayaga only has one cursed seal on his forehead instead of another on his tongue. The cup shattered in Hisashi's hand and the man caught all the fragments before they hit the desk, his teeth gritted. Both of you, he said, fighting for Kam, Uchiha, and Uzumaki have made me lose my temper tonight. In comparison, Karen Uzumaki was much more respectful. Indra winced and bowed, his head touching the wood of the desk. I am sorry, Lord Hisashi. I thought black humor would lessen the sting, not increase it. He wondered what Naruto, or, gods forbid, Kurama, had said to make the stoic lord of the Hayaga break a teacup and filed that away for later. I do not need to impose on you any further, if you would have me leave. No, ground out the man as he mastered himself, face smoothing out once more into that stern visage so similar to Hinata's in her later years. It was well meant, but in bad taste. There is still the matter of the fifth Hokage, as our current situation will be untenable with the post-Chunin exams rise in missions participating nations normally see. Someone needs to wear the hat, and since you, Kakashi, and Jiraiya all are fleeing from the position, that limits our options. I wouldn't say fleeing began Indra, but Hisashi barreled on. Kakashi threatened to elope to some god-forsaken town in the land of the moon, and the moment Jiraiya's spy network told him about what had transpired at home, he's ignored every one of our messages to return to Konoha. Indra sat back on his heels and adjusted his eye patch. Ignoring Inoichi's mad idea of me in charge of a hidden village, I'm in favor of Shikaku, if no other candidate comes forward. Very well, said Hisashi with a sigh. Thank you for the documents and your unique perspective, Indra. Thus dismissed, one clan head escorted the bloodline guardian of another to the gate of the Hyuga compound, and soon enough, Indra was back at Training Ground 12. A tagged Kunao directed him home to the Uchiha district, where Team 2 was absent. Naruto was humming Princess Gale's theme music as he cooked, and Sasuke was cutting up carrots with a murderous expression that better belonged on Gaara. That he was using a scalpel to do so was slightly worrying, but Indra assumed Inari had given Sasuke instructions. Deciding to pick his battles, Indra moved down the hall towards Ataka's former room, which was now definitely Karin's. The redhead had buried the formerly stark space in bright colors and cheery-looking stuffed animals which held a permanent guard post around the head of her bed. Books from the academy, where she was attending very specific classes on very specific ninja subjects, were stacked on the desk next to a pile of emergency reserve snacks. Indra knew Karin's grab bag and her mother's scroll were tucked carefully out of casual sight next to the window for easy flight in the event she had to run again. For his part, Indra was determined her precautions would forever go unused. Inside, Karin was frowning up at a map of Konoha she'd hung on the wall with one of the sticking seals Naruto had begun to sketch out, with many mistakes, in his spare time. She pulled the pencil out from behind her ear and began drawing in silence as Indra looked on. I'm back, he said by way of introduction. From the sound and smell of things, dinner's in 10 minutes. Sure, said Karin absently as her eyes focused on the map and the 3 areas she'd circled. Chlamydia to zoning boards, she cursed. A pox on every single one of them. Zoning boards, echoed Indra, but Karin held up one commanding finger. You stay out there. Okay, said Indra, leaning against the wall opposite the door. Hisashi mentioned you visited him last week. I'm sticking him with the seal that makes him see bacteria for 6 hours, said the heir to the coral throne as she finally turned to look at him with a put-upon expression. Indra-san, can you just leave me alone? I'll tell you what's going on once I get the answers I need. Don't need your stupid future-seeing eyeball giving me everything so easily. Indra tapped his eye patch. That's the one that got shot out, remember? I wouldn't say the answers it gave me were easy. They're usually hard won. Karin's vague grumbling made it clear what she thought of that, but Indra returned to the kitchen to eat a very strained meal and spent the rest of the evening musing about if he'd interfered too much in the lives of those around him. Chapter 53, Masks Part 1, Broken Things. 3 mornings in Konoha, Sakura Harino. Sakura woke up and rolled away from the damp, tear-stained pillow she'd flung herself into last night. As she looked out her window at the early morning streets of Konoha, the light of morning actually did make things seem a bit better. As she went through the motions of shower, brush, dress, she and inner Sakura devoted a considerable chunk of their intellectual prowess to dissecting what had gone wrong yesterday with Temari. Actually, it had actually started to go wrong the day before at the inn, when she'd offered to show Temari around the Leaf Village. So hopeful that this would go right, and relying on cues she'd read about in books and maybe seen in coffee shops and public spaces across Konoha, Sakura had gotten ahead of herself. She'd seen this as a date while Temari had only seen a Konoha ninja putting her best foot forward, trying to be a gracious host to make up for the Konoha Umbu who had inconvenienced her sensei. From there, things had snowballed, each expecting very different things from the other, until dusk that evening, when Sakura had run out of things to show her. Thank you very much for the tour, Sakura, Temari had said with that smile which had made Sakura's heart flip in her chest. It's been a good time, but my brothers are probably wondering where I am. I could, walk you home?" asked Sakura as her brain informed her of what usually happened in stories when one person walks another home, with all that entailed. "And for the love of us don't move too fast, woman. Nah, that whole grid layout thing you talked about means I can probably find my way back pretty easily." Well, Sakura took a breath and summoned all the courage her inner self possessed. "I'm glad you had fun, this was a pretty nice date." Temari had laughed, and to Sakura it had sounded like shuriken through a plate glass window. Two visions of the day hit each other and Sakura's popped like a soap bubble. "Oh, gods, that's what you thought this was? No wonder you got all dressed up." She had laughed again, at Sakura's expense, and there were hot, bubbling tears as everything Sakura was feeling could no longer be divided into inner and outer selves, and it was all too much. She had turned and ran, disappearing into the crowd as Temari had shouted something Sakura didn't hear, but assumed to be a parting jeer. One more kunao in her back. It was kind of funny, from a certain point of view, thought inner Sakura reluctantly. If it happened to someone else, it would be a good story. "Yeah," snapped Sakura to her bathroom mirror as she tied her hair up in what was now her customary ponytail, with a few senbon hidden in it for good measure. "A good story in 6 or 10 years. Now? It's just humiliating. She really dash." A knock on the bathroom door interrupted Sakura's invective, and the voice of her father drifted through the 1.5 inch of wood. "Sakura, now that you're up, when you're ready, could you come downstairs? We'd like to talk." He moved away as an irrational spike of fear shot through Sakura. "We need to talk." "Not with you," and vague enough she couldn't be forewarned about whatever the discussion was. "Calm down," sent inner, who might have also been outer. "We need to work out whatever emotional ball of stuff you've got here, cause you're emoting like crazy and I'm the one who's analytical. Did we swap last night as a stress response or something?" "Probably," admitted Sakura to her reflection. "But there's only so many things Mom and Dad could want to talk about. Like how you incorporated Naruto's sexy jutsu and its many variants into several disabling genjutsu for spice. Or how Mom's ideas of kunoichi do not match with what we are. How I'm inside your head as a complicated psychopomp of repressed emotions, and Osage, we did switch in the night, inner, you absolutely can't go down there like this." "Yes I can," said Sakura as she gave her headband a firm tug and it wound around her left shoulder. "But what if you say things we regret, or act rashly? Then we'll deal with the consequences like a ninja should." Her reflection nodded firmly, just as she did. "All right. Just remember, you're not alone." Her parents were waiting at the kitchen table, expressions aping reassurance, but as Indra had thrown Team 7 against Stone Shinin, the Sound 5, Bandit Raids, and 2-bit Yakuza, Sakura had changed. She had become someone who could see the fear behind bravado and pull it over the heads of men 3 times her age and wait to leave them babbling on the floor about spiders or razor Sakura petals. She'd seen a man turn inside out and noticed the tuberculosis that was going to eventually kill him. She spoke with the Kyuubi no Kitsune on an infrequent basis. She could almost smell her parents' fear. Part of her quailed at the though that her parents were not afraid for her, but afraid of her, while the inner part who was in control relished it. "Let them fear us. We're fearsome. Let's see how this plays out." Sakura sat down and waited for her parents' opening gambit. "Sakura, sweetie, thank you for joining us," said her mother with a hint of worry. "We noticed you've been coming home pretty late, but well, this is a conversation we need to have." "Which conversation is that?" asked Sakura with a hint of the irritation stored inside her. "We will deal with this swiftly, then I'll find Temari of the Sand and make that bitch eat her own hair. I've stayed late at Indra-san's house before, that's never been a problem. You know how responsible I am, I always call." "Normally, yes," said her father, "and normally, we wouldn't worry, but you've been leaving these books all over the house and some of them are dash scandalous," said Mabuki Harino with a prim expression. "Sakura, we've always encouraged your love of literature and I know there's something to be said for artistic license, but you're only 13. Which part of the poetry is scandalous?" asked Sakura as her smile echoed some of Naruto and the Kyuubi's fanged threat display. "The part where she loves women, or where she loves herself?" Kaizashi made a face that screamed not the way I'd have put it but, and continued, pulling one of Akiko's collections of poetry from where they'd been stacked on a chair out of view. "Sakura, I know as a ninja that stress and fighting can give you a unique perspective on things, make some things seem exciting while others are dulled. For a while now, and especially after your first mission, I was checking up on you, wanted to make sure Indra-san wasn't letting things get too crazy for you, so you could return to baseline. His daughter caught the medical turn of phrase and dissected every possible permutation of its implications. You think that's what this is? Some kind of maniac phase? A stress response? Dad, you know it's not like that. We just want to make sure you're thinking clearly, dear, said her mother. You know we want to support you as a kunoichi, and part of that is second-guessing my life choices, snapped Sakura. Now her teeth were bared and inner Sakura was definitely in the driver's seat now. Mom, I get that you're worried when I leave the village, but besides that first mission, which wasn't even supposed to get that ugly, you worry and fret like it's Kyuzagakuer all over again. Can't you have a little faith in me? Dog, monkey, rat, went her hands and the kitchen was suddenly the sight of a furious sandstorm before Sakura shouted release. And it vanished. Another genjutsu, as the kitchen remained but the oven burst into flames, causing Kaizushi to leap from his chair, only to falter and nearly fall as his knee failed him. A third, as a swarm of green spectral warriors rose out of the floor, weapons gleaming. A fourth as wings of pink blossoms lifted Sakura off the ground and held her there, glaring down. Is this enough, Mom? Now that you know what I can do. Help, managed Kaizushi as his grip on the table slipped. The layered illusions vanished and Sakura caught her father before he hit the floor. He met her eyes, so much like her mother's, and they gleamed with determination, the utter confidence that she could handle his body weight as she moved him back into his seat. Sorry, Dad, she muttered before returning to her own chair, glance alternating between them, and to her parents' relief, she did look slightly ashamed. I'm glad I didn't use the one where the oven exploded. Sakura, I will not be condescended to in my own home, said Mabuki, her own temper flaring now that the shock of the genjutsu had ebbed. And you will not use such underhanded tactics on your own parents just to make a point ever again. Part of Sakura did feel ashamed, but the greater part had her blood up, so instead of the yes ma'am Mabuki expected, she shrugged. I'll be more responsible with it, how about that? Compromise? Sometimes it's just too useful to just show you what's in my head. Indra-sensei does it all the time in training. I've learned more things inside a genjutsu than outside. Your father and I will talk about that, and let you know what we've decided, said Sakura's mother. But speaking of your sensei, is he the one who put you onto this poetry? He seemed trustworthy enough at dinner, but if he's taking advantage of his position Sakura let out a ha of laughter, followed by more genuine giggles which put Mabuki on the back foot. First of all, Mom, he's not at all interested in women. That's why we're worried, said her father, trying to rein in the situation and failing. We just wanted to make sure you at least try to date a nice boy before running off with someone else. Is this because Sasuke doesn't like you? Asked her mother, putting one hand on Sakura's and squeezing it in a way that used to be comforting, but now just felt smothering. She let it stay for her mother's comfort rather than her own. Oh, I got over Sasuke a long time ago, said Sakura. He likes me just fine since we're teammates and we stopped being insufferable 9-year-olds. Sensei's words, not mine. Heck, we even have combination attacks where our strategies play off one another. It's fine. I'm fine. Sasuke's mostly fine, so we help each other. That's what a team does, and as for me liking boys. Sakura's hands moved through 6 signs as a woman strode into the Harano's kitchen, so real as to have the light from the window shine through her blue hair, and made the white flower there glow with inner beauty. Her caramel eyes looked at each of them in turn, ignoring Mabuki's outraged comments about the very revealing dress she was wearing, which, when she turned, revealed more than a cocktail dress normally did. Sakura let herself drink in the image before she dispelled her own genjutsu, and it was just the 3 of them once more. Her father, she noted, was rather red in the face and shifted in his seat uncomfortably as Sakura continued. I saw her and it was like a light turned on in a dark room. As soon as I got back to Konoha, remember how I disappeared into the library and did all that research? That was me, checking my hypothesis, Dad, and yes, I do like girls. I left Akiko's poetry out because I wanted you to notice it. It was my lead-in, but I didn't expect you to get this worked up about freaking poetry. Sage's spit. I went on what I thought was a date with a girl yesterday and it was going great until she laughed at me for thinking it was a date. So now that I've got all the insecurity out of me, congrats, the 1-2 punch of her, and now you made me more sure than I ever was. I like girls, and for ruining my first ever date, I'm gonna find Tamari of the Sand and make that bitch eat her hair. She's going back to Sunagaku or bald. Is that a euphemism? Whispered her father, but Sakura at some point had stood up and was pacing back and forth in front of her chair with clenched fists. Maybe someday, but not today. It is entirely literal. I am gonna make her think her hair is the most delicious pineapple ever and watch her cut it off and eat it. Sakura felt her mother's arm tug at her shoulder and she whirled around to see a face stained by worry, confusion, and what might have been the beginning of tears. Sakura, all of this, being a kunoichi, liking women in that way, are you sure this is what you want? All I want is a yes or a no. There were missed battleships with less steel than Sakura's voice. Yes. She was so surprised when her mother locked her into a bone-crushing hug that she actually took a step back. Then I'm so sorry for doubting you. Whatever you want to do, we'll support you. Sakura hugged her mother back as the emotional ball inside her came unraveled and she relaxed into Mabuki's shoulder. She felt the solid, reassuring presence of her father join the hug alongside more apologies and let the hug continue for much longer than she normally would until it felt like smothering again. At her word, they separated, slightly awkwardly, and Sakura felt her inner and outer selves switch places again. Well, that could have gone poorly, admitted Inner, so my bad on the whole passion over logic thing, but hey, sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire. True, agreed her outer self silently, but I think we got way closer to a get out of my house scenario than I feel comfortable with. Just as long as we acknowledge that. Yeah, I'll let you know when I stop shitting my imaginary pants at all the knock-on effects that would have had. The kitchen soon became a bustling, if slightly stilted place as both Sakura and her parents tried to make breakfast and reaffirm that things were, if not okay, certainly trending in that direction. Her father, bless his purple hair, told a ridiculous story about a Chunin on his floor who'd had to use Ninken to find important papers he'd lost, and Sakura, now freed from the self-imposed burden of secrecy, told her parents about how she'd learned of Akiko's poetry in the first place as they made waffles. It was the sweetest thing, she said around a mouthful of the first square of fluffy bread. Normally, when sensei talks about his past, especially people he knew, he gets all sad and almost never goes into specifics, but this time he actually seemed kind of happy about the memory. He even recited one of her favorite poems to me, and something about the whole moment, just sitting under the tree like that and sharing the story with him was beautiful. I know we said some unkind things, said Kaizushi, which was another understatement, because while Indra might have accepted those accusations stoically, Suzuki would have burnt the Harano house down on his uncle's behalf. But if he had a wife before, wouldn't that make him? He frowned as he cast his mind back to the words Sakura had rattled off with dictionary precision and miniature pamphlets she'd hidden away in her room made out of sealing paper. Bisexual? Sakura shrugged. I don't think so. I mean, when that woman with the blue hair I showed you showed up with him, the rest of the guys, even Naruto, couldn't take their eyes off her, but he didn't even blink. So, Mabuki Harano chewed on the thought she wanted to vocalize until it had an appropriately Sakura-level amount of restraint. Was this woman some kind of concubine or streetwalker? I struggle to imagine the positions which would require or necessitate a dress like that. It was something, agreed her husband, which got him a kick under the table. Yeah, we all thought that at first, but later on Suzuki said she was a spy of some sort. The dress was a bit like my genjutsu, a way to distract the opponent, and it worked very well. Her mother put her hands together in a silent prayer. Well, do your mother's heart a favor and avoid clothing like that until you're at least 18. Ideally never. Sakura laughed as she finished her waffle. No worries, Mom, that's just not my style. Their next topic of conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door as Naruto and Karen Uzumaki tumbled in past her mother. Hey Sakura, said Naruto. You wanna help us hunt down ancient treasure? Morning to Naruto and Karen Uzumaki. Karen Uzumaki chewed on her spare pencil as she stared at the map of Konoha on her wall. After several more hours of fruitless examination of Konoha's many, many maps, sometimes going block by block, she still had no clues where the Uzumaki storage site was. Her Konoha politics teacher mentioned it in passing as one of several symbols of Konoha's long-standing friendship or respect among the nations of the world. The rest of his sentence was bullshit, much like the class, but Karen had chosen it to hear the story Leaf Shinobi told themselves, so she could pick it apart in her hands for later consideration. At the mention of an Uzumaki memorial site, she dug her teeth in like one of Kakashi's Ninken and not let go until the teacher had provided the barest shreds of a satisfactory answer. When conventional walk down the street and look for the swirl failed, as did normal maps, Karen went to the Konoha zoning board. If the Uzumaki had something built here, there would have been a record of something from a foreign village. Though she was nearly drowned in parchment and blueprints, and several potentially promising spots, they'd already been bulldozed and built over when Karen had arrived on foot. Trying to ignore the sting in her eyes as she thought about Naruto, growing up with the barest scraps of their history as it was erased, artifacts buried, or ground up to build another row of apartments for Konoha's happy people. All they had was their name and the hope, if Indra's plan worked, a few more people to huddle around a fire and share it with. A name. Karen had jolted as the thought hit her with the force of a thunderbolt and started to run. Names had power, and if all the Uzumaki had was their name, considering Konoha had the balls to put the Uzu symbol on their flak jackets, perhaps some of those prissy noble clans Sakura mentioned would actually give her the time of day. And if she could leverage that. And even if Choza Akimika's tone had been patronizing, and his laugh very loud, Karen had a signed piece of paper promising supplies for an expedition to restore the Uzumaki clan. He was probably thinking about picnic supplies for her and Naruto to go traipsing through the land of fire, perhaps water if they were really stupid and Indra would have to bail them out. She read it on his face and drew up very different plans. One for stealth, and the other? Well, the only other Uzumaki in Konoha also had the Kyuubi no Kitsune inside him, and if Karen absolutely had to, that was a threat even great nations would listen to. She'd tried to set up a meeting with the third Hokage, but Iruka Umino shook his head as he shuffled papers into several stacks with the ease of a master bureaucrat. The Hokage was not receiving any personal complaints, ninja or civilian, but his secretary would ask around and see who was available. She'd expected his boyfriend, the lazy Kakashi Hatake, to show up, all drawling and boredom, an explicit, "You're wasting our time and this is what we think of you." But the very, very tall man in the coat who Karen allowed into the Uchiha district at the appointed time turned out to be Shibuya Barame. He'd heard, first from Choza in the Jonin lounge, and then from his bugs who were stealing Iruka's crackers, that the new little redhead Uzumaki had definitely very serious plans. Karen felt icky around him, because she was very aware of all of his bugs. If he left one on her it was so gross, and his foggy gray aura made him hard to look at directly. Perhaps because of that, however, he was the first one to actually take her seriously. His quiet voice pointed out times of the year when Choza would have the most excess supplies to offer her, how wind and rain and storm seasons intersected those times or avoided them entirely. He had questions and listened to Karen's answers with a quiet attention that, despite how creepy and gross he made her feel, also made Karen feel like the secret in her heart and the little bit of gold around her neck had meaning beyond a whispered story told late at night. He'd promised to point some of the Abarame clan's intelligence networks in the direction of the Land of Water. Well, more networks than he already had, because someone important had swung to the side of Terumime's revolution, or just swung away from the bloody Mizukage. Yotakata, whatever. Karen scribbled that down just in case. He also told her that, since she was saving the hardest target, the Hyuga, for last, the Uzumaki heiress had more allies in Konoha than she expected. He told her, in the broad and deliberately vague strokes of someone talking around a secret, about the meeting in the Hokage Tower, how Shikaku Nara had said Kushina Uzumaki should have been Hokage, and how Tsumin Yuzuka had backed him. Karen had briefly brightened, then shook her head. "I don't want to rely on someone else's strength unless I have to," she said. "I don't want the daimyo of the Land of Fire or Water thinking we're just some leaf cutout, or for Cloud to think we're a paper tiger. Sakura ran the numbers for me, and as the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, Naruto represents a solid 20% of Konoha's military strength. That's something, right? Deployment of a Jinchuriki, even if they are your cousin, sister, or father, is not a choice you can make as clan head, warned Shivaki as a harsh buzzing noise spiked from his coat. That power is in the Hokage's hands alone, and it is not a threat to be used lightly, especially within the walls of this village. Karen had pretended to quail at his displeasure, since she'd had long experience of pretending to be sorry, to be so pathetic as to escape punishment. While she didn't have to go nearly that far, she was able to convince the Aburame she'd spoken out of ignorance when in fact Naruto was a threat she was willing to use, but only at the utmost. Not to mention, she'd have to talk to Naruto about this, but she wanted something real to show him, something that would make it harder to choose between Konoha and whatever she managed to build. Because Karen knew, for all the assistance, the protection, and promises of goodwill she might get from Konoha, the Leaf had left Whirlpool for dead and stolen their symbol without a second thought. She was not going to let that happen again. The meeting she'd had with Tsum Inuzuka was both noisier, less dignified, and more positive than Karen had expected, though it left her smelling like dog and dazed with the speed and fierceness of the Inuzuka. The older woman had apparently been childhood friends with Kushina, as well as Mikoto Uchiha, and the ribald story she told Karen had the girl's ears burning as red as her hair. But underneath the quick smile and intermittent jokes, there had been something else. Tsum's aura, an orange-red thing that jumped and flickered in tune with its mistress, had also edged with the deep, rich blue of regret the longer the conversation had gone. Karen found that the more she spoke, with fierce conviction and strong hand gestures, the more Tsum started to look through her, as if she was talking to someone else with red hair and a desire to see the world change. The girl felt a twinge of regret at such base manipulation, but she left the Inuzuka fields trailed by smiles and cheers, with a paw-marked scroll in her shoulder bag. By contrast, Shikaku Nara was a scarred enigma, and his dark green aura edged in pitch-black unnerved Karen. She wasn't sure, but with how it shifted around him as they played shogi, it was almost like it was under his control. But that was almost unheard of. An aura was a person's feelings, their fundamental nature, beyond the trappings of chakra, as a visible force. Karen had scoured the libraries of Grass and Leaf, and the only people she'd heard of who could control their auras were either Kage of the Hidden Villages, or the high priests of Buddhist temples across the land. She'd lost all three of the games Shikaku bade her play, and while she might have lost slightly slower that second and third time as she learned to read his physicality, the patterns in his play she was sure he was letting her see, that wasn't the point. Just as she'd watched him, he'd watched her, narrowed eyes moving between the girl and the board as Karen forced herself to not fiddle with her glasses, then to fiddle on purpose, then to twitch in that direction. Layers and layers, that's what Shikaku Nara was, and what he wanted to see from Karen. So she channeled her disappointment, her irritation, her natural boisterous nature, and made it work for her, as a narrowed river turns the saw of a watermill. Time in the Nara courtyard shadowed by a blackberry tree, dragged on, but when Shikaku stood up as Karen creaked her way to her feet, a green-wrapped scroll was in his hand. Inoichi Yamanaka was nowhere to be found for several weeks, even though Karen used her sensory abilities to spy on several of the hidden entrances to the vast underground network of tunnels and piping underneath the village, where the intelligence department lurked next to its twin sister, torture and interrogation. She tailed Shin Yamanaka, nothing, his orange-haired second cousin Fu, nothing. Karen vented her silent frustrations when Team 7 was in the village at their sparring sessions, where a quiet Hyuga girl hid along the edge of her senses, frustratingly difficult to pinpoint, or by burying herself in her specialized half-ninja studies. She was gaining skills, knowledge, and connections that would have had many, if not most, call her a ninja, but Karen knew ninja for what they were. Soldiers, killers, tools of a system developed by the first Hokage Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. If Uzushio, the Uzumaki, were going to come back under her leadership, she'd be damned if they'd slot into the same place as grass, rain, tea, or hot springs, a place to be tolerated in peace and scoured during war. No, Uzushio and its families were going to stand apart. She learned about logistics, political diplomacy, psychology, anthropology, the divisions and identity markers of other ninja villages, sitting in classes with Chunin, who assumed she really was just playing with toys in the back. If this worked out, Karen was determined to be a good successor to the matriarchs who'd come before her, and if it didn't, then a sharp mind was always in short supply regardless. It was only when she'd gone to Ino one Wednesday afternoon, frustrated that Team 7 and Indra were out on some caravan mission, leaving her absent someone to run genjutsu defense techniques with, that she accidentally succeeded. She and Ino were in the small but very decorated Yamanaka living room, festooned with flowers and potted plants, discussing color theory as it related to ribbons, auras, and flower arrangement, that she felt Inoichi. Not on the street, but below it, then somehow moving up through the ground and the house itself to settle in an upstairs bathroom. His aura as yellow-white as his hair was wispy and he felt tired, perhaps even wounded in some way Karen didn't understand. She stood up, mouth making some excuse about needing the bathroom when Ino grabbed her arm with surprisingly strong fingers. The look the girl gave Karen said she wasn't fooled and that somehow she'd felt her father's return despite his almost soundless entrance. "He feels like he needs our help," Karen whispered, and Ino's mouth thinned still further in a frown. "You just don't get it, Red. If he needed our help, his mental shields would be much further down and I would have gone myself. Not that he lets me help with this particular kind of pain, says I'm still a kid and shouldn't see what he has to. That doesn't mean we let him just sit up there and lick his wounds like that alone," shot back Karen, her expression growing fiercer as her volume lowered. "My mother died like that, so don't give me that bull about ninja solitude." Her heart ached at the thought of her mother, so frail and exhausted, trying her best to heal each soldier, to buy Karen one less hungry mouth she'd eventually have to feed with her own chakra. Karen thought about dying alone, unseen and ignored in a hospital surrounded by people who viewed her as a used-up battery. It might have been less visible, but Konoha was doing the same thing to Inoichi, perhaps to every shinobi the village dipped into darkness. At the mention of Karen's mother, and as the redhead moved Ino's fingers down to touch the bite scars she still kept on her arm, Ino's face lost some of its anger. She looked up at the ceiling, chewing her lip in deliberation. Karen rolled her eyes and dragged the other girl upstairs, resuming their earlier discussion in cheery tones as they sat down in the doorway of Ino's room. Well within earshot. Karen felt Inoichi's presence stabilize as the girls talked, sticking to inconsequential topics, positive, good things that made life worth living, and Karen was sure to emphasize the things beyond Konoha's walls. Chasing around and playing with the mushroom children in the forests of grass, until their vast parents came to push Karen away. The swaying landscape of grass that lulled her to sleep in the evenings, the joy of understanding a difficult corrosion-resistant seal with Naruto, the bounty of food and drink available for her to beg, buy, or steal during festivals, the simple joy of the sun of Karen's face. The dreams she'd started to have of the ocean, rocky shores, and rushing surf calling to her through the song of the tides. The tall blonde man emerged from the bathroom half-dressed in sweatpants and shrugging into a very baggy t-shirt, and Karen could see what looked like sucker sores on his hip bone. They all forced smiles and moved into the kitchen where Karen and Ino made a hearty dinner, where Karen was still astonished at how much food Konoha and Ninja put in their houses. Ino made a show of making thick, heavy noodles that were absolutely not on her diet, but Inoichi slurped them down with such evident relief that Karen actually let him have the second bowl before her. The post-it note Karen found tagged to the inside of her collar that evening had 3 words that were enough for her. "I'm in. Inoichi." Her preparations were ready, her shogi tiles prepared to joust against and among Konoha itself, but 3 people remained. The Uchiha, and her cousin, Naruto Uzumaki. Sakura had been neck-deep with her from the start, had questioned why she was leaving the boys until last, and as her friend, Karen had been honest. Their opinions, their input matters to me. The other clan heads, I can approach from a political angle, and only that. But if Naruto, Sasuke, or Indra disapprove, then it'll hurt more. It'll feel like they're spitting on Dash. Karen had hastily reformed her words as Sakura shook her head in violent rejection of that idea. It'll feel like my dream isn't even real yet and the people who are supposed to be behind me are already against me. None of them are like that, Sakura had said gently as she put a hand on Karen's shoulder in the silence of the library. It sounds like you're really just afraid to say it out loud, to people who mean something to you. Karen pouted. I told you, didn't I? You implied, and I'm smart enough to extrapolate from incomplete data and why Indra-sensei was so focused on keeping you safe. Karen's frown gained a few furrows. So is he really after our secrets? Just one more grave robber. The pink-haired genin smiled fondly into the middle distance. Have you seen the sappy little smile he gets when he talks about his husband? Please. That's like storybook love, the kind that can move mountains. And you've seen how much importance he puts on family, how the Uchiha and Uzumaki are already joined at the hip. I'm sure there are other factors he's not telling us, but I think it's just because he doesn't want us to worry. Still, that week, Karen's sleep was dark with dreams where the sea shattered ships from underneath her, drowned her friends, and pulled her family into the depths to disappear. She'd spent most of her waking hours in a fog until one night she found herself on a rocky shore with a wave bearing down. A vast orange form had shattered the wave in two and clambered, soaking wet from the sea with a glare nearly as murderous as the only time she'd seen it in the waking world. "Oto him's a petty thing, blood of Uzushio," said the Kyuubi no Kitsune as he shook himself dry. "I could smell the disquiet in your mind, but she wishes you to be hers and hers alone, so she made it difficult to reach you." "You're the Ninetales," stammered Karen as she backed up and nearly slipped on the slick rock. "What do you want with me?" "I have an interest, blood of Uzushio, for you are the last living heir to the Coral Throne and here you are, poised on a knife edge between two leaps of faith. All that matters is which direction you choose to jump. Or fall. I suppose it's a question of perspective." The fox turned around several times and laid down, setting his vast snout on top of his paws as his attention focused on Karen. "Is there a right choice, that keeps my friends and I safe? Do I look like a soothsayer, child? No, I leave such business to Indra Uchiha and his brood of a mate. I want to extract a promise from you, should you stand before Uzushio's vaults." Karen planted her feet, her mouth a stubborn line. "Depends on what the promise is." The Uzumaki had a collection of sealing knowledge found nowhere else on this earth, and it is likely they have a record of which seals were given to the villages also entrusted with the tailed beasts. "You want to free yourselves, right? Well, have you ever considered actually helping instead of being all wrath, fire, and ominous statements? 3 generations of Uzumaki have bound me in ignorance, hate, and fear, blood of Uzushio, and I have no doubt your descendants would do the same. How could my help ever be genuine when you hold the thread of chains and seals in your hands?" Karen's groan of frustration was similar to Naruto's and only slightly higher pitched. "Look, let's just start really small. I'm meeting the Hyuga clan tomorrow and I'm going to promise Hizushi that the Hyuga clan gets to be the first wave of suitors if any Uzumaki kids want kids of their own in the future. It's nice and vague, but the Hyuga are currently the largest Konoha clan, so plenty of opportunity for them to throw compatible kids at us and hope to marry into some serious power." The Kyuubi examined the small girl with a rumble of amusement. "You're impressively cynical for a small girl, blood of Uzushio." Karen resisted the urge to adjust her glasses out of irritation. "Look, there's this Hyuga girl who keeps hanging around when I go spar with Team 7. Just get Naruto over there and chat her up. I want the Hyuga to start thinking about the possibilities now. And if they make an offer your Uzumaki cannot afford to refuse?" Karen grit her teeth and clenched her fists as she stared up at the creature from Naruto's soul. "No Uzumaki, no child of Uzushio is going to be wedded away against their will for politics," she snarled. "I'm going to build something better, and if that means I'll have the Hyuga clan out for my head in either 2 years or 20, I'll have more resources to deal with them than I do right now." "Treachery's a rare thing from one of your lineage," said the Kyuubi with cautious appreciation. "Now you've managed to tempt my curiosity, I think I may just help you, Karen Uzumaki." 3 days later, Naruto came bouncing in the door to announce he was going on a date with Hinata Hyuga as Sasuke practiced war crimes on innocent vegetables. The next morning, Karen woke up before dawn and knew in her heart, it was time. As she got ready for the day, she took a moment to look at the golden pendant before she tucked it into her clothes. A simple thing of real gold, surprisingly heavy for its size, a spiral that was deceptively strong for its thin web of circular metal. It glinted in the electric light before Karen tucked it into her shirt and went in to shake Naruto awake. "Huh, Karen," he mumbled, still half asleep. "What's going on?" She shoved a wrap in his face that smelled of rice, eggs, and peppers. "Breakfast," she said without preamble. "Get some pants on over those green boxers and ideally a shirt, we're going for a walk." "Yeah, sure," said Naruto with something growing into his usual cheer at the smell of food. "Gimme a minute." Karen strode out and scribbled a note on the kitchen table, held down with the salt shaker. "Went for a walk with Naruto, be back soon." "So, "What's up?" asked the blonde Uzumaki as his second cousin led the way down quiet, pre-dawn streets at a brisk pace. A few of the ex-route agents couldn't shake their habits of waking before dawn and eyed the travelers with mild interest as they swept their porches or idled on rooftops with breakfast in hand. "While you guys were going out on all those bodyguarding missions and stuff, I've been thinking," said Karen. "Thinking about both of us, the Uzumaki clan, our moms, and this reunion thing Indra's planning." Naruto grinned wide enough she could see bits of egg still stuck in his teeth. "Yeah, isn't it exciting? I bet we're gonna see all sorts of cool stuff, like secret Uzumaki techniques, you know." "Don't get your hopes up," said Karen, repeating what Indra had warned them about several times over now. "They may change their minds and decide not to come. They might be in disguise. They might have been assassinated between their letter to Indra and the Chunin exams. Maybe they had a really big load of laundry to do. There's 1,000,001 reasons why we shouldn't let ourselves get carried away." Naruto swallowed heavily as the last of his wrap disappeared and pulled a sealed ramen cup from a storage seal he had in his pocket, one of many. After making sure it wasn't aged beyond recognition, covered in mold, or one of the other storage seal mishaps, he poured water into it from another storage seal and began to heat it with one hand, a small bright flame crackling merrily away in his palm. "Well, hope's important, you know? It's what keeps us going, gives us stuff to look forward to. So yeah, I am going to keep my hopes up." Karen fell silent and Naruto, sensing she was in her own thoughts, did not intrude as he worked his way through the ramen and the village with equal rapidity, reaching the winding path that led up the mountain to the small park on top of the stone faces. Karen chewed her lip as she stared out over Konoha, the sleepy houses full of sleepy people, the green of the trees a comforting blanket as step by step, the Uzumaki rose above them. "Naruto," she said haltingly, "how much did that Teiwa lady tell you about Uzushio?" Her cousin twice removed swallowed the last of his ramen. "Well, she didn't know tons but she sure knew more than me. Said to keep my mouth shut around Mist Ninja, and that even after they tried to wipe out the Uzumaki clan, we still survived. Probably because we're super tough like Indra-sensei always says." "He sure seems to know a lot," said Karen with a glance in the general direction of the Uchiha district, still clearly defined by the walls around it even from this distance. "I know he's your master and he saved me, but do you think we can trust him?" "Come on, Karen, don't you think it's a little silly to be worrying about that now? I mean, us Uzumaki have been living in the Uchiha's house, Sensei used to be married to one, and Sasuke's my best friend. We're all kinda in the same boat here." "You mean how the Leaf Village failed to protect us when they promised to?" asked Karen. Whoa, said the blonde as he held his hands up in protest. "Where's this coming from? Just thinking about something my mom told me once, and how Indra was the one what had the whole idea for a family reunion during the Chunin exams in the first place." Naruto directed his frown at his empty ramen cup, which was stuck halfway into the storage seal he'd pulled it out of in the first place. With a shove, the plastic disappeared with a slight pop and he slid the seal away again. "Well, it makes sense to me. The Chunin exams supposed to be a big deal so tons of people come to Konoha. That way, nobody can single out Uzumaki in a huge crowd, if that's what you're worried about. Sensei's not the kinda person who'll put out balloons or anything." Karen chuckled and jabbed Naruto's shoulder like she'd seen his teammates do. "You were thinking about balloons, weren't you?" "Yeah. It's supposed to be a party, right? Plus I heard specialist Chunin Anko has confetti seals we could use." "We're not doing confetti seals, Naruto." I think they'd be cool." Karen spared a moment to imagine stoic Indra, covered in brightly colored confetti and broke out into a full-bellied guffaw. The two Uzumaki chatted about the various pros and cons of party games both children had only ever seen secondhand and were excited to try themselves. It was a topic of conscious cheer and Karen could feel Naruto directing the conversation back to positive things whenever she tried to bring up her past. She flopped down onto a park bench and gave up on Nara-learned subtlety as Naruto landed next to her and they looked out over Konoha. "Naruto, you and I both know I didn't drag your butt out here before sunrise to talk about party favors. Now, are you going to let me tell you a secret or not?" His face looked surprisingly fearful. "Are you gonna leave?" Karen blinked. "What? Naruto's face twisted into something equal parts fear, worry, and desperation. Look, I've been trying to show you all the good parts of Konoha, but bad stuff keeps coming up too and it sucks. Look, after all this junk with the Uchiha, and since you seem so worried, if you want to leave after the reunion, I won't stop you. Naruto, she exclaimed. I'm not going anywhere. I know I'll never be a Leaf Shinobi, but you guys, Team 7, came right when I needed you the most. Sure, the Umbu are shitty, but the people are decent. Like, she searched her brain, and the girls who cheerily waved to Naruto as he'd shown her where he'd grown up in the Red Lantern District, followed by the owner of Ichiraku Ramen, were the first non-ninja she'd encountered who'd treated Naruto decently. Sasuke's quietly furious explanation that Naruto's childhood had been spent in the Red Lantern District before Indra's arrival had her revising her statement. They're decent enough, she amended. So why the serious look on your face? Asked Naruto. I thought all this stuff with the Uchiha's dash. That's their business, said Karin shortly. I'm paying attention to it, yeah, but don't think I'm going to walk away from my first real family just because someone else who asks has the last name Uzumaki. At this, Naruto's face broke into a smile of relief that made the sun peek up from the tree line. Yeah. Well, that's good to hear. And here I was, getting all worried for nothing. Well, I wouldn't say nothing, hedged Karin before mentally kicking herself and cutting to the chase. Look, did Indra ever mention something called the Coral Throne? At Naruto's shrug, she tried again. The Uzumaki Matriarchies. Nah, all those do sound super cool though. Thank the goddess it's not you then, said Karin under her breath. Look, before Uzushio fell, and I don't know why, cause my mom would never talk about that, there used to be an Uzukage. She was usually a woman, and since we usually live so long, she was usually an Uzumaki. Nice. Cheered Naruto, but Karin held up one finger. Over time, the two positions became the same, leading our clan and leading the village, so certain families within the Uzumaki started using that power for themselves. Those were the Uzumaki Matriarchies, kind of like Konoha's important clans, except inside of one clan only. Because they were the only ones everyone could agree on as Uzukage, the Mist Village really hated them and have gone after people from those families especially. Karin felt the secret claw its way up from the nest of tension in her stomach as she stood up, jumping onto the bench, one foot on the back as she posed with what felt like the appropriate amount of drama. She tugged her necklace from her shirt and the gold glinted in the rising sun. I am Karin Uzumaki, she cried, feeling the secret fly from her lips in joyous exultation. My mother was Tenyo Uzumaki and now I am the last of the Katsura matriarchy. She looked down to see Naruto staring up at her in naked awe, a smile slowly growing on his face. 3 weeks from now, when, or if this reunion happens, I will claim the Coral Throne before what remains of our clan. Naruto clapped as Karin felt a flush of pride, fear, and embarrassment as the words she'd been rehearsing for a week finally passed her lips. That all sounds awesome, he said. But what does that mean? Like, for you. It means my mother was wrong, said Karin as she clambered down from the bench. Running from who we are won't get the Uzumaki anywhere because when you run, you take yourself right along with you. So I'm going to tell the Uzumaki who I am and work from there. It's up to them if that matters. Her cousin frowned at her last sentence. Karin, is this important to you? Well, obviously. Then it matters, period, said the other Uzumaki. And you've always got my support, no matter what. Karin let out a breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. Thanks Naruto. No problem. They sat together on top of the mountain as they watched all of Konoha wake up and Karin remembered her other project. So there's also supposed to be this Uzumaki monument, or storage site somewhere in the village, and despite all my efforts, I've no clue where it is. Naruto stood up and peered out over the village. Did ya ask Sakura? Hey, maybe I can ask the shitty fox, since he was in my mom, maybe he knows. He froze, barely even breathing as Karin stood up as well and cautiously moved over to look at Naruto's unfocused face, his eyes flickering with some kind of inner fire as blue danced to red and back again, mirroring the rising sun. Just as she was starting to wonder what she could do to help, Naruto tipped slightly backwards, blinked, and caught himself. Whoa, that's gonna take some getting used to, he said with nonchalance. Karen didn't believe for a second since he was suddenly shivering in the warm summer day. Yeah, he's got nothing super helpful, just that it was on the outskirts of the village like 80 years ago, and on the left side of the village. Left. He means east, Karen Uzumaki, said the Kyuubi with Naruto's face as he winked at her. Now Karen was shivering too, but she drew herself up. Alright, that's a starting point. Let's go get Sakura to help us coordinate a search party. Or a treasure hunt. Yeah, said Karen as Naruto leaped straight over the side of the cliff, sliding down the curve of the fourth Hokage's hair. A treasure hunt. As she followed him down the mountain, Karen felt a weight she didn't know she'd been carrying vanish from her shoulders. Morning 3, the Umbu known as Monkey, formerly, debatably, Shibaki Uchiha. When he wasn't on a mission, Monkey's mornings had a predictable routine which he found to be optimal. This was the closest thing to pleasant Monkey had outside of sleep and genjutsu. He would wake at 0400 hours, unwind the ruined bandages from whichever side he'd slept on, and shower. After letting the regular stream of gray ash flow down the drain, he would sit and activate the seal Shimura Danzo had placed on his breastbone, which returned his body to the stasis that kept him from truly dying. Then he would dress, placing his ever-present mask back upon his face so the seals inside of it would limit the smell of his roasted body. He would arrive in the Umbu mess hall, grab whatever was being served, and eat in his room. This would be followed by a modified exercise routine that kept his ravaged muscles at optimal function. Then, Monkey would walk to Shimura Danzo's office and be assigned his next task. This was maintenance, pure and simple, as regular as clockwork, and Monkey found regularity to be optimal for minimizing pain and discomfort. However, since Shimura Danzo was currently imprisoned in one of the Umbu's own cells, monitored by non-root agents, and regularly visited for interrogation by any number of shinobi, this was no longer the case. Now, Monkey was encouraged to seek pleasant experiences and appreciate the wildlife and center himself in meditation, provided he remain inside the village and not attempt to kidnap or stab any of the Kazekige's children. Inoichi had been very insistent that Monkey not attempt to retaliate for his defeat at the hands of that Sand Kunoichi and Indra Uchiha. Monkey had nodded and promised he would not do so. But Monkey held grudges. Oh yes, he held on to grudges that were 9 years old and when everyone involved had died at the hands of the Uchiha's own prodigy, who himself was the subject of grudges 3 through 227. Waiting for a Sand Jonin to leave the village so he could take her head was an easy thing. So the morning found Monkey walking through the corridors of Konoha's Umbu headquarters with no clear orders and no real direction for his day, but he still ended up outside the door to, well, he supposed it was Yojo's office now. She had taken Shimura Danzo's position and in Crane's opinion, was going to spend the rest of her tenure cleaning up this shit show. Case in point, as the old man practically fled from the office, the voices of Kat and, incredibly, Jonin Commander Shikaku Nara, chasing after him. "You old fool," shouted Yojo from her desk, hands braced against it as if she was about to pounce, while Nara merely snorted. "Unbelievable," he said, shaking his head. "I'm rethinking our decision to not at least saddle Hiruzen with more of the administrative paperwork." With nothing to do, the guilt's eating away at him. Kat looked up to see Monkey standing in the doorway. He was not idling, or even spying, absolutely not. "Hey, 2 crows, 1 Kunao," she said with a smile at Monkey, who nodded in what passed for a hello. "Shibaki, go catch up to Lord Third and tell him you'll deliver those boxes, he doesn't need to strain his back or his heart. If he protests, just giggle at him, that'll get the old man to knuckle under." Monkey hesitated and tilted his mask to indicate confusion. The third Hokage was troubling himself with package delivery, yet his nominal subordinates wished to countermand him. "That's an order from your commanding officer," said Yojo's voice with an edge of steel. "He's thinking with his heart, not his head on this one, so you'll be doing him a favor." Hells, even Danzo got sentimental about it, which I didn't think was possible. Monkey nodded. Hiruzen Sarutobi had given several orders during his tenure that were suboptimal, perhaps even irrational, compared to the clear line of logic Shimura Danzo used. Monkey could understand that. "Now go," said Yojo, "before he does something stupid." Monkey was gone in a streak of red and a puff of dust as he used his Susanoo to accelerate beyond what his limbs could normally manage, speeding through the relatively empty halls at an impressive clip. He screeched to a halt, the compressed mass of his spiritual armor carrying him 200 feet forward, landing precisely next to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who turned to regard him with old, sad eyes. "Ah, Shivaki, hello." His face and voice made an attempt at his normal grandfatherly manner, only to fall back into depression with a heavy sigh. "Of course they'd send you. I was available and present," rasped Monkey, who at least answered to his other name. "It was an optimal suggestion, to prevent you from making another mistake. Apparently." He added that last word to indicate it was not his own opinion he relayed to the Hokage and that he remained loyal. "They are right," admitted the Hokage, gnarled hands tapping the 2 wooden boxes in his hands. "I suppose delivering them myself would be something of a spectacle, and the sage knows this village will see enough of that in the coming weeks. And these boxes are heavier than I first thought. My age is catching up with me, you know." Monkey said nothing and accepted the Hokage's excuses. He'd seen Lord Third throw experienced root agents around like children's playthings. He held his hands out and the third Hokage allowed his ashy hands to take the boxes from Hiruzen's own. "Perhaps it's better you deliver them," mused the old man. "Neither of us have the answers, but this village needs a clean break from the past. You're allowed to look, you know," he added with a grin as Monkey took the full weight of the boxes and grunted slightly. "I know how curious monkeys can be." Monkey had survived his Umbu tenure by being selectively curious, but since these boxes weren't pulsing with contained energy, and probably didn't contain frozen ninja organs, it was probably fine. "Deliver these at the right moment," said his Hokage. "And do try to be subtle about it." He walked off and Monkey bent down to examine the boxes as he set them on the floor. They were surprisingly heavy, an old, finely finished wood, carved from the ancient trees the first Hokage had grown himself, and the second had decreed would be used for every Umbu, past, present, and future. Each was small enough to be carried comfortably in his arms, and the carved characters on the lid were outlined in gold leaf. If Monkey were still capable, he would have whistled. Gold leaf meant the deceased had been truly exceptional Umbu, who had changed the course of Konoha for the better. "Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha," said the boxes. Monkey was tempted to look. Monkey was very, very tempted to look. He was so tempted a few stray giggles made their way through his lips and he looked around to make sure no one had heard him. The corridor was thankfully deserted, so he tipped one of the boxes open. A beautiful raven mask, with the black suggestions of feathers and a pointed beak. It was weathered, but lacquered oils and the nest of red velvet it sat upon showed that someone had cared for this mask over many years. It held a letter in its beak and once again, Monkey was curious. He peered at it. "To Ataki and Suzuki." Monkey closed the lid slowly, like a viper hidden inside would bite him if he moved too fast. He threw the second box open and found, as expected, a second mask with the red whorls and vulpine smile of a fox, but it had been cracked in two by some mighty blow. The jagged edges left a shadowed diagonal line to mar the right eye hole, snout, and whiskers of the mask, but its beauty was still apparent. The letter partially hidden beneath it was tinged yellow with age and much thicker than Mikoto's. Curiosity sated, he closed the box and swept both up in his arms. Monkey emerged into the sunlight of Konoha's late morning and hissed through his mask as his eyes adjusted. He peered through the branches of the small park he'd emerged from, the Umbu entrance hidden below a boulder, and placed himself solidly within the residential district of Konoha. One hand wove a transformation jutsu, turning him from a terrifying Umbu agent into a Chunin so vague and nondescript it was easy to let him slip from your mind. He was moving in the direction of the Uchiha district, when a shadow fell over him, moving fast. He put the boxes down carefully as a massive purple fan dove down from the sky, a girl in purple clinging to it with a determined expression. The Kazekige's daughter. Suboptimal. She swooped into a landing as her fan folded in on itself with a swirl of dust. "Hey you." Monkey indicated himself with one hand, stands confused and wary. "Yeah you. Leaf Shinobi," snapped the girl. "Any idea where Sakura Harano's house is?" "Why?" asked Monkey with a Fire Country accent. "I'm not in the habit of giving answers to nosy people," she said as her fan clacked on the ground in a way that was probably meant to be intimidating or authoritative. Do you know where she is? Monkey shook his head. I am looking for her teammates. You would see more from above than I. Yes, but Harino wasn't exactly giving out her address when she was showing me the sights, said the Kazekage daughter. And that Uchiha district won't let me in. Monkey giggled, and it was not a generic laugh. It was a laugh that held no small amount of vindication and dark glee. Those barriers had been reinforced by Konoha's spymaster, the Toad Sage, and while much of the man was suboptimal, his sealing jutsu was not. Temari was about to flip him off and visibly thought better of it, reaching up to offer a handshake instead. Look, we started off on the wrong foot. I'm Temari. Monkey accepted the handshake and pumped it once in a firm grip that was the precise definition of a handshake, not a moment too long or short. Shivaki. 2 pairs of eyes are better than 1, and we're looking for the same Konoha Team 7, right? I'll be up in the air, looking for her pink little haircut, you just keep doing whatever you were doing. Monkey thought and nodded. This was perhaps not the optimal method, but it was better than wandering the village. 5 minutes later, he was moving in a grid pattern across Konoha's rooftops, following the purple fan in the air when he heard an inarticulate shriek of rage from below him and felt the concentrated intent and chakra of a genjutsu fly upwards to strike the sand ninja as surely as if it had been a fireball. Temari's fan folded and she dropped like a stone, barely swooping up to land in front of Sakura Harino, Naruto Uzumaki, and a little redhead monkey didn't recognize. Holy dash! Naruto cut himself off as Sakura glared at him, and Monkey, peeking over the roof, could sense the hostility from here. Don't interfere, she growled at him before turning to Temari and bringing her hands together into a crane sign. Temari of the Sand, this is for laughing at me last night and ruining my first date by being a massive bitch. A pulse of chakra moved between the two girls, and Monkey stared in puzzlement as the Suna ninja took a serrated kunao out of her bag and sawed through the first of her 4 little hair buns. Sakura, the redhead's voice went up an octave and Naruto's hands uncertainly formed the seal that would break the genjutsu. What the hell? How does that taste? Asked Sakura with vicious satisfaction as Temari put the hair in her mouth and began to chew. Like pineapple, mumbled Temari. But, her eyes crinkled in concentration as her mind tried to throw off the genjutsu, and Sakura doubled down, adding a second layer to it that had Temari's face smooth out in bliss as she resumed chewing. Very stringy. She swallowed, and only when her hands went up to cut off the second bun did Naruto's own chakra whip out to shatter both illusions. That's enough, Sakura, he said firmly as his cousin joined in. What, were you gonna let her keep going until she was bald? You're the one who called her pineapple head, said the pink-haired girl as she turned her nose up at him. And let me know what rejection feels like before either of you start pointing fingers, Karen. Sakura, coughed Temari. Thank the sage I found you. I'm so sorry about last night. I really didn't realize dash. She coughed again and swallowed hard. Black, what is this? You ate something this morning that didn't agree with you, said Karen smoothly. Naruto, you still have that water. As Naruto busied himself with several seals, Temari turned to Sakura and bowed slightly to her. Sakura Harino, I want to apologize for my actions last night dash. You laughed at me, said Sakura, her arms crossed in expression stony as Temari shook her head frantically. I wasn't laughing at you, oh sage, no, I was laughing at the situation, how we were both mistaken. I didn't realize you thought that was a date, I really just thought you were trying to be a good ambassador, or something, since Inari-sensei always talks a lot about how kind Konoha shinobi can be. The redhead muttered something Monkey couldn't hear as both Sakura and Temari edged closer to each other, and the foreign ninja continued. Listen, I'm really sorry, but I know how I can make it up to you. How? I'm a month earlier to Konoha than all the other sand ninja coming here, and dash. Temari coughed again, and this time Sakura squirmed with what Monkey supposed was guilt. I know a few of them who'd love to go out on a date with a cute Konoha ninja, so I can give you advice. Oh, Sakura fell silent as Monkey edged closer along the rooftops. That's actually really nice of you, Temari, thanks. The Kazekige's daughter smiled. Hey, it's the least I can do, since we've got 3 weeks until the actual exams and the alternative is just training until Gaara breaks my arm or something. Gaara wouldn't do that, said Naruto, he's super cool. Clearly you haven't seen Team 2's training sessions, said Temari with a smirk. We go harder than Konoha Shinobi, since we don't have that will of fire crap holding us back. Now Naruto was grinning back. That sounds like a challenge to me. Naruto. Sighed Karen with exasperation. What happened to our search for that vault? Oh, right. The blonde looked sheepish. Sorry, kinda got carried away there. I think we all did, said Sakura, with a wince in Temari's direction. Want to join us while I figure out some way to pay you back? Pay me back for what? I'm the one who accidentally hurt you. I'll tell you later, said Karen as she started to move. So, you're from the Sand Village, right? We're looking for a busted-up building with spirals on it, on the outskirts of the village. My teacher said it's some kind of mask repository or something. Monkey's single working eye widened. He knew exactly where that was. It was where the Umbu stored some of their retired masks, patterns no other shinobi would take on, as well as other masks with nastier rumors attached to them. The world blurred around him as he vanished in a shunshin, arriving at the dilapidated temple in 15 minutes of high-speed travel, the transformation jutsu dispelled. The grassy outskirts of Konoha brushed up against the edge of the boundary wall, where homes had long ago given way to farmland or been abandoned to wilderness as newer, better housing opened up in the city center. The swirl Karen had described was above the door and Monkey nodded as he stepped in, feeling the thick dust swirl around his sandals. No one had been here in a very long time, and something about it, some hidden sense of danger, kept the scavengers away. Or perhaps there was an anti-vermin seal buried somewhere in the foundations. Monkey looked around and carefully placed Kushina Uzumaki's Umbu box in front of the stone altar marked with 6 symbols. Only one matched the swirl on the outside and Monkey glared down at the pristine and noticeably out-of-place box sitting there among the disturbed dust. He reached up and disengaged his mask, undoing the stasis seal as a matter of long habit, and unclipped one of his arm guards. Crackling, ashy skin was soon falling in a soft rain as he scraped the arm guard back and forth like he was using sandpaper, and soon enough the box was covered with an equally thick layer of gray that could pass for dust. The children were seeking this place, and he had no doubt they would find it, sooner or later. He tucked Mikato's box under his arm and backed out of the little temple, or perhaps storage house, using his skin to replace the prints his feet left in the dust. Now for the Uchiha. It took until late afternoon to find his clanmates, emerging from a house in the Uchiha district next to the orange-haired boy Danzo had once marked for special interest. Thank you for your hospitality, Yugo, Sasuke was saying, shaking the older boy's hand. Do us a favor and keep an eye on Sai for the next few days. We did just throw his whole world upside down. The other teenager nodded. Between Shin and I, he'll be alright. I know, it is good to know where you belong, he said with a hint of sadness as Indra smiled at him. You're right where you belong too, Yugo. Helping your friends. Yugo said something Monkey, from his perch on the rooftops, couldn't catch, and the Uchiha turned to leave. Several blocks later, Indra put a hand on the Uchiha heir's shoulder. You did very well in there, he said. I'm impressed. Sasuke perked up at this, even more so at Indra's next words. Since Sai now has his grandmother's moving painting and a last name of his own, I think it's time to give you a gift as well. Namely, it's time you made one of the Uchiha clan's summoning contracts. The odd smile that spread across Sasuke's face made something twitch inside Monkey's chest. It wasn't an emotion he was familiar with, but Indra would have identified it immediately as nostalgia. Really, uncle? You've conducted yourself very well, said Indra with pride in his voice. Holding up the best traditions of what our clan could be, despite some very ugly circumstances. So yes, I can trust you not to say something that will not have the Gold Feather Hawks or the Ash Mountain Corvide clawing your eyes out. The Uchiha walked in silence as Sasuke's brow furrowed in thought. Does it matter to you which one I pick? Or to the birds? Like, will one be insulted if I choose the other? I doubt it, said Indra. Like Karaka said, the Uchiha have held both contracts for quite a while, but you can only pick one. Trying to contract with multiple creature clans just makes everyone angry. I have the Gold Feather Hawks, Itaki has the Corvide, and based on what you said, Raven-Winged Mikato would have had the same. If I told Itaka's crows about the massacre, Could they break his contract? Kinslaying's pretty high on the list of crimes that stain your soul. Hummed Indra as they turned onto the street in front of the clan head's house. That's an interesting question, but since crows are scavengers, my guess is no. Now, when you make a summoning contract, you'll usually be assigned an animal similar to you in age, strength, and development. The longer you've had the contract, and the more you've built up a relationship with them, the clans allow you to summon larger or more powerful beasts. The two Uchiha moved inside and Monkey drew back. Not the right time either. He could just leave it on Sasuke's bed, but he might have been burnt to a crisp, emotionally stripped, and living based entirely on revenge, spite, and the forbidden jutsu of Izanagi, but Shivaki remained an Uchiha, with an Uchiha's flair for the dramatic. A smile crept across his face as he realized the perfect place to leave Mikoto Uchiha's Umbu mask. A perfect mirror to the Uzumaki's. Beneath Naka Shrine, underneath the 7th tatami mat on the far right, lay the Uchiha clan's secret meeting place, and the stone tablet which contained secrets of its own. Monkey had no interest in the tablet's promises of eternal bliss under the infinite Tsukuyomi, and the tailed beasts were a geopolitical abstract. But it was a secret place very few knew of, and it was safe, sealed against intrusion by a jutsu keyed to the Sharingan's genetic markers. Monkey placed the box in front of the stone tablet, just as he had for Kushina's, and stepped back. Something was different, but he could not place it. After scanning for enemies, hidden traps, and allowing his red armor to protect him, he departed after an ashy shrug. The very air itself had changed, and because Shivaki's nose was obliterated beyond functionality, he could not smell the difference. Naka Shrine now smelled like burning cedarwood and ancient blood. Chapter 54, Masks Part 2, Coming Together. Did you have to schedule this now? Complained Sasuke with a scowl on his face as he paced back and forth in the operating room, swathed in disinfected gloves and scrubs. Yes, actually, said Inari as she handed Indra and Shivaki Uchiha cups of something bright green. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a foreign medical ninja to book a room for intensive surgery and have the previous doctors on hand to explain their prior attempts at treatment? And on such short notice, said Dr. Ontoba as he stepped into the room, followed by a lanky Umbu with the mask and moniker of Octopus. Dr. Inari, this is highly irregular, and I must say, I'm slightly insulted you aren't taking my word on your former husband's treatment when, as you can see, he is very much alive. I'd like to be more alive, said Indra, his words starting to slur slightly as the drug hit him. Oh yeah, it's kicking in. Inari just sighed. Sasuke, he's going to pretty Lupa while he's mostly out like this, so do us all a favor and be nice to him, alright? She turned to Octopus. You a Hyuga? Yes, said the man uncertainly while Inari kept her businesslike manner as she examined the stasis seal on Shivaki's ruin of a chest. Good, I've got some damn good scanning jutsu and precision chakra usage under my belt, but since I'd also have to invent a few machines for this, a Hyuga's visual prowess is a good safety net. Honestly, Tsunade-sensei wouldn't have made nearly as many advances if the Hyuga weren't in the village. You learned from the Slug Princess, asked Dr. Ontoba as he began to draw on Indra's scar-ridden face with a black marker, lines and arrows denoting where he had cut and folded, stitched and patched to return Indra's skull to something close to his originally handsome face. Yeses, said Inari, drawing out the last sound as she put her hands over Shivaki's seal and sent an exploratory pulse of healing chakra into it. A strip of charred muscle briefly turned bright red and began to twitch before it died again. I was afraid of that, she said. Octopus, without this seal, what's his rate of cellular decay? In the intact areas? 45 to 50 micrometers per minute. Upper layers of skin are not just necrotic, they're actively ashen. So why hasn't it all fallen off when the seal's undone? Asked Dr. Ontoba as Indra giggled at the marker's touch. Octopus shrugged. Our best guess was it has something to do with whatever forbidden jutsu he used to survive the fire because in the damaged areas, we're looking at 90 micrometers of decay per minute. Sage's spit, cursed Inari. Who designed this stasis seal then? I want to shake their hand since he's still alive. Lord Danzo, said Shivaki distantly from below her. Would you like me to release the seal? Can you release it on specific areas? Asked Inari. I'm working off of cell samples we drew from your marrow, so I want to start with something you can afford to lose, like a foot. No, said Shivaki, to general curses. It is all one seal. Okay then, we're doing this, breathed Inari. Suzuki on my left, Octopus, my right. Tell me if the decay accelerates in general or if it's also localized. This is gonna be messy. Like our marriage, piped up Indra, who now looked like a treasure map. Alright Shivaki, go. The walking corpse pressed his hands to the seal, which glowed with yellow light, and immediately the room was filled with the stench of death. Alright, Suzuki, the homeostasis seal. The youngest Uchiha pressed a green scroll into Inari's glove as he tried not to gag. With one hand at the small of his back, Inari lifted her patient with one hand and began wrapping the scroll around his upper body as she infused it with green healing chakra. This is the foundation, she said. Ontoba, keep a steady stream of chakra here, direct it into any particular organ if it starts to fail. Octopus, decay rate. 90 down to 62 on the upper layer and 50 down to 31 in the intact areas. Good. Suzuki, see what you can do for that ear, it's mostly vestigial, but we might get lucky. As Suzuki moved to Shivaki's head and began attempting to focus on the shell of an ear instead of the rest of the ruined Umbu's body, Inari raised one index finger, glowing blue with a micromolecular chakra scalpel. First incision, I'll restart his circulatory system and we'll get N4 into him. She lowered her finger but was blocked by a wall of glowing red armor and a glaring face mask from the head of the table. Apologies, said Shivaki, it's automatic, and in this case, suboptimal. Fuck you, Inari said to the Susanoo, extinguishing the scalpel and curling her fingers into a fist. Doctor, exclaimed Octopus in alarm, the armor is accelerating his decay. The intact areas are up to 65 now. Shivaki began to shed ash like a fire pit, creating a small, but growing ash dune in the corner of the room. I lost the ear, announced Suzuki, his face twisted in frustration. Prioritize his airways, said Ontoba, his voice amazingly still calm and his chakra flow steady. Inari rolled her shoulders. All right, dropping the formalities. Strength of 10,000 seal, opening, I'm going for a full rebuild. She punched down and the Susanoo shattered as the linoleum floor and the operating table grew a new spiderweb of cracks with an ominous creaking noise that was echoed in Shivaki. Ow. Good, muttered Inari. Nervous system's still working, so we've got that. Suzuki, hand the second seal to Octopus, he has hands free. I want it to the left of his heart. I stabbed my husband through the heart once, you know, said Indra. Did I ever tell you that? Everyone knows that story, Indra, said Inari as she wrenched open Shivaki's ribcage and Octopus's slender fingers placed the scroll right next to his heart, where it also began to glow green as the scroll dissolved. The younger Uchiha looked on with sick fascination as pulsing waves of green chakra emanated from Inari and Dr. Ontoba's hands in rhythmic intervals, becoming harmonized as both doctors adjusted the frequency. With each pulse, the dead muscle looked a little more active, the organs that had barely been twitching began to move with new life. Decay rate. Dropping like a rock, said Octopus, but now he's bleeding again. Set up the 4, Suzuki, and watch the ash. That's why I got a sword afterwards, Sarada, said Indra as one glazed eye passed over the bustling Suzuki's face. I had his heart in my hand, and it hurt me more than him. I'm Suzuki, said Suzuki carefully as he wrestled with tubing. You said Sarada was gone, uncle. Indra frowned. You can't be Suzuki. I'm Suzuki. At least, I know he's in my head somewhere. Pops up every once in a while. You're in there too, Inari. You Nkarama. He attempted to wink, but his facial muscles just rebelled against the attempt. That's nice, dear, said Inari. I'm rebuilding a man's limbic system. Okay, said Indra as he flopped his stump at the other operating table. Why are you working on him instead of me? I thought I was your favorite patient. You're insufferable, said Dr. Ontoba with irritation. Not to mention noisy. Dr. Inari, why did you sedate him this early? I prefer some light entertainment while I work, said Inari. All right, to the naked eye Shivaki looks human again, gentlemen, thoughts? He still has a huge hole in his chest, said Suzuki, paper white behind his mask as a pale, cracked, but much healthier arm rose and handed him several white bones. Tearing out my ribs, said Shivaki with disdain, was suboptimal. Oh, don't be such a baby, said Inari. I'll grow those back. Ribs do not grow back, said Dr. Ontoba. Naruto's can, said Indra, trying to be helpful. Anything less obvious. Octopus's eyes, which had been bulging white constantly, shrank and he looked away, blinking several times. Cellular regeneration inside him is beyond anything I've ever seen, and you've concentrated all the decay and excess cells in his stomach. I haven't seen damage like that even from the microscopic Aberrame beetles. How is he not in shock? I'm using the creation of all things, said Inari. It's a jutsu and some special chakra I stole from Armless's husband over there, learned how to make my own. Indra pouted. He gave it to you as a birthday present. Retroactively. He gave it to me retroactively, and only because Hag Oromo showed up in my lab and told me to stop synthesizing the raw material of creation. Dr. Ontoba cleared his throat and Sasuke tore his eyes away from the sight of Inari bringing his clanmate back to life. There's older scar tissue, ash, and dead cells collecting around this canyon in his chest. Inari's breathing, which had been steady throughout the procedure, had become harsher and she sagged for a moment before pushing herself back up using Shivaki's still intact ribs. Okay, closing the seal of 10,000, switching back to my regular chakra, and fixing some ribs before I face plant into the patient. Let him keep the scar tissue as a souvenir, because if I try to fix that, his body's so unstable he'll collapse into goo. Let's give this time to settle. As Dr. Ontoba watched with awe, and Octopus with professional respect, Inari drew her hands along the white sticks inside the now living man, smoothly pulling new white ossel growth from within the bone marrow. All hands, push these pieces of skin together and I'll seal him up. Last call, nobody forgets any surgical equipment, watches, or lunchboxes in there. Bewildered silence. Didn't think so. She gestured, and the three men grunted as they shoved half of Shivaki's body back into connection with the other half as the head surgeon pulled him together like she was zipping up a coat, placing her thumb on his forehead. All right, stand back for expulsion in 3, 2, 1. She pressed one chakra-covered hand down and as Shivaki fully awoke he turned and vomited a truly vile black sludge into the hazardous waste bucket at the head of the table. Oh gods, moaned Sasuke, that's disgusting. Which is why I wanted you in the room, Sasuke, said Inari calmly as she wiped her patient's mouth, dragged him onto a gurney, and wheeled him out of the room as Dr. Ontoba began to double-check his work on Indra. I figured that would be nasty and now you've seen pretty much the worst it can get, absent maggots. Maggots, echoed Sasuke. Yeah, parasites in general, but those are way less complicated than reviving someone who's already halfway to reanimation. Now, literally every other life-saving procedure you take part in is going to be easier and less gross than this. But I barely did anything, said Sasuke as he and Inari stripped out of their protective gear and replaced it with fresh equipment. You kept Shivaki's head alive while I worked on the rest of him. You know how long I had to work in the beginning to keep a fish alive? Months. Still, grumbled Sasuke, still shaken by the whole experience and trying his best to hide it. Still what? Asked Inari, who was trying to keep the edge of annoyance out of her voice. Sasuke shrugged. I don't know. Privately, Inari thought about the date going on 12 blocks to the east of Konoha's hospital and how Sasuke had been testy all morning. Indra had done a good job making Sasuke less of a single focus, solo ninja, but perhaps some of the moodiness was simply just because they were still dealing with a teenager. All right, she said instead as she and Sasuke swooped back into the operating room, where the other two doctors were staring grimly down at the ruined side of Indra's face. Anything new to report? He kept reporting infrequent itching in his eye socket, which could have several root causes. We've found it, said Dr. Ontoba, his hands moving through 6 hand signs to turn Indra's skin transparent. There's a shard of that white arrowhead substance laid right up against his ocular nerve. 3 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to spot it, because the nerve was camouflaging it from my scans. Conventional medical ninjutsu or technology would have had a difficult time finding it. So, what changed? Asked Inari, frowning at the shard of white which wriggled with every breath Indra took. It's been burrowing its way deeper into Indra's head all this time, millimeter by millimeter, said Octopus, moving upwards against gravity. The shards Dr. Ontober removed weren't doing that, but the arrows were still fresh. Perhaps a time-delayed jutsu. Inari sucked in air through her teeth. Hard to rule out anything when it comes to them, she said darkly. For an instant, Sasuke saw through the snappy, cheery face Inari put forward to the kernel of anger she nursed in her heart, so similar to his own. Suddenly, the idea of this woman pummeling the One-Tails into submission didn't seem so far-fetched. She breathed out, a slow, deliberate breath, and the moment passed as she bent over Indra's face. "All right," the Sand Ninja said as her fingers grabbed a pair of forceps. "Let's see what we can do." Gaizamaku Street, Kanahagakur. "This seems like a bad idea," said Sakura, as she cautiously peeked over the rooftop at the small cafe down below, where Naruto and Hinata were sitting. "We're not going down there," said Gaara below her, one eye closed as his sand spied on his fellow Jinchuriki for him. "They won't notice us." The pink-haired genin huffed in irritation. "There's 3 Hyuga clan members on this street pretending they're not doing the exact same thing we are, and they have telescopic X-ray vision. They've absolutely seen us, even if Hinata and Naruto haven't." "Ah," said Gaara and was silent as below, Naruto told some joke that made Hinata give a nervous half-smile. Her usual pale complexion kept dipping into red hues as she looked at Naruto, and Sakura wasn't surprised to see that Naruto hadn't commented on it. "I heard you attempted a similar date with my sister," said Gaara, and Sakura's head whipped around to stare at him, but the Jinchuriki had an excellent poker face. "Oh, Sage, she told you." She was quite distraught over the entire affair, "but I am pleased to see you have found an equilibrium." Sakura had the good manners to inch back down the incline of the roof, looking slightly guilty. "How's her hairstyle?" "She has suitably modified it, but Kankuro and I found it very amusing, so you needn't fear our wrath on the matter." "I already don't," said Sakura nonchalantly, and was surprised when Gaara opened both his eyes to stare at her with confusion. "You are unbothered by the fact I am the Jinchuriki of the Shukaku. The Nine-Tails inside Naruto comes by every once in a while to chat with me when I'm asleep, so not really. You're much less scary than he is, even if your Shukaku hasn't been chatty." Gaara flexed his hand and stared at it as memories of Shukaku's tactile involvement crossed his mind, mostly involving pilfered alcohol and well-endowed women. "I do not think he would have the same respect for you as the Kyuubi. It's not so much respect as curiosity ith. "Oh crap," said Naruto, and both genin scrabbled up the roof again to see Hinata pulling up the sleeves of her thick white hoodie with a scandalized expression, baring her arms to Naruto, who looked relieved and apologetic in equal measure. "Listen, I didn't mean to insult you, or your dad, who I'm sure is a really nice guy "Well, you did," said Hinata, her expression unreadable from the rooftop, but her tense posture was clear even beneath the concealing layers of the hoodie. "My father has high expectations for us all, and his training was harsh, but it was certainly not abusive. Do you think I would have left my little sister in his care otherwise?" Several of the other patrons were looking around and, aware they were on the verge of causing a scene, Hinata wrenched her sleeves down and sat with a sudden silence that had Naruto stammering several half-formed sentences before he succumbed to the inevitable and closed his mouth. "I do not understand," said Gaara with a frown as Sakura's mind took the pieces she'd heard and extrapolated, before she slid back down the rooftop and covered her face with her hands. "Hinata's wearing what is normally a winter coat in the middle of the summer," said Sakura patiently, "which means she's willing to bear the discomfort to avoid someone else seeing her without it." "That seems unwise," said Gaara dryly as he pulled a water gourd from his robes and drank deeply. "The why of it doesn't matter, because Naruto, that well-meaning dunderhead, connected the wrong dots," sighed Sakura. "He grew up in the Red Lantern district around plenty of ladies of the evening who had it rougher than he did, if you catch my drift, so when he sees a girl hiding her arms and torso, he thinks it's the same kind of situation." Gaara was silent for several seconds, then his expression cleared, the love kanji on his forehead returning to legibility. "I see, that is most unfortunate." Sakura peeked over the roof again and muttered one of the less charitable curses she'd heard Teiwa use. "They already ordered, but the food isn't here, that's like the worst possible moment. Now either Hinata leaves and sticks Naruto with the check, vice versa, or they both tough it out and make things even more awkward." Gaara followed her gaze and his black-ringed eyes widened as Naruto stopped writhing in the face of Hinata's stony displeasure to settle into vacant stillness. He is communing with your Ninetales. He's not my Ninetales, retorted Sakura before Iner parsed the full meaning of the statement, and she turned as pale white as Hinata, who was now looking at Naruto with genuine confusion. What do we do? I do not think there is anything we can do, said Gaara as three men with black hair and pale skin began to drift towards the restaurant as Naruto leaned forward and began speaking again, his body language more lively than usual. Everything I can think of produces negative outcomes. Sakura slid back down the roof and dropped down to the street before Gaara's sand bound her legs to the packed earth. I can't just sit here and watch dash. Then we should leave, said Gaara. Naruto Uzumaki must resolve this on his own. From what I have seen, knowledge of our presence would only increase his suffering. The Konoha Genin hit Gaara with a Chapter 2 ocean-focused genjutsu as well as seasickness, but while he reeled to the side and leaned on the alley wall, his sand still did not let go of Sakura's feet. Finally, he broke free of the genjutsu as the commotion on the other street began to ramp up. Let us go. Sakura slumped, fine. But I feel so bad for him. Naruto Uzumaki is a resilient one, said Gaara, awkwardly patting Sakura's shoulder the way his siblings sometimes did for him. I am sure he will endure this as well. Well, said Naruto as he threw a rock into the center of the Uchiha Koi pond, at least all our dates were horrible failures, so nobody feels left out. Speak for yourself, said Sasuke as his chicken-sized summon, Garuda glared with one golden hawk eye at the plump, tasty koi. I think mine was an incredible success. You spent 2.5 hours telling Ino absolutely every worry and trouble that was on your mind until she staggered off, said Sakura as she picked at the grass. How was that a success? If she ever speaks to you again, it'll be a sage-sent miracle. Exactly, crowed Sasuke. I've confirmed that I have no interest in girls, so now that she's not going to be obsessing over me, we can both move on with our lives and she can date you. The others turned to stare at him, shock, confusion, and growing incredulity running across their faces while Sakura's eyebrows came together, and Naruto's smile grew. Run that by me again, said Sakura in a voice that was far too calm for the expression she wore. Their teammate looked at Sakura's crossed arms and Naruto's expectant grin. No, he said. I sense I've made a mistake of some kind. Commit to it then, said Naruto, some of his cheer restored at this new opportunity to poke at Sasuke, who turned away in search of reinforcements. Absolutely not. Besides, here comes Karin. Perhaps she can offer better advice. The redhead had finished speaking with Indra, who was sitting on the porch, bandages wrapped around his head once more as he examined several scrolls marked with Konoha's clan seals. With a nod, he handed them back to Karin unopened and gestured in his genin's direction. Hey Karin, said Naruto. We were wondering if Karin pulled her golden necklace out from her shirt and cleared her throat meaningfully as her cousin closed his mouth so fast his teeth clacked. However, Sakura noticed that he was still smiling, despite the seriousness of Karin's expression as she squared her shoulders and looked down at them. Sasuke Uchiha, she said. You've taken a salt-sworn blood oath and vowed to defend, restore, and seek vengeance for the Uchiha, Uzumaki, and Harano clans. Correct. Sasuke stood up as the grass Sakura had dropped down, his high collar tickled at his back, and he had to fight to keep a straight face. I have, he said cautiously, and Naruto can tell you I meant every word of it. Some of the fear dissipated around Karin and Naruto felt the fox inside him rouse itself, bringing its gaze to bear on Karin as she continued. The Leaf Village failed to protect our clans, stole away our children for the good of their national interest and naked greed. That affront will stand no longer. She brought the golden spiral of her necklace to Sasuke's eye level, letting the gold catch his eye. I am Karin Uzumaki, heir to the coral throne of Uzushio. 2 weeks from now, when I stand before the remains of my clan, I will begin to restore what was taken from us both. Will you stand with me, as I attempt to build something better than this system which has failed us? She held out her hand as behind her, Indra crossed his fingers. His younger self smiled and shook her hand, clasping her forearm in the manner of the ancient Uchiha. Of course, I will. Actually, I'm looking forward to it. Karen embraced him as soon as the handshake was finished, jumping up and down on the spot as Sasuke stood there awkwardly. "Oh, this is gonna be great." "This sounds like a great idea," said Sasuke over several cheers, "but why were you so formal about it? That doesn't really seem like your style." Karen stepped back, digging in her bag to produce the scrolls she'd shown Indra. "Well, you are the Uchiha clan head, so even if you are my friend, I wanted to do this, by the book, even if there's not really a book Sakura and I could find about what we needed to re-find a hidden village. Now, we're in the preliminary stages of setting up an expedition, but here's what I managed to borrow, bribe, and guilt-trip Konoha's other clans into providing us." The next several weeks saw Team 7 regularly sparring with Suna's Team 2, party planning for the Uzumaki reunion, and going about their lives in a kind of taut anticipation. Even Sakura, who wasn't dealing with clan problems, felt glad Indra had blocked them from the Chunin exams since she was still going over the second Hokage's many notes on governance structure and having semi-regular lunches with Temari. Of course, a Konoha Genin team hanging around the Kazekige's children brought them all no small amount of attention, especially when that team had arrived in the Leaf 3 full weeks ahead of the exams. At one point, when Naruto and Temari were comparing small wind jutsu, Shikamaru and his father had accidentally overheard and stuck around. Of course, Naruto's warm introduction and Temari's incisive commentary soon had her and Shikamaru trading barbs over a shogi board. The initially icy reception Naruto had received from Hinata was proof that he could make mistakes, but when he kept wandering over and striking up conversation with Kiba and Shino, the Hyuga heiress gradually melted back into her slightly awkward phrase, though she was still more assertive than before. For the Konoha 12, that could only be counted as a plus. Kurene's Team 8 wasn't going to be competing, though Asuma's Inoshikacho sequel team and Might Guy's Team 10 from the Konoha 12 were looking forward to the challenge. Sasuke caught his uncle and Inari exchanging preposterous sums of money. Something about the likelihood of Rock Lee, of all people, sweeping the finals. Sasuke didn't see how a pure taijutsu specialist would be able to have enough tricks to compete against someone like Gaara, only for Indra to mutter something about a lion's barrage that had Inari gasping for breath with laughter. Gradually, ninja teams from all over began to trickle into Konoha, and Indra suddenly became much busier with paperwork. Konoha's bureaucracy strained to perform business as usual without the single decision point of the Hokage as final arbiter. The teams from Hot Springs all wanted to bunk together, the teams from Grass wanted preferential seating for their sponsors near the cage, the blasted commoners from all over the continent were clogging the gambling parlors and the drunk tanks. It was a raucous, barely contained, madhouse of humanity, and for once, Indra simply stood in the middle of Konoha's streets and closed his eye, letting the sound wash over him. This was what he, Inari, and Kurama were fighting for. A world where people laughed, drank, cheated at dice, ate fried squid with greasy fingers, and shouted at friends to check out this moron standing in the road. Ah! Indra stepped to the side, sweeping his hand out in a gesture of welcome as a small collection of waterfall ninja strode past, shouting to one another over the dense crowds. "Hey, Fu, come check this out." Idly, Indra weaved his way through the crowd back in the direction of Hosengo's grill, where Inoichi, Kakashi, Iruka, and Inari awaited him. A girl with turquoise hair named Fu, and Inoichi's nephew Fu with orange. They'd make a neat set. Since they weren't taking part, the first two sections of the exams blew past on a breeze for Indra's team as Sakura moved from the debilitating Chapter 2 genjutsu of Kakashi's book into the more complex Chapter 3 alterations. Sasuke was spending time at Konoha's hospital, learning to treat everything from glass shards from a bar fight to allergenic shock from peanut sauce, while Naruto spent every spare moment testing seal combinations and suffering the Kyuubi's grumbling as he healed from the after effects. As the Chunin exam finals rolled around, the Uzumaki at last began to approach the Uchiha district in ones and twos. Hikaru Uzumaki was young, a second-generation survivor living alone in Tea Country as a server, and had no conception of what the Uzumaki name meant. She was 5 months pregnant at 22, and when a gold feather hawk landed on her windowsill with an implicit offer of support from a rich Konoha clan, she jumped at the opportunity. Wenzaku and Dosu let her into the Uchiha district with directions to the clan head's house. Indra and Karen welcomed her with all the warmth, tea, and promises of support they could produce. Hameka Uzumaki was a merchant, a locksmith, an itinerant traveler with lively green eyes, a talkative manner, and hands that had a tendency to acquire small objects of possible value for his 6-year-old daughter Kiyomizu. Karen had been inclined to look the other way, but the third time she'd reached for the salt shaker only to find it missing, she'd sternly told the middle-aged man to cut it out before one of the ninjas in the house cut off a finger. To her relief, he'd taken the hint, especially when Karen had promised to supply him with enough money to turn his peddling services into something more substantial involving trade routes. Etsumi was an androgynous Uzumaki who knocked politely, handed over the letter Indra had sent, and had departed for the nearest bar, where they quickly drank the competing men under the table, matching Tsunade Senju shot for shot well into the wee hours of the morning. The slug princess, half Uzumaki herself, had slipped into Konoha the day before the Chunin exam finals under an assumed name and promptly been busted the moment she entered the gambling parlors after half a dozen people tried to collect money from her. Once they'd picked themselves out of the craters in the street, Tsunade had lost 200,000 yen and won twice as much, a fact which perturbed her extremely. She then led the third Hokage, 2 Umbu squads, and Choza Akimichi on a spirited game of hide-and-get-fucked across the village as they attempted to convince her to return to Konoha on a more permanent basis. Dojin Hakare had taken his wife's name and was quite content living on his small farm in the middle of Fire Country growing his thick brown beard and turnips, but she'd been more curious about this family gathering than he was. His grandmother, a truly ancient old crone named Yuahana, was only slightly less weathered than the first Hokage ironwood trees and had horrible arthritis that Suzuki had offered to try and heal, but she declined. Nami and Anoka were 2 Uzumaki who'd met on the road and arrived together, still chatting amiably, and described their adventures to Karen and Naruto with the excitement of true storytellers. Nami was a silver-haired cloud shinobi who'd been assigned to a border post at 18, forgotten about for 7 years, and then marked as dead when the mountain god Boar demolished the post last year. Since then, she'd been wandering the world and had met Anoka, who was en route to Konoha for a meeting Nami had eagerly joined. They had avoided using their family names until Naruto and Karen had cheerfully introduced themselves as Uzumaki, and both women seemed to relax somewhat at hearing their clan's name spoken out loud and with cheerful, fierce pride. Anoka had mentioned she was part of experiments meant to create the ultimate summoning creature, a project that had Suzuki's Garuda sternly informing her in a chirping voice that it was a foolish idea for foolish, blind humans. Last to arrive was a heavily scarred woman in mismatched armor and flak jacket pieces stitched together from half a dozen ninja forces and carrying 2 hand axes that glowed with sealing scripture etched along their faces. This was Meiho, and while she repeatedly said she was only here as bodyguard to a noble from the land of water, her graying hair still had a few strands of red in it. Like Indra, she mostly lurked in the background of Uzumaki family discussions, only occasionally interjecting with a short story about a job she'd had in the area, or a particularly good meal. The Uchiha Kanhead's house was packed, and Indra had relinquished the master bedroom to the pregnant Hikaru Uzumaki and Dojin's family, who packed together with far less fuss than he'd expected. Meiho was sleeping under the tree next to the koi pond, claiming she was more comfortable in nature, and Hameki and Hokina had pooled their funds to rent a room. Karen had decamped to Yugo's home, taking his offer of a spare bedroom with gratitude as she nursed a headache born of both stressful anticipation and the sheer volume of so many Uzumaki. Suzuki and Naruto were sharing a room while Indra was sleeping on the roof. This was where Indra was at 5 o'clock in the morning, staring at the point where the sun would rise, when a small disturbance at the front gate of the district caused the skin on the back of his neck to prickle. He arrived to find Tsunade being miserably sick all over the foot of the Torii gate as Shizune attempted to get her mistress vertical, and the girl shot Indra a look of sheer terror as he landed in the road with a puff of dust. "Oh Sage, I'm so sorry about this, It's fine," said Indra in a voice more suited to soothing wild deer. "We're close enough to the Red Lamp district, this isn't an uncommon occurrence." He tapped the Torii gate and the barriers eased away. "Tsunade-san, how mobile are you?" The last of the Senju spat into the dust and wiped her mouth with a grimace. "I'm fine," she said in a wobbly voice. "Just no jumping." Indra waited for the two women to walk past the Torii gate and felt a silent hum as the warding seals reactivated. They turned and walked for several feet in the direction of the clan head's house before Shizune spoke. "You're Indra Uchiha, correct? We've heard some interesting things about you, interesting enough that Tsunade was willing to sneak into the village to confirm some of them." "I'm assuming you received my letter then," said Indra. It should have answered at least some of your questions. Some, said Tsunade, not enough for me to feel entirely comfortable standing on an empty street with an Uchiha at this hour. That's your uncle talking, said Indra. But if you're up to it, I can answer your questions over a bottle of excellent whiskey, or an early breakfast. Both, said Tsunade, and the prospect of food and more drink steadied her steps as she ceased to lean on her student, who was protesting in a fierce whisper. Milady, you can't just. I'll be sure to have her eat before we open the whiskey, said Indra calmly. And since 2 ninja wars and an army of Yakuza haven't killed Tsunade of the Sunin, I suspect her liver won't either. Hardest working liver in the 5 great nations, groaned the slug princess with a grin. Most of the minor ones too. Shizun, long used to her master's ways, if not often approving, recognized a losing battle and fell silent, glaring in disapproval as Indra walked on. You've been avoiding me, he said. Avoiding us, rather. So why show up this morning, in such a state? Liquid courage, said Tsunade with a bitter laugh. I knew this conversation was gonna suck, so I figured, best to have it drunk so the memory won't stick. Then the night got away from me. Indra nodded. You came, though, he said with approval. From what my ex-wife said, I wasn't sure you would. That sand girl doing charity work in Konoha's hospitals? Never met her in my life. That you remember, said Indra, taking advantage of his target's inebriation and oncoming hangover. You and I are both older than we look, and you've lost enough nights to the bottle that a Sunanin with clever hands and quiet words could fall between the floorboards of your memory pretty easily, I suspect. No offense to you, Lady Shizun. Indeed, the kimono-clad woman behind him had bristled at his words, her chakra rising in her hands, doubtless finding the senbon Indra remembered she'd kept hidden on her person at all times. Tsunade's laugh stopped her short. Spoken like someone who's quite familiar with both. But yes, my memory isn't what it used to be, and she's quite good, from what I hear. You're the reason I came back, you and the kids. He gestured for her to continue and she did. You're like me. A prominent clan the village chewed up and spat back out, barely enough members left to count on one hand, sacrificed to the prosperity of the whole rotten shit show. The village and that stupid will of fire. But you came back. Why? The group finally reached the Uchiha clan head's house, dark and sleeping, so Indra leaned on the fence as Shizun guided Tsunade to do the same. When I was younger, I hated this village, said Indra, peeling back layers of his false personality to mine Sasuke Uchiha's memories. I wanted to burn it to the ground for what it had done to my clan, reform the whole shinobi system and make myself the target of its hate. Let them all come after me, so they'd stop killing each other. But my husband showed me a better path. You mentioned him in your letter, mumbled Tsunade. The Uzumaki who made you want to put all this together in his memory. But I'm still not seeing that whiskey. Indra resisted the urge to knead his forehead and formed a shadow clone in 2 hand signs in a puff of smoke. Shizun-san, my clone will direct you, could you please help him prepare breakfast for us? Your mistress and I will be continuing our discussion on the roof. With whiskey, he added. Shizun hesitated as Indra slipped into his own bedroom window, silently opening the drawer that held his encrypted parenting books and the bottle of booze. With a momentary glance to confirm all the civilian Uzumaki were still asleep, he used a shunshin to slip onto the roof, where Tsunade was looking over the edge with a queasy expression on her face. You didn't actually answer my question, she said as she dry-heaved in the direction of the bushes below. Why you came back? The village is a construct, said Indra. Temporary, fallible, destructive, like all things wrought by man. But the people it protects? They are worth fighting for. And I could not in good conscience allow Sasuke Uchiha, then Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Karen Uzumaki, to be ground to bits in a ninja system that sees them as tools or weapons of war. Your team's been hitting every 2-bit Yakuza outfit and gang I owe money to from here to T-Country, said Tsunade, sitting back onto the roof and tugging off her green jacket with irritation. Indra copied the move and rolled up his cloak to form a makeshift pillow. Don't tell me you haven't taught them how to be killers. Indra unscrewed the bottle and took a slow, deliberate sip as Tsunade's eyes sparkled. He felt a twinge of guilt for playing on her addiction but crushed it ruthlessly. I'd wondered if you'd noticed that, he admitted. My little incentive to get you to come, courtesy of Madame Zhuo. For the kids, I'd hoped to avoid that lesson about murder for as long as possible, but a platoon of stone ninja forced my hand. My only priority has always been to keep them safe, no matter which path in life they choose to travel. Sound familiar? The Senju princess sighed in acknowledgement of a point scored and leaned back into the curve of the rooftop as the sky began to brighten in the east. I'd never intended for my arrangement with Shizun to become permanent. It was just, try to keep her safe, keep her away from Konoha's grasping fingers. Then you wake up one day, she's a young woman, and you wonder where the years have gone, said Indra, passing her the bottle. Sterilize your mouth, I don't want puke breath when I take the next sip. Tsunade gave him the finger, but her mouth buzzed with green chakra anyway. They both breathed in as the smell of greasy eggs, potatoes, and frying fish came from the chimney behind them. So why did you come? Asked Indra as the Sunin took a deep pull from the bottle. Curiosity, apathy, greed, said Tsunade, shrugging. My mother had stories of Uzushio, and I visited once or twice when I was very young, but it's been gone a long time. Memories are dim, but it was a beautiful city. Colorful flags above the streets, rowing or walking across Uzubei to the fish markets, climbing the Chachin clan's watchtower to watch the sunset. If nothing else, I'd hoped I could wallow in those memories before they're gone for good. Plus, there's always good betting in the Chunin exams from rich suckers even more gullible than me. Indra laughed as he took the bottle back from her outstretched hand and surreptitiously made sure she hadn't poisoned it. All good reasons. Will you be there later today? Karen Uzumaki has quite a surprise in store, one you'll want to be sober enough to remember. Plus, it might be last minute, but I'm keeping my fingers crossed a mutual acquaintance will show. It's too late, or, fuck, too early for teasing, griped Tsunade. Who are you hoping will come? Spymaster of the Hidden Rain, said Indra as he took another sip and screwed the lid back on, setting the bottle out of reach of Tsunade's grabby hands. Either she's sleeping with an Uzumaki, or she wants to. Plus, the professional interest bit. Spies and shadows, spat the Sunin, uttering several vile oaths in Fire Country's common dialect and adding a few more local variations from the land of the stars for good measure. That's why I told Jiraiya to go fuck one of his toads when he popped up a few weeks ago, that odious little pustule. Him and Shimura Danzo go way back. Never thought they'd be as thick as thieves, but hey, another one of life's many disappointments. That, Indra did not know. From his Naruto's glowing commentary on Konoha's former, now current, spymaster, he'd assumed the Toad Sage had been against Danzo, but even while plastered, Tsunade's intuition was razor sharp. He made a non-committal noise as Shizun and his clone wandered outside, bearing steaming plates of food which wouldn't have been out of place at a greasy spoon diner. Silver lining, your old master finally got the necessary Viagra to throw Danzo in a cell and forget about the key. Tore through his foundation to do so, so that's well and truly uprooted now. The Senju groaned as her student and Indra's clone jumped up to join them. An Uchiha with a sense of humor, and a shitty one at that. No wonder you were the black sheep of your family. Indra took his plate from the clone as it dispelled and dug in, bracing the plate across his knees and anchoring it with chakra. I blame my husband for most things, he said. Especially that. Where's he? Asked Tsunade through a mouthful of eggs and chopsticks, her tone indicating she already knew the answer. Dead, said Indra, and no matter how often he thought he'd accepted it, the old ache still flared anew every time, painfully sharp in its fresh exposure. The sight of his Naruto aging before his eyes as he poured his life force into the seal that would save them, the hope on his face as Sarada sent first Sakura, then Sasuke to an uncertain past and an equally uncertain future. It should have been him. Indra set that thought on fire with Amaterasu and sealed it into a planetary devastation for good measure as he devoured the breakfast Shizun and his clone had prepared, his mind drifting between what was and what could be. Finally, he swallowed and spoke. You have no reason to support the Leaf Village. I'm only riding that headband as far as it will take the children. The fools desperate enough to make you Hokage are blinded by the Tsunade they want instead of the Tsunade who's here in front of them. All I'm asking is for you to come to the party today, ransack every bottle of ancient Uchiha liquor in the memory of Tobirama and see what the next generation's going to try and do. You think it'll be any better than the shit show we have now? Tsunade's bitterness almost curdled the remaining eggs on her plate. Just the same mistakes in new clothes. Maybe. Probably, Indra conceded. But the gods throw just enough surprises at jaded old fools like us to keep life interesting. To keep us in the game. Damn bastards, snarled Tsunade with sudden fury, flinging her now empty plate across the Uchiha district, where it shattered on some distant rooftop. They refused to leave me alone and I had to give them the head of a particularly ugly ONI just to shut them up. Below them, the sounds of the Uzumaki Uchiha household waking up began to pass through the house and Indra stood up, pulling his cloak free from behind his head as Tsunade, her vitriol spent, began to doze off in Shizun's lap. Here, he offered the cloak to Shizun, who looked back at him with suspicion. Neither of you are moving anytime soon and she'll want to sleep for as long as possible. Indra peered closer and cocked his head. When was the last time you slept? The young woman with deep bags under her eyes avoided his gaze. Can't say. I'm used to my lady's sleeping habits by now. Indra grunted and handed over his cloak. Here. This'll help. Now both of you, get under that and get some sleep. If you can drag her to the other side of the roof you should have an additional hour's worth of shade after 8 before the sun hits you. 2 hours if the clouds are kind. I'll wake you before the party starts, so you have enough time to arrive a little more presentable than you are now. Shizun stroked her mistress's hair, blushed, and looked anywhere but at Indra, who ignored the entire thing. If you need anything, just yell. There's enough Exumbu around here that people sleeping on rooftops isn't too unusual. Good night. Indra stepped off the curved rooftop and landed in the garden, where he set the bottle of whiskey, now half empty, before the semi-lucid Meiho. I'm bribing you, I was never here, he said with a twinkle in his remaining eye. The mercenary Uzumaki snuggled the bottle into her breastbone like a favorite teddy bear and nodded. Indra swept back inside his house, now stuffed to the gills with living people, and dozed off on the sofa before being woken up half an hour later by Naruto landing on his stomach. You're nervous, said Kankuro as he worked a screwdriver into Crow's left arm joint. Father's here, and our performance will reflect upon Mother's tutelage in front of an international audience, said Gaara, who was leaning on the balcony of the stadium, watching the crowd as Inari gave him a thumbs up from her seat nearby. I am not made of stone, so yes. You and Uzumaki have been battering each other across that training ground for weeks, plus the Genjutsu girl, soothed his brother. You'll do fine. Any idea where Temari disappeared to? Attending to her side project with Harano and, Gaara's jaw twitched as he sought her companion's name. The girl with the strings. Yeah, Kaibanka, said Kankuro with sudden recognition. She and I were in the same chakra manipulation course, since puppetry and her strings are so similar. She didn't deserve to get knocked out in the forest like that. And now, she'll be sitting next to Sakura Harano, on a date, eating popcorn, said Gaara with no small amount of bemusement. Watching me fight for Tsunagakuer and Inari-sensei's honor. Deep breaths Gaara, said Temari as she strode onto the balcony, stretching her hands above her head and grinning like a cat who'd eaten all the cream. I don't have any elaborate political scheme riding on your fight and if Dad did, then who cares? All you can do is react to whatever the Shadow Kid throws at you. Gaara's raccoon-ringed eyes narrowed. You like him, don't you? No, protested Temari unconvincingly as an older grass ninja in a Jinxai hat and long black hair sidled up and began chatting with the masked rain genin who'd also made it to the finals, a paper flower nestled above their goggles. On their other side, Shikamaru, Niji, and Rock Lee were engaged in conversation of their own, and they all looked up as several figures strode out onto the balcony of the stadium to roars from the crowd. Look, said Temari with the relief of the paroled, there's Dad now. I'm impressed Raza, said the third Hokage, waving to the crowd as he sat down with Genma at his right hand. All 3 of your children made it to the finals. They look like exceptional shinobi. My thanks, Hiruzen, said Raza, waving as well and sitting as Baki took up a similar position next to Genma. Gaara has been a disappointment, but I have high hopes for Temari. Your Nara boy shows promise as well, though I can say many of the other nobles from the Land of Wind were disappointed the Uchiha couldn't join us. There was a great deal of hope the new one, Indra, would make an appearance as well. I've met him, said Dojiro Kato as the Kusakage sat down on Hiruzen's other side, followed by a silver-haired shinobi with bandages on his face. He's adept, make no mistake, but the so-called Black Hand is getting a bit too much attention. Your little showcase along the road with that fellow in the red armor was hardly subtle. My specialist doesn't brag, said Raza with disdain. Such petty things are for the ninja of lesser countries who have something to prove. The Kusakage didn't rise to the bait as Hiruzen allowed a wry chuckle and lit his pipe, glad this was the last session of political sniping he'd have to sit through wearing the hat. Good thing then, we all have at least one ninja in these finals to cheer for. Now, the third Hokage stood up and flashed through several hand signs to augment his voice. Let the finals for the Chunin exams begin. Stalling, squawked the crow with undisguised glee. Attack is stalling. 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 Stalling, chided the flock around Itaki as their fellows swooped in from where they'd been circling the village in pairs, unobtrusive and perfectly normal as they glided through Konoha's barriers without a whisper. Their contracted Uchiha sat impassively on a hillside as he fed them corn and waited. It's patience and forethought, said the rogue Itaki. Not stalling. Beside him, the 6'4" Kisame Hoshigaki gave Itaki an equally amused but pointier grin. Your birds are right, he said. It's not like the Uchiha district has moved since you killed everyone inside it, right? Well, almost everyone. Someone changed the barrier seals, muttered Itaki with displeasure. That may be troublesome, but a minor delay on exfiltration at most. What worries me is Tsunade Senju. She's passed out drunk on the roof of, a moment's hesitation, my former home. A kunoichi of her reputation is not one to be tangled with lightly. Please, she's long past her prime, and a drunken wretch to boot. Even if she does try to fight us, a hangover will just make your genjutsu hit harder, right? Or at least give me an opening for something long and pointy to grind her with. A rogue ninja of Itaka's caliber and reputation did not sigh in exasperation, but he came close. Very well. Have your fun. I will attend to the inconvenience who has attached himself to the Uchiha name. He stood up and the air around him seemed to sharpen as his focus narrowed to the visible houses in the distance. Kauko, my ash crows. The birds all turned and looked at him expectantly as Itaka stored the bag of corn inside the folds of his robe. Go, be my eyes and ears. Find the lineage and summoning scrolls that belong to me. I want them back. You mean the scrolls you stole? Asked Kauko, the flock's spokescrow asked. He called himself Snuggly, but Itaka was not using that name within earshot of anyone wearing red clouds, so Kauko it was. But Indra stole them from you, so technically, they are my scrolls, said Itaka with deliberate calmness. The Uchiha clan's destiny is in my hands alone. Find them, Kauko. If you encounter the Gold Feather Hawks, you have my permission to engage. The crow waved a lazy salute and flapped upwards. Sure, thing boss. All right, your featherheads. We've got shinies to find, so look alive. The crows winged their way towards Konoha, cries of, shiny, shiny, fading into the distance as Itaka, his blood up at last, bounded down the hill at speed, Kisame, and his sword close behind and hungry for blood. So that fear never goes away, asked Hakama Uzumaki as he and Indra watched Karen, Iruka, and Naruto attempting to sketch out a family tree based on the Uzumaki present while Kiyomizu bounced around them like a living pinball of childish energy and the ancient Uahana disapproved but drew seashell and wave patterns along the border of the parchment with gnarled fingers. For your daughter. Indra considered the question. Once the Ishiki scare and the debacle with Kara had been cleared, then the other debacle with his divorce, Sarada had been strong enough to protect herself, and later be appointed Hokage. It lessens, as she gets stronger, more self-assured, and finds her place in the world. But it never truly goes away. Someone will knock on your door at an ungodly hour and your first thought will be, is she alright? I try not to think like that, said Hakama as he sipped the ancient vintage of sake Karen and Sasuke had dug up from the Uchiha's basement. Look at Uahana there, living in fear never did nobody any good. Congratulations on having a happier childhood than me, said Indra lightly. I don't know if I'm the best person to go to for parenting advice though. Your kids seem to be doing alright, slurred Hakama, his cheeks growing ruddy. Look at them. Shining stars, they are. Man, this is good sake. I will leave you to it then. Indra used the merchant thief's shoulder to push himself up and swallowed the water he'd been pouring down his throat all morning, moving around the room as his eye glowed red, preserving the scene in his memory. His Naruto had once told him that an eye with perfect recollection should capture happy memories too, and Indra felt his vision grow slightly misty as the happiness in the room threatened to overwhelm him. Etsumi, Nami, and Meiho were in a corner with 2 bottles between them, the androgynous Uzumaki telling a story about a hot springs chinin she'd dated, his roasted duck, and exchange rates at restaurants to uproarious laughter. Nami followed with a story Indra only caught half of, something about mountaintop sex, and wiped his remaining eye. Youth, at least, was not wasted on the young in this case. A knock at the door had Indra sliding between the pregnant Hikaru, who'd taken his place next to Hameka as Kakashi listened politely, and Sasuke, who was standing in the middle of everything with a drink and a slightly stunned expression. Indra knew that look and tapped his younger self on the shoulder. That's probably Inari, or maybe Sakura at the door. Let's talk with her outside, catch a breather. Sasuke looked grateful and followed in his uncle's wake as Indra opened the door. Hello, said an orange-haired man with facial piercings and a black robe. This is the Uzumaki reunion, correct? It was a credit to Indra's supreme self-control and natural stoicism that his initial response was merely to blink and swing the door closed behind him. Yes, he managed as Pain produced a familiar, but very weathered envelope from his cloak. I expected Konan to come, not you. Then you know less of me than I had feared, said Yahiko's corpse in a deep voice. And I know more of you, which makes this meeting one of equals. Sasuke was eyeing the man with suspicion, since Pain's plentiful facial piercings and purple-ringed eyes were rather distinctive. Who are you? I am Tendo, said Pain, offering a hand which Sasuke shook. Your uncle is under the impression I am related to the Uzumaki clan and provided this letter to such a reunion. I had my suspicions about the nature of this event, but, he trailed off as a spike of laughter and the shriek of children from inside the house could be heard through the door, so foreign to the house of the Uchiha's memories. I am pleased to be mistaken. He turned and looked back at the street, which was packed with people, a festive atmosphere suffusing the district and the entire village as the Chunin exam finals made even the durest former root teenager eagerly gather for the event. 6 houses down, someone had brought several boxy televisions out onto the front lawn as sound teenagers squabbled with their Jonin instructors for good views. Kara Abarame's slight frame was perched on top of her massive beetle and Zuka was leaning on her as he spoke with Togir, the dampening collar on his neck ever active. Indra turned back just in time to see the small smile on Tendo Pain's face before it returned to seriousness once more. This is good, he said, but before I enter your home, Sasuke and Indra Uchiha, you must explain the knowledge you think you have of my origins. Swear upon the sage whose eyes you bear, said Indra with equal weight in his words, that you will not raise an unprovoked hand against anyone while you are in this village. Sasuke was looking back and forth between the 2 men, his hand slowly opening the door, ready to sound the alarm or draw the scalpel strapped to his inner thigh. Uncle. Be at peace, said Tendo Pain. I swear upon the Sage of 6 Paths that my mission is one of diplomacy and curiosity alone today. Now, the air became heavy as Indra and Sasuke felt Nagato's will and focus pile upon them, Tendo's ability making their limbs heavy, their breathing ever so slightly more labored. Your answers. Your mother's name was Fuzu Uzumaki, said Indra quietly. Though she did not say her clan's name, evidently. The name caused naked shock to blossom on Tendo's face and the pressure on them vanished as he took a single step back. Indra continued, parsing his words to the leader of the Akatsuki carefully, but letting the blows land heavily. The eye I lost once saw a scroll, far from here and in great peril, which told of Uzumaki both living and dead. Most, your mother included, were the latter, and I recognized your full name below hers. I discovered more on my own travels, but lineage scrolls, as Sasuke knows, are powerful things, with strong sealing jutsu. His younger self nodded, joining the conversation as Tendo absorbed this in silence, still clearly struggling to find his equilibrium. The lineage scrolls don't lie. They helped me find members of my family I didn't know existed, and now they've helped do the same for you. He opened the door and the purple eyes of the Rinnegan took in the raucous scene as Karen flipped over the living room couch to a smattering of applause and marched up to them. What's keeping you guys? Who's this? She eyed the flabbergasted corpse up and down. Nice eyes, the purple works with your hair. Thank you, said Pain's representative as Indra fought to keep a smirk off his face and Sasuke showed no such reservations. I am Tendo, one of the Uzumaki apparently, and I understand I have you and Indra Uchiha to thank for this gathering. Karen grabbed his hand, pumped it once through his robe, and dragged the unresisting man through the hallway to join the celebration. Nice. I'm Karen, you'll learn more about me in a bit. Want anything to drink? We've got 3 kinds of sake, orange juice, tea, water, and Indra spent like half the morning cooking with Hikaru, there, and Dojin, over there. Everybody except the Uchiha is Uzumaki, so don't be shy. Here, we can add you to the new lineage scroll we're trying to put together, but it's pretty basic so far. The door closed behind them and Sasuke turned to his uncle, a stubborn expression on his face. Explain. Indra held up one finger. Just as soon as I get my brain back in order. Sasuke waited until Indra lowered his hand and began to speak. So, remember how I told you that girl with the blue hair might show? The spy from the Rain Village that you absolutely didn't have sex with. Tough to forget, said Sasuke with a slightly judgmental expression as Indra nodded. I expected her to show up as a proxy, but it looks like her boss came himself. Or well, close enough. Sasuke was silent as he put the pieces together. So that means this guy who smells like formaldehyde and has half a medical tray implanted in his face, he's the Amekage. Yes, said Indra with no small amount of trepidation. So, let's go in there, make sure everyone has a good time, and keep that to yourself. What does that mean for Karen's plan? To be honest, Sasuke, admitted Indra as he opened the door once more. I have absolutely no idea. Kankuro's fingers danced as Niji Hyuga wove through Ant and Crow's blade limbs, the Konoha ninja's hands carving away at chakra threads as soon as Kankuro could replace them. The puppeteer laid duplicate threads, false connections, and interposed Ant's gaping, blade innards again and again, forcing Niji to slow down or pull a blow that otherwise would have shattered the puppet into pieces. Still, Crow's many blades were avoided or turned aside by the gentle fist style and the puppet had already lost 2 arms. This was a battle of attrition and if it continued, he would lose. Black technique. Poison fog. Kankuro held his breath as Crow spat a stream of poisonous gas that engulfed them both just as Niji began to inhale and the Hyuga's advance stalled as he coughed. Then he began to spin. A whirlwind centered on the long-haired teenager whipped the purple fog into the air and dissipated it with a burst of wind chakra as Kankuro backpedaled. Thanks to Inari-sensei he'd become resistant to many of his own poisons, but hopefully a full breath would. Crow's severed head clattered to his feet and he looked up to see Niji standing amidst the pieces of Suna's puppet. I told you, said the teenager with infuriating calm even as he swayed, your fate was decided the moment I was chosen as your opponent. Whatever, man, said Kankuro as he eased the 3rd scroll from his back-mounted holster, knowing the heavily armored salamander would give him the best chance of turning this into a stalemate and potentially a win. Even the Hyuga's chakra-enhanced martial arts would have a tough time with Suna's rare, petrified ironwood, a puppet armor of impressive resilience and the longer Crow's poison worked its way through Niji's system, the better Kankuro's odds. Sensei always said there's no fate but what we make. Poof. Went the scroll and above him, Kazekage Raza leapt to his feet as the crowd gasped in shock. Even the Proctor Hayate looked surprised. What emerged from the smoke as chakra threads attached to it was not the massive blocky form of salamander, but the slim, red-haired, and blade-winged body of Sasori of the Red Sand, terror of the 3rd Shinobi World War. The puppet's eyes turned to regard Niji Hyuga with a fairly creepy stare to match the Byakugan and Kankuro shot an apologetic look at Inari, who had reduced the railing of the arena to scrap metal in her grip. So, he managed. I think I grabbed the wrong scroll this morning. Tamari kicked at the wall in frustration. That idiot has ironwood in his brain. This is international incident number 2, Sage look at Dad's face. I am, said Gaara, who managed to make a monotone sound smug. It is very gratifying. Kankuro's using the puppet corpse of an S-ranked ninja in the Chunin exam, raged his sister as the puppet in question launched gouts of flame at Niji who backflipped away while patches of grass caught on fire. The elders are gonna take away all his puppets and make him start from scratch. Maybe, said Gaara. But our brother might also win. What was that about fate, yelled Kankuro, a grin splitting his purple face paint. Because I think it just told me to roast your butt. In the stands, Sakura and Kaiban cawed appreciatively at the roasting as their hands brushed against one another amongst the popcorn. This date was going much better than the last one. As the face of Pain and as the last remnant of Yahiko, Tendo Pain had several modifications to his corpse body that the others did not. He was capable of drinking, which was useful in this case, as he accepted a small cup of sake from a man with dirty red hair and green eyes who introduced himself as Hameka Uzumaki. He made small talk with him and Nami Uzumaki about regional weather patterns as he felt rather than saw the mercenary Meiho's narrowed eyes zero in and correctly marked Tendo as the most dangerous person in the room. "Hey Tendo," chirped the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, one Naruto Uzumaki, "great hair, it looks just as good on me." A transformation jutsu soon had Naruto's own bright yellow hair turn orange and Tendo patted him on the head. "So, you're a ninja then? What village is that symbol from? I don't recognize it." The corpse man gave a small smile of pride. "I am from Omegakure, the village hidden in the rain." "The isolationists?" asked Hikaru Uzumaki as she balanced tea and a slice of cake on one small plate. "Oh, do tell, what's it like there? We don't even get rumors, so it's got to be juicy." "Omegakure is nothing quite as spectacular or as horrible as you're imagining," said Tendo. "I am a simple administrator, helping manage the flow of the endless rain to ensure the rice fields are not drowned, yet receive enough water to thrive. Our isolation is merely to allow us to more effectively rebuild. After the Third Great Ninja War, it took many years before we could begin to call ourselves a nation, and then to revive our economy. Now, the challenge is to keep our prosperity at a manageable level. I reckon with a smaller nation, that sort of thing's easier for you than it is for the Land of Fire," commented Etsumi as they swiped Pain's sake cup and returned it empty. Everyone sniggered or hid a smile at his bemused expression as his response to their comment and their theft collided to produce only silence. Finally, Tendo managed a rather artificial shrug as Sasuke handed him a replacement. "There are less items on the balance sheet to worry about," he admitted, "but a centrally planned economy that accounts for all needs of citizens and the inevitable externalities requires minds more finely tuned than my own, so I can't speak to the details. Besides, I'd rather not get into politics." "Tch, fair," allowed Sasuke as he looked both relieved and slightly put out. The outgoing Uzumaki couldn't pull more information from Tendo. "I'm curious, as a fellow dojutsu user, can those eyes do anything special?" "Oh, they have their little tricks," said Tendo as behind the small gathering he saw Indra snort. "Rather tiring, I'm afraid, so you likely won't see anything special from me today. Sorry to disappoint." Sasuke accepted this and started up a conversation about the preponderance of ocular dojutsu in older ninja clans when a knock on the door was swiftly followed by a familiar, grouchy, and nauseous Tsunade Senju. "All right you brats," she grouched as she peered over sunglasses she'd doubtlessly stolen from a nearby tourist. "I've got a splitting headache and sake's the only thing that can cure it, so." "I don't think so," said Hikaru firmly, planting her pregnant bulk between Tsunade and the drinks, which at a word from Sasuke, disappeared into one of Naruto's storage seals and returned to the mother seal nestled in Fox's fang. "Ma'am, I can smell the alcohol on you from here, I think you've had quite enough." Tsunade stomped forward, bending so she was nose to nose with the smaller woman, amber gold eyes staring into Hikaru's warm brown ones. "Do you know who I am? Half the reason I'm here is to drink all the Uchiha's booze and remember what I've got left of my mother. Isn't that what this is? A wake? And you drink at wakes, don't you?" Shizune drifted in through the door with a grimace on her face. She woke up with a bad attitude, she whispered to Indra. "Please don't throw her out." "I think she's causing enough of a scene on her own," said Indra as Tsunade, distracted from her bickering by the location of the last untouched sake, reached for Tendo's cup and froze. "Ah, Tsunade of the legendary Sunin," said Yahiko's corpse with the barest hint of disapproval. "I see we are in fine form today. Please," he indicated one of the unoccupied chairs, "sit." Indra raised his eyebrow as the slug princess sat down with slightly more than her usual force and flicked his sherry non-on to confirm that yes, Tendo's gravity press was keeping her in her seat. "I believe it would be best to remove temptation from your path," said the corpse man as he drained the cup. "Thank you for the sake, Sasuke Uchiha." Were you aware Tsunadeheim was related to the Uzumaki? Through my mother Mito, said the older woman as she shifted in her seat, and around them the party returned to the low buzz of previous conversation. Then that's something we both have in common, said Tendo, leaning back in seeming relaxation as the pressure on Tsunade disappeared. Uzumaki mothers who've passed on. My sympathies. You're one of Jiraiya's brats, aren't you? Blast, which was it, Yahiko, or Nagato? Yes, I am, said Tendo. I am here in something of a representative role, but it seems time has treated both of us harshly, and it does us no good to wallow in what was. Here. He dug in his coat pocket and produced an origami angel, delicately folded to convey a feminine figure beseeching the divine. Perhaps this may be of some interest to you. Oh, I don't know, whispered Tsunade as she leaned in close to take it. I'm far more interested in how a preserved corpse can hold a conversation. There are some mysteries began Tendo, only to be interrupted by Naruto, who thumped Fox Fang's massive head on the floor several times for attention, causing the cups to rattle in their saucers. Alright everybody, listen up, called the blonde Uzumaki, yeah you too Kizumai, cause it's important, you know. Granny Tsunade thinks this is a funeral wake or something, and it is a reunion, but it's way better. You're up, Karen. He moved back into the crowd as Karen clambered up on the coffee table, dressed in a deep blue robe and Sakura's gifted blue ribbon to match, which pulled her reddish-pink hair back into a ponytail and left her gaze unobstructed as she stared down at the curious faces turned towards her. She grinned, even as that same kernel of fear twitched in her chest. Hello everyone, she said, despite the fact some of the Uzumaki had been here all week. First, I want to thank you all very much for coming to Konoha, at great personal risk and at no small expense, for the first gathering of the Uzumaki clan in possibly 40 or 50 years. There was a smattering of polite applause and more than a few wolf whistles. I'd also like to thank Indra Uchiha, the sappiest widower I know, with a heart as big as an Uzumaki's, for helping bring us all together. It couldn't have been easy, and Sasuke, no, we appreciate all the hard work and no small expense the Uchiha have devoted to this day and in the days to come. It will not be forgotten. Indra accepted the compliment with a nod and realized the room was getting unacceptably blurry as he looked at how happy they all were. He would have loved this, he choked out. My Ashira. Indra sat down as Sasuke patted him on the back and tried very hard not to think about the emotion swirling inside him as he resisted the urge to cry. Fortunately, Karen's speech gave him something to focus on. I've brought you here to Konoha as a celebration of what the Uzumaki were able to achieve when we worked together. We helped seal the tailed beasts into human hosts, we reinvented and revolutionized Funinjutsu a dozen times over. Once, we were safe. She strode back and forth on the coffee table, lifting her arms to beseech the gathered Uzumaki. Now we are hunted for reasons none of us can remember anymore, living in fear of a village so insane they're killing their own ninja as well. Konoha took our memory, our seals, our identity, and all it's worth to them is a red patch on their jackets. The Uzumaki no shrine was forgotten and destroyed for an apartment block. Even the Senju and Uchiha, who gave their lives for their village, are nearly forgotten. The people in the room were roused now, even Tsunade, and their wrath, ever slow to kindle, began to bubble to the surface as the Kyuubi took a deep, appreciative breath of the emotion thick in the air like scented lilies. Come with me to Uzushio and we will rebuild, reclaim what we have lost to the sea. We will show the mist, the leaf, all shinobi that they were fools to forget us. We will show them that Uzushio can be better than the system of great nations which have done nothing to live up to the title. Great in brutality, in callousness, but not in the ways that matter. Our children will not have to live in fear of the great nations, or their ninja. They will be free to thrive somewhere with a sea breeze and familiar tides. They will be home. Steel flashed and several warriors started forward as Karen pulled a kunai from somewhere within her sleeve as she stabbed herself in the hand with a wince, tossing the kunai to land bloody point down in the table. She wrenched a golden spiral necklace from her robes and held it high. I am Karen Uzumaki, daughter of Tenyo Uzumaki, last of the Katsuria matriarchy. With my blood, my will, and my belief in the future of our clan, I claim the coral throne of Uzushio. I will rebuild our history to forge us a better future, brick by brick if I must. Now, will you stand with me? She held out her bloody hand, the golden spiral of the Uzumaki pristine in the center as her eyes dared and begged in equal measure for someone to take it. The patchwork-armored Meiho Uzumaki stepped forward, one hand on the axes in her belt, and her sea-gray eyes boring into Karen's. I've slept in ditches and inns all my life, and thought it was fine. But if this is what you're offering, she swept a hand around to encompass the party, the people, the sense of community that had grown among strangers. Meiho gave a fierce grin so much like Karen's own as she clasped the girl's bloody hand. My axes are yours, Uzukage. So are my tools, said Hameko firmly as he hugged his daughter close with his free hand and she beamed up at Karen. And my trading partners. What the hell, shrugged Etsumi, slapping Karen's hand in a friendly manner. I ain't got that long a lifespan anyway. Dojin Hakare looked around nervously as Nami pledged herself to the diminutive Uzukage as well. Listen, I appreciate the offer, but I'm really quite content with my farm, I just dash. Oh, listen to this fool, grumbled his grandmother, bowling him aside as she curled ancient fingers around Karen's far younger ones. When destiny knocks grandson, only a fool refuses to answer. Uzukage Karen Katsuria, she intoned solemnly as a sea breeze kicked up inside the house. You will do great things, I know it. Thanks Granny Uahana, said Karen as the old woman hobbled off towards the softest chair in the room and the young girl's expression softened. Dojin, you are free to stay or go as you wish. Hells, I'll even give you food for the road if you need it. Uzushio's doors will always open to you. Dojin bowed deeply. Oh, thank you very much my lady. I think I will need to discuss this with my wife, and you will have my answer within the month. Karen jumped off the table and nodded, her face set as she adjusted her glasses. Good. Take the time you need, because my speech is not just inspirational words. Konoha's clans owe a debt to us, and I've collected on a substantial portion of it to fund an expedition to Uzushio before the year is out. Nami whistled and Hameko looked impressed as he counted on his fingers. How long did it take you to do this? Karen shrugged. 2 months, and I've got the Yamanaka, Nara, the Hatake, and every single one of the noble founding clans of Konoha to back me. Not going for small coin slots and sure things, then, asked Tsunade, who looked torn between weary resignation and the stirrings of hope that were flickering across her face. You know that's a quick way to end up broke and owing bad people favors. Quit while you're ahead, that's my advice. Konoha's shit, but otherwise you'll just make yourself a target. We'll be targets either way, shot back Karen as the wave patterns on her cloak crashed against one another. We live long lives, Granny Tsunade. I won't waste mine looking back and wondering what if, instead of protecting my family. Karen's right, you know, said Naruto, striding up to pound Fox Fang 3 times into the floor in support of his cousin. I got my butt kicked by Sasuke 1,000 times back in the academy and he said I'd never be Hokage. Well, now I kick his butt 2/3 of the time when we spar, and he totally thinks I can be Hokage. Giving up is what makes you a failure. Maybe half, muttered Sasuke as he squeezed in next to his teammate and grabbed his hand in support. Tsunade shrugged. Geez kids, if you feel that strongly about all this crap, then sure, go ahead. No skin off my back. I'm not making any more promises to idealistic kids who, fuck. The Sunin stormed through the Uzumaki, the air around her rippling with disturbed chakra and she slammed the bathroom door hard enough the whole house seemed to rattle. Granny Uahana, little Kiyomizu, and Hikaru all jumped at the sound as Karen turned to the last 3 among them who hadn't spoken or approached. She offered her hand and only Sasuke noticed that despite the blood on Karen's hand and arm, the floor of his house remained spotless. Interesting, yes, you have made a very interesting proposal, Karen Uzumaki, said Tendo as he stood up slowly. This has been a day of numerous surprises, but I cannot speak only for myself. There are too many others who rely on me in a Megakure, I have responsibilities of my own. Karen masked her disappointment well. I understand, Tendo-san. But if you, or a Megakure ever require assistance, in the name of my mother, yours, and the goddess who watches us both, we will do what we can to help. Tendo Paine's lips curled up into a smile that, perhaps 2 miles away, Nagato mirrored in his walker, shaded by Konan's paper tree. I would like that very much, Uzukage Karen. Or should it be Uzukage Uzumaki? The girl made a face as Indra, Naruto, and several of the others chuckled. Oh, please Uzukage Karen if you absolutely have to be formal, but just Karen's fine. Anoka. The girl from the summoning island shook her head. I'm still deciding, I'll go last. Sorry Hikaru-san. The pregnant woman looked surprised to suddenly be the center of attention and folded her hands over, looking down at the floor. Oh. Well, Karen, I don't know how much use I'd really be to you, since you've got all these ninja and big, important clans, and dash. Your family, said Karen, squeezing the older woman's hands in between her own, pressing the golden Uzumaki spiral between them. Useful or not doesn't matter at all. What matters is that I love you. She half turned, speaking now to the crowd, and her eyes found Naruto's. I love you, she repeated, feeling her heart swell. All of you, no matter what. I promise I will do everything I can to save you, no matter how dire the situation. I will not allow my family to die, that is absolute. Anoka smiled through tearful eyes and dabbed at them with the edges of her purple kimono. Oh, Karen, that's the most wonderful thing I've ever heard. She came closer and engulfed Karen in a hug, squeezing so hard Karen was lifted off the floor. You know, she said shyly, moving into the center of the group, I came here to save the Uzumaki clan too. She smiled, huge, and wide, and pure heartfelt emotion. I came to save you from yourselves. She lifted her arms up to reveal row after row of explosive tags wrapped around her arms and chest, fire licking at their edges. Karen only had time to gasp before they detonated. Almighty push! The room and most of the house vanished in a maelstrom of noise and violence as Karen fell to the floor, blind and deaf at the proximity of the explosion as the Uzumaki who'd hugged her became the epicenter of a blast that could be seen from the top of the stone faces. Well, admired Obito from his position on the fourth Hokage's head. Isn't that unexpected? Still, I suppose that's as good a signal as any. Beneath the swirling orange mask, his mouth split into a maniacal grin of questionable sanity. Let the dance begin. Chapter 55, Masks Part 3, Reforged in Flame. -0:25:00 before Konoha's Autumn Leaves Protocol. Fu of the Hidden Waterfall looked around nervously at the broad Konoha Square in the residential district where families and ninja in uncomfortable-looking green flak jackets moved past her bench in vast streams towards the stadium where the Chunin exam finals would occur. She could have been there, Fu knew, she'd wanted to be there more than almost anything, flying in the clear, muggy Konoha air, dancing around the clumsy ground-bound shinobi as she showed the bully nations that Hidden Waterfall could kick their shinobis' butts any day, and then nobody would have to use the hero water. Then people would see she was just like those great village heroes, protecting them, and maybe they'd listen when she said Komei was very kind. But she couldn't do that, because Shivuki, her young friend and now the Tokikage, had asked her to do something else and only pretend to be in the exams. He'd looked nervous and unhappy when he'd explained the plan to Fu, but many of the Jonin and people around the village had cheered. Several had even come up to Fu in the weeks before she left for Konoha with Kigon and Yoro to pat her on the head and tell her she was doing a good thing. Still, as Fu looked around at the crowds, she tugged on Kigon's short turquoise sleeve and the Jonin undercover as her teammate turned to face her. What is it, Fu? He asked, annoyed she'd startled him out of whatever analysis he'd been doing. Kigon had been doing analysis on everything in Konoha since they walked through the front gates, since it was always his answer whenever Fu asked him. We're not going to hurt any of these people, right? She whispered. Of course not, said Kigon, glowering at her. You remember what Shivuki asked you to do, correct? Yeah, said his charge. But I thought the point of the Chunin exams was for Hidden Waterfall to make friends with all the small nations and remind the big ones we're scary too. And that's what we're doing, said Yoro. Grass has already been very friendly and our envoy from the Land of Snow really liked your wings. You need to trust Shivuki and keep ignoring whatever that wicked bug tells you. Remember, it just wants to escape, and when you're in that form, you'll have to work hard to make sure you stay in control. Okay, said Fu, but I made her be super quiet while we're in Konoha so I can be super sneaky. Have I been sneaky? Very, said Kigon dryly. You are the pinnacle of shinobi stealth, Fu. She beamed. Thanks. In truth, Fu couldn't really make the seven-tailed beetle do anything, but she'd learned it was better than saying she asked nicely. Then she'd be berated and shunned for months out of fear the winged rhinoceros beetle would go on a rampage. Besides, Koumei was super nice and usually let her do whatever she wanted with most of her chakra, which mostly meant flying. However, she'd been very upset about Shivuki's plan and Fu had had her first really big fight with the tailed beast. She knew this time, it was such an important and dangerous mission. When she came back, people would pat her on the head again and say they'd been wrong about her, that her pranks weren't such a big deal after all and she was a good person, like her mother. Maybe they'd give her a room with a window for her birthday next week. Koumei had snapped at her and hadn't talked to her for a long time, like a whole month, which to Fu was forever. But Koumei said she'd lived for a bazillion years, so for her, a month was probably not very much time at all. Fu hoped they could still be kind of friends, but when the crowds had trailed off, she knew it was time. "Are you ready?" asked Yoro, pulling the large scroll from its red container next to her, hidden by tourist maps and posters Fu had bought for her cell. No, it was a room, her room, where she was safe. She'd hoped the posters would make it feel less small, maybe remind her of the sky without a window, but now, they were the furthest thing from her mind. The dark-skinned girl with mint green hair took a deep breath and let it out slowly, a momentary puff of sparkling dust accidentally escaping as her bodyguards watched her with their hands near their weapons pouches. She was going to show them that Fu was a good ninja and a good girl. Even if she felt a little sad for the Konoha people, who didn't really seem like bullies. "Yeah, Yoro, I'm ready. Let's do this." Fu pumped her fist and smiled as Yoro's scroll expanded into one the size of 2 blankets, which he laid down in front of the small fountain in the center of the road. Complex sealing formulae which Fu knew her mother had used as waterfalls Jinchuriki, stared back at her from the dusty road and she climbed onto them, sitting in the center of the circle with her legs crossed. "I'll make you proud, Shivuki-san, Mom." The Jinchuriki of the 7 tails closed her eyes and reached deep inside to the chakra Koumei had left sitting right above her heart, where her seal was. Then, mucus webbing began to spread from her body, latching itself to the houses and the ground as Fu began to change. -0:03:45 before Konoha's autumn leaves protocol. Normally, Kabuto Yakushi was a patient man. But Indra Uchiha had robbed him of that, as he had so many other things. His mother's glasses, the last link to who he really was, had been shattered and trampled underfoot as Orochimaru had tried to save his life. He'd succeeded, but not a day went by that Kabuto didn't contemplate using a chakra scalpel to sever the wrapped combination of sealing formulae, bandages, and stitches around his neck, keeping his brain working inside Shin Uchiha's body. The universal donor had been good for one last donation, and Kabuto had used his own medical jutsu to resculpt the pale man's face into something close to his old features. But saving his life had also robbed Kabuto's shaking hands of his skill, the dexterity and chakra precision he'd been so prized for now lost in Amaterasu's black flame. So now he slouched in filthy rags half a block from the Hokage Tower, not entirely faking the shuffle of an invalid as his gaze, mind, and soul focused on the forbidden scroll locked inside the Hokage's vaults, which contained the one thing that would solve his problems. The true reanimation jutsu, which would bring Lord Orochimaru back to them, who could then allow Kabuto to die and resurrect him with the same jutsu in a perfect, immortal body of ash. The clock on the face of the tower chimed high noon and the noise perfectly covered the whoosh of Kodomaru's arrow as it skewered the visible Umbu guard through the mask, pinning the corpse to the wall. Swift as shades, the sound four moved from their positions blocks away from the plaza and the second Umbu's calls for help were silenced by a genjutsu from Teiwa's flute. Kabuto at least had the pleasure of killing this one himself, though with his clumsy body, it took longer than normal. Kabuto grinned, a strip of Shin's skeleton newly exposed to create a ghoulish visage. The cut didn't matter. The missing fingers from the Umbu's blade didn't matter. Lord Orochimaru's jutsu and his head were in this building, so Kabuto would let nothing stop them. "Let's go," he said as his jawbone clacked with the words. "You can destroy the leaf with our master watching." -0:02:05 before Konoha's autumn leaves protocol. 114 of the Hidden Mists Hunternin had managed to infiltrate the Leaf Village, and they'd done this so effectively Konoha only knew about 12 of them. Those 12 were currently lurking at the other end of the village, watching the Chunin exam finals from rooftops and in disguises, surrounded by twice as many Konoha Umbu, salivating for a chance to kill them. They would die messy deaths, and would do so with smiles beneath their masks, because they were an excellent distraction. The other 101, sometimes called the Undertaker Squad, were waiting behind chimneys and pressed flat against sloping roofs amongst the Red Lantern district, with swords loose in their sheaths. The youngest of them, Gaji with his bright yellow crescent moon mask, looked up at his superior, Haman, and hissed. "When will we know?" Babin only said the signal would be obvious, replied Haman's red diamond in a monotone. "You stay back with me, let the first wave test their strength. Hopefully whatever she does will disorient them enough we can kill most of those monsters before they know there's a fight." "I'm not weak," said Gaji hotly, his fist pounding the rooftop. "I'll kill at least 2 and Uzumaki are not so easy to kill," snapped Haman, reaching down to grab Gaji's dark blue kimono and dragging him off his feet as the older ninja stomped back into the cover of a fish sculpture. "If you see an opening, you take it and stab one. If there's another opening, you stab them again. Don't think, just react. It's how Uzumaki fight, so you have to react faster before they disembowel you and feast on your heart." "Understood." Gaji's earlier bravado had fled him as Haman, breathing heavily, released his clenched hand and the teenager sprawled on the blazing roof. "Yes, sir. If we're both still alive after this," promised Haman, "I'll see if I can get you on the squad hunting Zabuza. But for now, I need you to stay focused on what we're doing here. It's righteous work, Gaji. The gods' work." A massive surge of chakra suddenly spiraled into existence far to the west as a screeching, green creature wrenched itself out of a bulbous cocoon to spread 7 translucent orange wings. Its claws hesitated before beginning to shred through the buildings around it, sparkling dust spreading around it in a kaleidoscopic display. "Is that the signal?" asked Gaji as his superior whistled, receiving confirmation from 2 other teams in similar tones that yes, the giant bug was indeed real. "No, but it will draw away Konoha's response team when." The Hunter-nin wasn't looking directly at the Uchiha district, which is why he wasn't blinded when Babin and her signal detonated with the force of a furious Oni. He was thrown back and kept his feet only through chakra anchoring as an enormous fireball ballooned upwards in flowers of orange, yellow, and angry red. The invisible barriers around and above the Uchiha district strained and shattered at the force, leaving a ringing tinnitus as the only evidence of their sundering. A Hunter-nin's mask protected their ears from the conventional effects of such explosions, so the first wave of 66 Hunter-nin charged over the walls in absolute silence, unsheathing blackened swords, while some readied great sheets of anti-sealing formulae. The 4th Mizukage and the 3rd before him had sworn to wipe the Uzumaki clan from the land and sea, so now, their Umbu would complete a vow 52 years unfulfilled. Indra blinked at the purple ribcage in front of him, which had a wall of shrapnel, several stone blocks, and half a teacup embedded in it. Then, his brain caught up to his instinctual Susanoo and he scrambled to his feet, terrified beyond all rational thought. "Naruto! Sasuke!" he screamed. "Karin! Anyone!" The dust parted in a soft whoosh of displaced air to reveal Tendo standing in the only square meter of the Uchiha clan head's estate that was absolutely spotless. Indra was on him in an instant, the skeletal hand of his guardian spirit clenching around an invisible gravitic barrier as he tried to crush the puppeteered corpse. "Was this you?" seethed Indra, the Mangekyo Sharingan spinning wildly as betrayal and fury roared through him. "I trusted Konan, invited you into my home. I just saved your lives," said Tendo calmly as his only free hand pointed to the left. A blocky form heaved rubble away and Meiho Uzumaki emerged with glowing axes in her hands, teeth bared. "What in all the hells was that?" she snarled. "That bitch just exploded." A familiar cough sounded from almost beneath Indra's feet and he let Tendo drop to the ground as the Susanoo dissipated, using his own hands to pull aside the remains of the couch to reveal. "Oh, praise Amaterasu," breathed Indra, sinking to his knees and pulling Naruto into a hug as the Sharingan catalogued his wounds. Arm, probably broken, jacket, ruined, face, scratched up and with bloody lips, but Naruto clung to him regardless. "Sensei," he cried, burying his face in Indra's shoulder before withdrawing to look wildly around. "Where's Sasuke and Karin?" "Over here," called a nervous voice from Naruto's right and the survivors carefully clambered over the rubble in its direction as Naruto absently pulled Fox Fang from the dirt. Sasuke had 2 pieces of wood in his right shoulder, and another in his side. One of his hands had just withdrawn the ladder with a gasp of pain, green healing chakra pressing into his darkening shirt as his other hand sent one of Inari's scanning jutsu through Karen's crumpled form. Naruto swore, and even Indra hissed in dismay at the large blood stain on the remains of the inner wall, which was still standing. Karen had been thrown into it by the force of the explosion, and the front of her body was horribly charred, though Indra's own Sharingan saw the edges shrinking as her own body's considerable healing powers pulled the newly declared Uzukage back from the brink. Etsumi had not been so lucky, because she had a piece of rebar protruding from her chest, right where her heart would be, and her slackened face meant her surprise and fear screamed out even in death. Sasuke was ignoring her completely, his own blazing Sharingan focused entirely on his patient. "She's alive," he announced to evident relief. "My power and hers together means she'll live." "What about you?" asked Indra and Naruto as one, and Sasuke's mouth tightened into a grimace. "I can still heal," he said. "Uncle, what's going on?" "That was a suicide bomb," said Tendo with distaste, his arms sweeping wide as much of the rubble floated into the air. "There may be a follow-up attack to take advantage of the chaos." He broke off as figures began to appear on hazy rooftops above them and launched themselves down at the survivors. Almighty push! The floating rubble sailed through the air, turning several of the incoming enemy into red stains or nailing their writhing forms to the houses and walls around them. Indra rippled with purple bones as the Susanoo's skeletal hand dashed 3 of them aside, and then they were among them and inside his guard. Masks in dark blue and white, thin-slitted eyes and a wave symbol on the forehead. Mists as hell. Indra swayed aside from the sword and stabbed the hunter-nin with Chidori, driving his fist deep into the man and wrenching it back out in a spray of red steam. He held the man's heart in his hand and crushed it with fury born of fear. "Meiho, go look for survivors. Naruto, stay close to Tendo. We'll hold the line here until Sasuke's ready to move or she returns." A mist ninja flew into Tendo Pain's outstretched hand and sank his blade into the orange-haired man's chest, but Yahiko's corpse only frowned as his free hand discarded the sword. "Acceptable," he said, purple eyes narrowing. "I can summon reinforcements in 40 minutes. "This is Naxumbu district," said Indra as he kicked the corpse of the first assailant back at 2 more, who were bisected by a tight Chidori spear. "They'll be here in 2. This was true, but Indra also didn't want more of Pain's 6 paths near Naruto than necessary, lest the leader of the Akatsuki attempt to kidnap Naruto for the Gado statue. "Earth style, stone wall," called a wavering voice, and several pieces of rubble shifted as Nami ran towards them, her barrier intercepting a wave of shuriken. With her were a dust-covered Hameka the merchant, his crying daughter Kiyomizu in his arms, and the ancient crone Yuahina, her arms glowing with tattooed seals hidden by the wrinkles. "It's the demmed mist," she yelled and ducked as Naruto sailed over her head to intercept a Mistumbu and crush him into the rubble with a thumb from Fox's Fang. "Naruto, get behind us," demanded Indra as he pulled shuriken from the summoning tattoos on his wrist and whipped them towards 2 more of the enemy. "No way, sensei," shouted Naruto at full volume, ignoring the kunai that sank into his upper chest to send their owner back with another full-body swing from his iron club. "These guys attacked us, so we're gonna make 'em pay." Ten shinobi dived down at once, forcing Tendo and Indra into bare-handed combat, striking throats, joints, shattering masks as they were forced onto the defensive, and still more mistnin attacked, now roaring Kirigakure battle cries. Naruto answered with a roar that was not his own, orange chakra lighting him up like a beacon as the Kyuubi no Kitsune's chakra crawled over his shoulders. "Come then," called Naruto, or perhaps it was the fox himself, roused to anger once more. "Come to your deaths, cowards." His broken arm twisted and writhed, ignoring the limits of mortal flesh to wrap both hands around Fox Fang, and Naruto made a pained noise in his throat, more of Fox's whine. "Naruto!" Sasuke's voice sounded terrified, and Indra couldn't blame him, couldn't bear a second to pay attention to anything other than act, react, counter, death blow, the dance of summoned shuriken, chidori, and a skeletal rib bone when his remaining limbs couldn't block every blade or jutsu. The mistnin were pouring in now, dogpiling them as the pace of combat sped up and Kiyomizu's wails increased. They were getting past him, past Tendo Pain, as the 5-second interval became an eternity. A blue axe sailed past Indra's ear, so close it shaved off some of his hair, but it hit the mist ninja in the back as Meiho teleported in with a burst of neon blue light. Her feet crushed the Umbu into the ground and she surfed his flailing body to a stop before turning to find another victim. In a frozen moment, he saw Nami wrench the bloody rebar from Etsumi's corpse to fend off a Mist Nin's sword. Fuck it. Nagato, pull them in, now. Prone on the ground as 5 Mist Umbu attempted to cut his throat, Yahiko's body nodded. Continental pull. Inferno style, black porcupine. Spears of black flame sprouted from Indra's stump, his body, the rubble, the enemy shinobi themselves as Indra's eye bled and they fell sideways towards him. Many died instantly, while others began to scream as they were consumed by flame. The Uchiha's hand stretched out, commanding the extension of his destructive will. Flame wall. The Mist Ninja slowed, then stopped as Indra cocooned their small section of the surviving wall in black flame, taking steady, measured breaths as the temperature began to rise. He turned around and swore as Nami's screams became distinct from the enemy's. "Oh gods," he said as the black flame leapt away from her own arm to straighten into a sword. "Are you all right?" "I'm so sorry." "Don't be," she said, her eyes bright and fierce. "That slowed the bastards and finished off the one who almost had me." Still, the burn was bad, easily 2nd degree, and the force of Indra's anger had been indiscriminate in its application. Indra apologized as he surveyed the other Uzumaki, the flame sword held loosely in his hand. Hameko was trying in vain to get his daughter to stop crying as big, sopping tears poured down her cheeks, rubbing her back as she latched onto his chest like a limpet. "Shut that brat up," snapped Meho while she shook blood from her axes. "She'll be bringing even more of 'em down on us." "SHHH, dear. SHHH, would you like to hear a seashell story?" asked her father, but it was of little use. Yuahana reached out, her gnarled hand forming 3 signs and tapped the girl on the forehead. She fell limp at once and Hameko pulled her close. "What did you do?" "She's only sleeping," said the old woman, pulling her tattered kimono back past her elbows as the indistinct forms of the Mist's Hunter Nin prowled beyond Indra's barrier. She shivered. "I'd hoped to never see those masks again." "Naruto?" asked Indra, looking past her to Tendo. The corpse man shook his head. "Gone." The green glow from Sasuke sputtered out. "Oh, no, no, no," he moaned, "not again." Tendo Pain pointed. "He is beyond the fire wall, and moving fast, with the Umbu in pursuit." "Thank Amaterasu he's alive," said Indra. "He's in the Kyuubi's hands now, for good or ill." It was a sign of how dark the day was when the monstrous chakra construct controlling Naruto was now an acceptable baseline for safe. "Yuahana, where's Dojin?" "Hikaru." "My grandson is dead," said the old woman, her voice quavering. "The girl and her child, I did not see, but I know the mother goddess will protect them in life or in death, just as she protected us." "I don't feel very protected," snapped Sasuke as he propped Karen next to the wall and motioned for Nami to bring her burnt arm forward as she knelt by him. "I protected us," said Tendo. "I shoved the exploding girl, Anoka, up and into the rafters before she detonated, which spared us the brunt of the blast." "Whatever," said Sasuke. "Why'd she wait around all that time chatting if she was just going to blow us up? Why'd she even does that? Clearly, she was a mist plant. Or they killed the real Anoka on the road and took her place," said Meho, stalking back and forth in front of the fire, her blood up. "Earth-buried bastards. We can't stay here forever," said Nami as the temperature inside the small enclosure of Amaterasu was already that of a small sauna. "We'll bake." Cries of, "For Konoha," and to Indra, sounded outside as weapons clashes could be heard once more. "We won't have to," said the Uchiha. "They're in Umbu territory and this is our home. Cat's got this." -00:02:02 before Konoha's autumn leaves protocol. "They already took out Wolf's Guard?" asked Yojao, still Cat, also the current leader of the Umbu Black Ops. "Damn it, mobilize 3 squads, do not let them open that vault." New Beetle took off running just as the sensory-linked map of Konoha began to pulse bright turquoise in the residential district. Huge chakra signature spiking, called Genma, fear in his voice. "This is really big, it's 5 squads to the Uchiha district," shouted Kat as Genma cut her off. "Ma'am, it's on the other side of the village, it's not the Ninetales." "Belay that, 5 squads to the residential district." The phone on what used to be Danzo's desk barely shrieked before she snatched it up. "Shikaku," sage as shit, what's happening up there? Sound ninja in the building, small squad, entrenched at the Hokage's vault, said the Jonin commander, cool as a cucumber, but with anger running silent underneath. They've got a big guy with a drill and a nasty tail going at the door, but that's the second Hokage seal work up there plus Mitos, it'll take them a while. I'll make sure they're dead before then. I've got a huge chakra spike on the sensors here, anything out the windows. It's big, ugly as sin, and it can fly, so it's not the one tail or holy shit. Nara, called Kat, gripping the phone so tightly the plastic warped. Huge explosion in the Uchiha district, could feel the wards shatter from here, said Shikaku as Kat's map outlined the Uchiha district in red and put a fire symbol on top of the clan head's house. It's coming in now, she said grimly, should I send fire crews? No, I've got a Hyuga saying it's Mistnin, over 50 and armed to the teeth. Son of a stone whore, hissed Kat as she slid her mask on and checked the angle of her shoulder plates. Anything else, Shikaku? If he caught the sarcasm, the Nara gave no sign. That seems to be it, he said dryly. Stadium's probably pandemonium, but that's where we've got the most ninja anyway. Then let's hope Sarutobi can diplomat, delegate, and dick around enough to avoid kicking off a war, said Kat. They are on their own. Umbu out. Acknowledged, said Shikaku, hunt well. Kat dropped the phone and raced out the door. Squirrel Squad, stay here, everyone else with me. Mark that autumn leave protocol is now in effect. Keep those evac routes open, call targets of opportunity as you see them, and I want those invaders' heads on a fucking plate. A roar of approval sounded from the hallway as dozens of Konoha Umbu charged down the hall, several giving Inyazuka howls. Barely 2 minutes later, the Umbu headquarters was nearly deserted save for the patrolling and previously wounded members of Squirrel Squad. A mossy green head on a pale white body emerged from the ceiling and looked around before disappearing. 30 seconds after that, a swirling void in the world deposited Obito Uchiha into one of Konoha's most secret places. Very good, he said with a smirk in his voice. I knew the Seven Tails would draw them out, and Kyuzagaku's wonderful little unaffiliated mercenaries will keep the tower occupied as well. Itaka should enjoy meeting and killing some of his old friends as well, I should think. There's an unexpected complication, said one of the white Zetsus from the ceiling. My brothers are saying there's Mist Hunter shinobi attacking your Uchiha district. I expected complications, said Obito, but not from that quarter. I'll have to visit the Mizu cage to make sure my genjutsu hasn't weakened. Should I pencil that in for Tuesday, perhaps at 10, asked Zetsu. Next Tuesday, perhaps later, said Obito as he became intangible and walked towards the safe in the wall. After all, we'll need to seal away all those weakened Jinchuriki we capture here today. He hit the wall and bounced straight off it as the seals carved into the inner door of the safe sizzled with latent chakra. Hey, what's the Umbu beetle staggered back as white Zetsus emerged from the walls, ceilings, and floor to hold him in place and wrench his mask away as they killed him. Ah, yes, take care of them, said Obito as he examined the safe. One of you, come here. He punched the safe door with all the considerable strength in his artificial, fleshy liquid arm and the door dented, but did not break. Obito's hand exploded as a very nasty force redirection jutsu flared up on what had been his knuckles and made the resilient material from the Gedo statue pop like a particularly disgusting pimple. Very good. Now, Zetsu, squeeze into that hole and open the safe from the inside. The white Zetsu peered at the seals and then back at Obito. But that'll kill me, he whined. That's why I made copies of you, said Obito irritably. Now do it. The Zetsu squeezed and flowed himself into the small hole Obito's dent had left in the seams of the safe door, even as the wards flared, and the white goo boiled away. Obito waited patiently as the tumbler click-clacked, and the door swung open. He brushed the pile of goo that remained aside and picked up a small box, which he opened to find 3 small silver rings, as expected. The Uchiha stained by his clan's blood was so pleased, he indulged in his Toby voice for a moment. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, he squealed in psychotic glee. Now we can finally start the sealing, and the hunting and the stabbity-stabbing of Indra Uchiha and his pesky woman. He rubbed his mask theatrically. She punches really hard. The void in his eye expanded and the box was sucked away to safety as Obito lingered. Of course, with all these other ninjas around for the dance, we're gonna need partners. He strolled off through the corridors, skipping past the Umbu corpses and giving a pirouette or two until he reached the underground prison cells and most importantly, the warden's office. The stain on the rock wall and the shattered remains of a mask was all that was left of the warden, so Obito picked up a clipboard and flipped through. Let's see, guest list, spy for Orochimaru, triple murderer, basket case Yamanaka, cannibal, oh. Cannibal's good. Couple of Cloud Ninja, a nobody from the land of the moon, redacted, and my old buddy Shimura Danzo. Saving him for last. With aplomb, Obito turned to the series of emergency switches on the wall and began flicking most of them to release prisoners. 8 prisoners stumbled out of their cells, some filthy and beaten, others in clean tunics and well-fed, but all sharing the same look of confusion. Obito strode out to meet them, his voice deepening to become Madara Uchiha. All of you have been enjoying Konoha's not-so-tender mercies for some time, now I offer you your freedom. What's the catch? Asked one of the Cloud Ninjas skeptically. Even with the mask, they could hear the smile in Madara's voice. Cause as much destruction and confusion as you can before you get past Konoha's boundary walls. Call it a parting gift or perhaps an improvisation from a virtuoso performer. Men cracked, but he's got a point, said Mizuki, former spy and former Konoha teacher. Let's split. Madara waved them on. Exit stage left, as you please. They did so and Madara savored the moment standing before the old man's cell, in the very heart of Konoha's dirtiest deeds. Ah, the great Shimura Danzo, gloated Madara as he passed through the door, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Look at how withered and weak you've become. Why, I remember when you and Sarutobi couldn't reach my waist. The old man was sitting on his bed in thin, loose white clothes, Shisui's Sharingan covered by a massive black eye patch with sealing scripture across it. He grunted and crossed his arms. You do an excellent impression, young one, but I know you're not Madara Uchiha. Oh-ho? And why is that? Asked the masked man as he stepped closer. I've cut my hair and shortened in my immortality. Madara Uchiha would never have slaughtered his entire clan in the night, unawares, said Danzo. Even when they exiled him, cast him out, he was a man who understood the importance of family disagreements. He certainly could have killed them all, but he left with vengeance on his lips, postponed for a true battlefield. He would have wanted them to know who was killing them, took a twisted pride in doing so in battle. You sully the name of a man I hated more than almost any other, hiding behind your layers of masks. He chuckled, a bitter dry thing that degenerated into coughing as the masked man's arms tensed. Obito Uchiha. A black-gloved fist pounded towards Danzo's head and left a crater in the wall as the old man rolled off the bed, trying to sweep Obito's legs, only to pass through him as Obito's backhand slipped past his defenses and slammed the elderly shinobi against the steel door. Believe what you wish, said Obito, his Madara voice dark with menace. But I've come for the Sharingan you stole. Shisui's eye is far too useful to remain with you. I agree, said Danzo, smiling slightly. But aren't you curious why it's still inside my head and not in a Konoha preservation vat? Obito paused, his single visible eye flicking red as he stared at Danzo's chakra pathways beneath the seal, the unexpected bundle of yellow chakra nestled against the root leader's optical nerve. A self-destruction jutsu, coupled with a cursed seal, the venom in his voice became more toxic. How very clever, Shimura Danzo. I made a vow 2 decades ago, before Shisui Uchiha's eyes had ever turned red, that his Mangekyo bloodline would end with him, said Danzo, his glare back at Obito equally as piercing despite his sealed Sharingan. No Uchiha should have such power over the minds of others. It corrupted Sayaka Uchiha into incest and madness, trying to continue her bloodline, and now you come seeking it, the latest pathetic wretch in an unstable dangerous clan. Obito ignored the barb, pressing his own line of questioning. If you're so concerned about the Uchiha, then why leave them alive? Why, they're bursting up from the ashes one after another these days. I imagine Indra Uchiha must have some truly fascinating things to say about you. After all, isn't he the one who caused you to be thrown into jail in the first place? When were you only trying to protect the leaf? Danzo stilled, his face suddenly uncertain when before it had been carved from granite. Obito pressed his advantage, the dark promise of Madara's voice rich with satisfaction. I can free you from this cell, return some of your scattered roots to you, I'll even let you keep Shisui's eye. You can protect Konoha your way, without a village or a Hokage to constrain you. Isn't that what you've always tried to do? All I ask is one little thing, one tiny request. Which is? Kill Indra Uchiha and Inari Iron Fist, of course, purred Obito, cocking his head to the side. Well, those are your choices. Rot in this cold, uncomfortable, boring cell until you either die of pneumonia or an executioner's blade. Or you can die on the battlefield, against an enemy of Konoha. You're an enemy of Konoha too, spat Danzo, you killed Biwako, you killed Minato, Kushina, and 287 others on October 11th. Then I suggest you stay close, said Obito, to keep your good eye on me. This time, when the void pulled at him, Danzo was ready. His hand slapped Madara's chest as his restrained chakra pulsed and a black, blocky seal appeared on the masked man's robe. Get out of my prison cell, growled Danzo before the forbidden seal launched a tangle of sharp, barbed vines of ink. Garden-style seal, tangled web. Obito blurred into intangibility, but the thorns still lashed against everything around him as they flailed impotently, ripping the steel door from its hinges and carving a line of red up Danzo's shoulder. I could have escaped at any time, said Danzo with a smirk, but since you seem to have allowed some weeds to run wild in my garden, I think it's time I do some trimming. He ran, desperation and chakra lending strength to his hobbled gait as Obito, shaking with rage, gave chase. 0:00:26 After Konoha's Autumn Leaves Protocol. The stadium was a bloody madhouse. Everyone had been watching the red-haired Sand Genin Gaara shift his sand from a solid mass into a dust cloud as Shikamaru Nara's shadow held him in its grip, then something huge screamed its birth cry to the skies. It had caused the cage to look up in alarm from their high vantage point as something winged was hidden once again by the dust cloud of collapsing buildings. The civilians had looked around and murmured nervously, uncertain if the noise was part of the match or not. The sound of a distant explosion that rolled through the stadium, cracking windows, was certainly not, and then people had started to die as the mist Umbu in the crowd wrenched off their disguises and attacked. Konoha Umbu threw themselves in front of poisoned Senbon, or locked blades with the enemy as civilians slumped in their seats, some foaming at the mouth as poison took effect. Several of the mistnin broke from the screaming crowd, heading straight for Gaara with murder in their eyes as Shikamaru Nara ducked into the arena's bushes. The Sand's Jinchuriki encased the first in sand at once, one of his gourds dissolving to provide last-second protection as the second ninja spat acid in his direction. The offender was immediately sliced into 3 pieces by wind blades as the rest of the prospective Chunin landed in the arena around him, Tamari's eyes blazing fiercely as her fan shielded her from more Senbon. Thanks for the assist, you two. The older grass ninja and the short rain ninja gaped as the last Umbu exploded into red meaty chunks. What the hell was that? Squeaked the rain genin, eyes wide behind his goggles and rebreather. Mother's punch, said Gaara as Inari roared her defiance and he relinquished the mistnin in his grip to her less than tender mercies. This appears to be an unprovoked attack from, he broke off and collapsed to the ground like one of Kankuro's puppets. Gaara. His brother skidded to his knees, hands pulling an antidote kit from his puppeteer's costume, only for Hayate Gecko, the match proctor, to appear next to him. I've got him, said the man, his eyes tight with worry as the sounds of combat escalated and the shrieks of the civilians intensified. All right everyone, no matter your village, you're with me. Oi, Inari of Suna, he yelled. I need a medic here. A girl in pink hair, her left side covered in blood, and a blonde girl still clutching a popcorn bag in a death grip sailed over his head to land in an undignified heap in the dirt. Be right there, shouted the Sunanin as she shattered a mistnin's spine across her knee, ignoring the 6 kunao and 2 swords protruding from her back. But Gaara couldn't hear any of this, because he was far, far away. About fucking time. Your queen bitch of a master really locked up your brain, but good, meat sack. You have any idea how tough it was to drag your soul down here instead of your mind? Gaara blinked and looked around. He'd dreamed, or almost dreamed, of Shukaku's prison once or twice, well before Inari-sensei had fixed him, and this looked faintly familiar. The remains of a sun-bleached coliseum, filled with sand and built into a mountain, framed a massive desert and the tan and blue tanuki who sat within it, cursing him. I cannot stay here, he said, frowning. There is a battle, and I must protect my siblings. Yeah, no fucking shit, numbnuts, snapped Shukaku, rolling his black and gold eyes. Look, I dragged you down here because I've got the same daddamn problem. Elaborate, commanded Gaara, raising a single eyebrow. My bleedin' bug-brain sister Kome gave her meat sack Jinchuriki too much power, because she felt sorry for the girl, because she wanted to be friends, and now the silly bitch is using the power of the Seven Tails to rip Konoha a new one, said Shukaku with withering scorn that stripped the flesh from desert dug bones. That is a problem, said his Jinchuriki. Oh, that's not the problem, meat sack. The problem is, Lucky 7 Kome gave itty bitty foo 80% of her chakra, which's gonna make for some nasty seal backlash once the flow stops. The mother of all hangovers, and that's come in from the first Biju who had one. Bad enough bug brain's gonna be comatose for 10 years unless I do something, which means you gotta do something, too. Gaara's eyes narrowed, and he folded his arms. You haven't cared about anything beyond drink, dance, and women for some time. What changed? For the first time, Shukaku grimaced and Gaara had the distinct impression he'd caught the bloodthirsty Tanuki with his hand in a proverbial cookie jar. Look, I'm not supposed to talk about it. Do you want my help or not? I don't want your help, snapped the One-Tail. I want your heart to explode and free me to help Kome the old-fashioned way with Biju Bomb, Claw, and Tail. But unfortunately for both of us, that's not happening. A vein in Gaara's forehead pulsed, the only sign he was growing irritated with the monster in his soul who was admittedly very annoying. And screechy. So, if you need my help to save Kome the Seven Tails, tell me what changed, what made you want to help anyone at all? The Tanuki groaned and covered his face with both paws. Look, short stuff, a long-ass time ago my siblings and I threw down against some serious scrappers. I'm talking, back alley brawl, beer bottle, shitstick, dirty fighters. Took us and the capital G gods to send, packin', and I haven't had a good fight like that in a god's age. One's coming up and I'm not missing it for love or money. We'll need everyone and that includes Lucky 7 Kome. Plus, she's my sister. I figure, you've got an older sister, except she's a bitch, you get it? Unfortunately, I do, said Gaara thoughtfully, adjusting his stance on the sand. What do you propose, then? Shukaku grinned, all sandy fangs and long blue tongue. Easy exchange, meat sack. I get gloating rights with Kome and you promise to get Queen Bitch to reopen your brain to me so we can have a civil conversation on the fucking regular. You even attempt to take over my mind while I sleep and mother will close that door so fast it will hit you in the nose, retorted Gaara, pointing back at the Biju. But I do not think I'm strong enough to defeat the Seven Tails in my current form. Pfft, please, snorted Shukaku, blowing sand from the side of his mouth in derision. Kurama's already on his way, and as much as I hate his fucking guts, Dad made him and Takoyaki feed to be the big guns of the Biju for exactly this kinda shit. Who? Asked his host, utterly thrown. Yeah, right, forgot how touchy he is about that. The Ninetales, and the Uzumaki brat hosting him. Man, think those Uzumaki got any of that palace wine? Or those palace girls? The ass on those sea nymphs made me invent beaches, I mean you could bounce a 100 yen coin off of. Enough, said Gaara decisively, his hand cutting through the Biju's fond memories as they formed signs. I will wake up and I will save your sister. Then you will owe me, Shukaku of the desert. Heh, that'll be the day, said the sand spirit as the rising possum jutsu shoved Gaara back into his waking body. He woke up slung over Kankuro's shoulder as Master Inari's punch demolished the back wall of the Konoha arena and the group of scattered genin charged through the dust towards safety. The Leaf Proctor, who was named after some kind of lizard, had blurred into several copies of himself and was fighting a rearguard action against what appeared to be civilians frothing at the mouth and blood red with fury. What's happening? He groaned and Kankuro patted his back reassuringly. You'll be okay, Gaara, but Konoha's gone mad. Mad, oh. Gaara looked up and saw vast swathes of the stands were empty of civilians, fleeing from the pitched battle that was developing as the seats were erased by the moving, blurred conflict of what could only be the three Kage pitched battle. For a moment, the combatants separated and Gaara saw the Kusa Kage, his expression grim vindication as he flicked blood from his sword. Across from him, Gaara's father staggered and clutched his side as white cloth turned red. Dojuro, you're arrogant wretch, he snarled as his gold dust reared like a striking snake, but slower than it normally was. Is this really the message you want to send? If this is the only way you great nations will listen, then yes, it is the message I have to send, snapped the younger man. Your villages will always bring their conflicts to my nation, unless I stop them. Unless you see we can no longer be trampled upon. You aren't even a wretch, you're a bug, hissed Raza, with an expression of fury so familiar Gaara flinched bodily. And I trample bugs on a regular basis, Dojuro Kato. Well, that was Gaara's cue. Kankuro, let me go. He wriggled and his older brother frowned. Gaara, you just collapsed, are you sure you can even walk? I don't need to walk to fight. Now release me. Gaara tested his footing, as 1,000 replicas of the Kusanagi sword sprouted from Dojuro Kato's sleeve to batter against Raza's gold dust, and the true artifact pressed the third Hokage back across the stadium wall. Flaming shuriken arced around against the Kusakage and Gaara took his chance. Naruto Uzumaki and I will defeat the Seven Tails that is attacking the village, he intoned, to general shock, save for his master who nodded grimly. I thought that screeching sounded familiar, said Inari. Hey, Team 2, what do you think about a rescue mission? Gaara, you and Naruto can keep the Seven Tails busy, everyone else, grab as many civilians as you can and get them somewhere safe. Anyone who doesn't want to fight, or can't, can follow me, said Shikamaru Nara, his expression thoughtful. We can put them in the Nara clan's compound, it has certain defenses that should make it difficult for something that sounds so big to break in. How should we know this isn't a trap? Asked the older Grass Genin, clutching a pair of kunao in a death grip. Your cage are fighting mine. Figure out the politics later, shouted Sakura, as she wrapped the group in a distortion genjutsu and Hayate sliced through one of the third Hokage's stray dragon flame bombs. Let's stay alive, since Naruto will need our help. Inari smiled and brushed bits of ninja off her hand wrappings. Good advice, move. She charged back towards the battling village leaders as 20 men in wooden masks and armor harried the third Hokage, who was pleading ignorance of whatever the Hanya Black Ops were accusing him of. Something about a dango, or perhaps a danzo. The ex-Chunin exam participants moved off in the direction of the screeching as Gaara dragged himself onto a levitating pile of his sand and sped past them, honing on the tugging recognition in his gut. 0:15:00 after Konoha's autumn leaves protocol. Umino Iruka, ever the teacher, hoped his students were alright. He'd heard Naruto's shouts, the faint sound of Sasuke's voice, and the sounds of ninja combat dimly from the hollow in the earth Kakashi had dived into as the explosive tags had ignited. He breathed deeply, synchronizing his chakra seamlessly with Kakashi's as they both worked to keep the mobile pocket of space below the Uchiha district intact as pressure and the many pipes under the houses intruded on their space. As ninja, they were accustomed to tight spaces and clambering across objects, but the 5 months pregnant Hikaru Uzumaki, civilian server from T-Country, was not having such an easy time of it. Her breathing was loud and irregular, but as they moved, Iruka kept up a low, meaningless patter of comforting words, scattered lesson plans, and vague estimations of where they were under the Uchiha district. Kakashi held up a fist for silence and both of the others quieted at once. The tramp of several sets of feet rushing towards what was becoming a full-scale battle sounded above their heads, with one trailing behind the rest. Kakashi beckoned Iruka and unleashed a flurry of battle sign which Iruka understood. One straggler, I'll pull him down, get a kunao at his throat, we need information and his weapons. Or a disguise. Iruka jerked his head in Hikaru's direction and Kakashi shrugged. Let's make this fast then. Iruka motioned the girl back and she pressed up against the wall, hands hovering in front of her. He thought briefly about giving her one of his kunao, but she was shaking so badly he dismissed the idea. That would make her a danger rather than a help, and the Konoha ninja had enough danger to worry about already. The Chunin silently drew a weapon with a reverse grip as Kakashi took 2 steps forward and launched upwards in a sudden explosion of dirt. His hands broke through the ground and he yanked down sharply, the motion of his body pulling him away from the Umbu who lashed out with a sword strike Iruka redirected into a water pipe. His kunao pressed against the Umbu's throat and Iruka suddenly realized that beneath the fear and tension, he was angry. More than that, he was furious. Who are you? He hissed, drawing blood from the man as Kakashi's continuing mole jutsu erased the evidence of his attack. Konoha dogs, spat the Umbu, who from his grey kimono and patterned mask was clearly from the mist. You don't know what you're doing. We're not the ones who just tried to bomb a house party, retorted Iruka, dropping onto his knees to brace the Mist Nin's own against the ground. He'll tell us what he knows, snarled Kakashi as Obito's Sharingan whirled in his face and he ripped the man's mask away. One way or another. The atmosphere in the little underground space thickened with the press of chakra as the Umbu tried to fight off Kakashi's genjutsu, but Iruka's free hand hit him with a vicious gut punch that broke his concentration. 30 seconds later, Kakashi's genjutsu broke and the Mist Ninja smiled. You've made a grave mistake, he said, and something in his mouth cracked. A soft fizzing noise immediately began to come from his mouth and Iruka cursed. Poison. But it was too late and the man died laughing within a minute. Did you get anything? Asked Iruka. Just the most important thing, said Kakashi as he began pulling the man's clothes off. They're mist, and they're here to kill or capture all the Uzumaki. A swiftly stifled sob from behind them had both Konoha and Ninja twitch for weapons, but Iruka lowered his as he remembered Hikaru Uzumaki, who was weeping incoherently into her now filthy kimono. Why do they hate us so much? She asked Iruka as the man awkwardly embraced her. My baby isn't even born and they want to kill us both. Why, for the gods' sake? I don't know, admitted Iruka, but I have an idea how we can make sure that doesn't happen. Kakashi, can those masks see past a standard transformation jutsu? With a poof of smoke, he released Hikaru as a perfect copy of the now-dead Umbu now stood beside her. As her mouth dropped open, Kakashi peered through the mask with his normal eye. Yes, so if you want to fake Hikaru-san's abduction, we'll need another body. Iruka rubbed his eyes as the transformation dispelled. I'll go make one, promised Kakashi, if you're alright on your own. We'll be fine dear, said his partner, as long as you're fast. Why can't we just stay down here, asked Hikaru, wringing her hands through a non-existent dishcloth as Kakashi kissed Iruka's cheek and dived into the earth. We can't move properly here, so if the enemy finds us, all of us, even Kakashi, are sitting ducks. Above ground, we can get you to safety and then go help the rest of your family, said the Konoha Chunin. Now, we're going to dress up as these Mist Ninja and pretend to kidnap you. Do you think you can pretend to be scared? I won't have to pretend very hard, said Hikaru, wiping her eyes and sniffling a little. But I'll try to not slow you down. Just promise you'll protect me. Of course we will, said Iruka, hoping he hadn't accidentally lied. 0:20:00 after Konoha's Autumn Leaves Protocol. Indra's black flame sword passed through the Mist Ninja's attempted block without pause and set his robes and neck on fire. Kicking the wretch back as the flames consumed him, Indra snatched his katana from flailing fingers and kept fighting. The ex-route members of the Uchiha district had pulled some of the mist attackers away down the main road, but were hampered by having to protect their students and other Konoha citizens, Shimura Danzo's remaining directives urging them to give their lives to protect Konoha's future. Kat's arrival had caused enough confusion for Indra and Tendo's group to make a break for it, but it was more of a fighting retreat up the hill than anything else. We need a defensible position the enemy cannot break through, said Tendo as he added more force to a gravitic wave his opponent endured with a bloody grin, her mask shattered. She plowed on, body bulking out into solid red slabs of chakra-enhanced muscle as she closed the distance and hammered a fist into Tendo's chest. The corpse man dug in his heels and pushed back, a sharp black rod falling into his grip. How about Naka Shrine? Gasped Sasuke as he dragged Hameka and his daughter out of the way of a flight of wind-enhanced shuriken. The meeting place. Indra used a flicker of a purple spectral arm to vault over 3 converging Umbu and escaped with a slice on his thigh. He landed as Meiho Uzumaki teleported in after her first axe, slicing a Mist Nin's sword hand off as the Uchiha charged to back her up. Good idea, but it's also a dead end. Well, do you have a suggestion? Yelped Nami. No. Just making sure he remembered, said her host. Well, I don't know about you, but it already feels like our backs are to the wall. On my mark, be ready to run, then, said Tendo grimly as his opponent slumped with a chakra rod through her forehead. Tendo's hands grasped the air and compressed it, his concentrated chakra darkening the air as it saturated the space with gravitic force. his hands clasped together around the small construct before releasing it in the direction of the oncoming mist ninja. Six Paths Style, Divine Shaolin Blast. The front of several houses in the district were stripped bare of paint and greenery as Pain's attack sent ninja on both sides scattering to the rooftops or diving underground. Without needing to be told, Indra, Sasuke, and the other Uzumaki ran for their lives. Sasuke could have run faster, of course. He, Meiho, and Nami could have raced ahead to Naka Shrine in minutes, but they would have left the other Uzumaki, the civilians, behind. The Uchiha heir clenched his teeth so hard his jaw creaked as he looked up and saw blood on the fence, ninja weapons in the dirt, inches from the scrabbling hands of Uchiha who'd died to attack his blade. Body after body, crumpled where they'd fallen, the soil stained red with their blood. Never again, he whispered, almost a prayer to the gods he didn't believe in. I won't let it happen again. We won't, agreed a cracked, raspy voice from below him. Sasuke looked down to see Karin's eyes focus in, and suddenly it was all he could do not to drop her. Watseep. Sasuke threw Karin upwards as a mist ninja dived at the group from a rooftop and met the man with his illusion-cloaked sword and half a dozen senbon. You filth, he shouted as he missed a parry and lost the left side of his collar, the cool steel caressing his neck and leaving only pain behind. Most of the senbon rebounded from the blue kimono's hidden layer mesh, and when Meiho ricocheted off of one of her axes, he clasped his newly empty hand to his neck, pouring in healing chakra to seal the flesh wound. You're done hurting us. Not just yet, said the man as his strikes forced Meiho on the defensive, carving away a shoulder plate. I haven't even started. But Sasuke wasn't seeing a man with a blue kimono, a slit-eyed mask, and brown hair. He saw Itachi, all icy disdain, splattered blood, and judgmental eyes. He thought about how happy Naruto had been half an hour before, bouncing off the walls and babbling about new family and super awesome, and pretending the pooling tears in his eyes were from glitter. Sasuke thought about the blood oath he and Sakura had made with Naruto, under his uncle's nose, and his eyes blazed red as a second tomo of the Sharingan spiraled into his eye. Everything moved just a bit slower, Sasuke's vision taking in Meiho Uzumaki's pained grimace as the tips of two fingers slid away on the Mist Nin's blade, and Karin, coming down on the man with two kunao in hand, stabbing wildly. The Umbu stumbled, reached back to grab Karin, and heaved the small girl over his shoulder to throw her against the stone steps leading to Naka Shrine. There was a harsh crack and Sasuke knew the stone steps had shattered bone. Crescent moon dance, waxing moon. His hands formed signs around the hilt of his sword and he felt 3 more pairs of arms and heads sprout from his body, each illusion a slightly different method of attack. He saw the enemy's grip on his own sword shift, and charged. It didn't matter if he killed the man, or if he was killed in return. He had to get to Karin. He had to save Naruto's family the way he couldn't save. Sasuke was past the Mist Ninja, the sword already falling from his grip as he shifted from death to life, and a seamless transition in Eri had drilled into him relentlessly. Heal with one hand, kill with the other. Save lives with both. The body hit the ground behind him and Sasuke didn't look back, his scanning jutsu sending tendrils of chakra gently into Karin. She was alive, with a shattered collarbone already trying to heal itself, her unique chakra working to pull the bone back together. Sasuke wiped sweat away from the side of his face and sighed in relief. That made his job easier, but he had to make sure the bone set properly. Uzumaki, to me, he heard Nami shout somewhere behind him. Protect your Uzukage. Oh no you don't, he heard a woman from the mist bellow. Water style, ripple current. Can you move? Sasuke asked Karin, as she hissed. I'll have to. Help me get my feet under me, then I can run. Sasuke dragged his friend onto unsteady feet, his hand fumbling for his stolen sword. The old woman passed it to him in trembling hands and the Uchiha pointed his sword up the hill. One last push, we're almost there. Their group had made it halfway up the stairs before their assailants caught up. Alongside Kat and Indra only had a chance to throw her a grateful look and a thumbs up before they were blinded as 2 red and black missiles impacted among the oncoming Mistnin with a snarl of excitement. Something massive and purple slashed through the dust and vast teeth took an Umbu's arm off at the shoulder, swallowing it with appreciative slurps. Sage's teeth, swore Kat, what now? Now, drawled a blue-skinned man with sharp teeth as he hefted same Hado with a grin. Now, we get to mix business and pleasure. Kisame Hoshigaki? Asked a mist ninja with disbelief as the fighting briefly stalled, both groups edging away from the men in red cloud robes. The missing nin actually waved. Oh wow, is that you, Haman? Didn't you promise to feed me my own guts someday? We have bigger fish to fry than one inbred traitor, said the man in a red mask, but his grip was knuckle white on the scythe in his hands. Stay out of this, and we'll let you live. Don't play with your food, chided a smooth, even voice, and halfway up the steps of Naka Shrine, Sasuke froze in place. Finish them, Kisame. I don't want any distractions. The shark man laughed as the crowd of Mist Umbu collectively took a step back. Oh, I'm going to enjoy this. So will I, said Indra, the flame sword in his grip surreptitiously vanishing behind his back as he stepped forward, the emotions of both the future and past Sasuke Uchiha battering against his mind like a thunderstorm. In the shocked stillness of the moment, he held out his hand and focused his chakra on a distant seal. It pulsed, once, twice, and he smiled slightly as his sword punched through a concrete wall and hit Itachi in the back of the head. There was a brief moment of shock, then the man exploded into crows. Cheater! Cheater! They chanted as the flock swooped around Indra to perch on top of the red torii gate of Naka Shrine. Very rude. Very nasty. Indra and Kat's eyes widened in horrified realization as they both turned on their heels, launching Indra's lightning-coated scabbard and Kat's poisoned kunao at the crossbar even as a new group of Umbu leapt at them. But Itachi simply stepped backwards and dropped down to the stairs, now standing between Sasuke, the wounded Uzumaki, and the safety of Naka Shrine. This is familiar, isn't it, Sasuke? Itachi, Uchiha, Sasuke felt as if his body had been dropped into ice water. He felt his breath hitch as fear poured through him in a freezing torrent, making his limbs shake. Karin felt heavy next to him, and he barely heard her own words as Sasuke raised his sword. Sasuke, is this Dash? Yeah. He swallowed hard as the fire in his stomach roared back to life, seeing Itachi standing there on the steps, replacing cold fear with white-hot fury, held in check only by the Uzumaki beside and behind him. He's my brother, the one who slaughtered my clan. Go away, girl, said Itachi, still in that same cool tone, as if he was discussing the weather. You don't interest me at the moment. Well, get interested. Nami's own lightning serpent jutsu poured out of her hand, the living lightning drawn to Sasuke's sword, coiling around his shoulders. The Uchiha heir felt, for the first time, a flicker of hope. I'll hold him off, he said, gripping his sword and tilting it so the sunlight bounced into Itachi's eyes, the opening gambit of the waning crescent technique. Karin, take your people inside, the seventh tatami mat on the left side hides the stone. Once it's sealed behind you, you're safe. Karin nodded. Uzushio, with me? She edged sideways, going right as Sasuke went left, but Itachi ignored her, eyes boring into Sasuke's. Just seeing those eyes again made Sasuke's lip curl, made him want to spit all the fire and hatred in his soul at his brother. He just had to wait until the Uzumaki were free, and he could use the phoenix flower. Indra's voice came back to him, from a warm sunlit kitchen that was now in ruins. Fighting the best of the Uchiha with Uchiha techniques, while admirable and traditional, is a fool's game. You will never beat him that way. It felt like swallowing burning coals, but Sasuke forced down the fire chakra dancing at his lips and he saw Itachi's face tilt to the side just the slightest. Foolish little brother, did you forget? The stone only responds to those who bear our clan's genetic markers, the potential of the Sharingan itself. You surround yourself with weaklings and think protecting them will make you strong enough to face me? They've made you even more pathetic than before, it seems. Perhaps their deaths will be sufficient motivation. Sasuke had only the faintest sense of movement, his sword moving into a blocking position as Nami's lightning serpent struck out blindly, but Itachi twisted and his wrist shattered. A month ago, he would have writhed in pain, but he'd been training with Gaara and Inari, who could crush then heal his bones 6 times in the span of an hour without even a hairline fracture left over. The scream from his mouth was real and his knees had truly weakened, but when Itachi's hand came up, to grab at his throat or hair, Sasuke's waning crescent genjutsu flickered away to reveal a handful of gleaming scalpels, charged with the power of the lightning serpent. It wasn't quite the revenge he'd been hoping for, but Sasuke grinned up at his older brother as a deep cut in Itachi's palm dripped the traitor's blood onto the ground. The older Uchiha grunted and tried to layer sputtering green chakra over the wound as he kicked Sasuke back down the stairs, sending scalpels flying away. "Very good, Sasuke," he said. "It seems you do still know how to hate. Even in an unsightly manner such as this." Boss, interrupted a crow, flapping down to land on Itaka's shoulder and turning to stare at Sasuke. "We found the shinies. The scrolls. Like you said." Itaka gave Sasuke an inscrutable look and turned away. "Excellent, Kabuko. Take the rest of the flock and secure them. I need to ensure my brother remembers his place." Sasuke wasn't sure, but it almost seemed like the crow winced. "Whatever you say, boss." Forming the signs with a broken wrist felt like his hand was on fire, but Sasuke slammed his blood-covered hand down on the step of Naka Shrine. Summoning Jutsu. His chicken-sized Garuda looked up from the puff of smoke, and bristled instantly. "I smell fresh blood, Summoner Sasuke." "What news?" Sasuke pointed up at Itaka's crows who were, as one, rising up from the Torii gate and cawing down at them. "I need you to keep those crows away from the Uchiha scrolls which should be back in the rubble. Can you do that on your own?" "I can try, but I will be outnumbered 20-1. The beat of vast wings from behind them cast Sasuke into shadow and he looked back to see Indra, his shirt a ruin, his eye patch gone, and his hair still smoking, standing astride his own massive Karura. 20-2 against the said little ash crows. The enormous summon scoffed. "Come, little fledglings. Today, the gold feather hawks will prove their mettle." Both summoned animals flew after the ash crows with screeches of hunting joy as Indra somersaulted over the rising Karura's head to deflect the dozen shuriken that would have ended their flight. He landed next to Sasuke and kicked his own sword back to him as the youngest Uchiha fixed his wrist and moved up to cover his uncle's blind side. "Are you alright, Sasuke?" "I'll live," said his student lightly as he flicked Itaka's blood in Indra's direction, who sidestepped it absently. "Gave him this for my troubles." Something in his expression must have unsettled Indra, for he glowered at Sasuke for one terrifying instant before the Uchiha's bloodline guardian turned with predatory slowness to stare at Itake, whose Manjikyo were moving back and forth between his two opponents. "You're Indra Uchiha. The vaunted genius of the Uchiha clan worked so hard for those eyes," said Indra with a knowing, predatory smile. "But he can't see what's right in front of him. Don't I look familiar?" He took a step up the stairs and Itaka didn't move. He took another and this time, Itaka did step back. "Sasuke," said Indra. "Go after Karen and get the Uzumaki to safety. You've had your pound of flesh, now it's my turn." "But we dash." "Go," barked Indra, not breaking eye contact with Itaka. "This is not a discussion." More than anything, Sasuke wanted to disobey, to stay and fight with his uncle and drag that man to the village square for Shivaki/Monkey to behead, but he ran. Not away from Itake, but towards the Uzumaki, his promise heavy on his lips. Never again. Indra had been preparing, waiting for this moment almost from the day he'd woken up in Konoha, green, beautiful, but still stained with old blood. He'd held off, allowing Kat and a laughing Kisame Hoshigaki the opportunity to finish off the few mist ninja who had decided to fight instead of scatter with Konoha Umbu on their tails. He'd wanted to see what Sasuke would do, and his younger self had at least done better than Indra's screaming frontal assault with a Chidori, full of blind rage. As Sasuke ran up the stairs, Itaka moved to stop him, only to find Indra in his way again and again. The one-eyed Uchiha rebounded off the red pillar of the now-destroyed Torii gate and slapped aside a rain of phoenix flowers as they set the grass of the hill on fire. They both exchanged blows, ringing steel on steel as the small figure of Sasuke reached the summit and disappeared into the temple. "Usurper," spat Itake, the first true emotion crossing his face as his tightly contained fury at Indra began to leak out and his attacks sped up. "You've stolen my scrolls, pretending you're an Uchiha, but my eyes can see the truth. You're a parasite, leeching away my legacy." "Our legacy," corrected Indra as he stepped back to avoid being gutted. "I'd expected several responses from you, Itake, but not denial." "Is this really how low Shimura Danzo was willing to go?" asked Itake, "construct a fake Uchiha to stain my father's name and to taunt me from afar? You seemed quite close to Yojao down there, was she your asking price? Is she your latest lover, Indra Uchiha? Someone else who can die in front of you?" That probing question cut deeper than expected and Indra's jaw tightened. Enough games, he spat as he pushed forward, swinging his left stump up as the dark blue sleeve filled out, the fabric shredding away to reveal a glowing purple arm sheathed in armor. It impacted an orange ribcage with a massive shockwave that snuffed the hillside fires instantly. Still, neither Uchiha budged, though Itachi had dug in his heels. The Susanoo, he breathed and Indra could feel the chakra around them building as the clashing powers ground against one another. But Indra had been forced to retool the Susanoo during the Otsutsuki Wars and the time-traveling Uchiha still had a few tricks up his sleeve. "Let's continue this conversation elsewhere," he said as his purple arm bulged with a surge of chakra. The spectral muscles folded in on themselves in hexagonal patterns before the fist, still pushing against Itachi's own Susanoo detonated in an explosion of rainbow light, flinging Itachi Uchiha up, and across the Leaf Village. In the sudden lull, Indra snorted as he saw the orange ribcage clip the top of Naka Shrine, sending Itachi spinning. "That's a little trick I learned from your niece," he said to the distant figure as he retrieved the scabbard still embedded in the Torii gate. She named it the Wrathful Dragon Punch. As Indra activated his lightning armor and sped after Itachi, the Sakura in his head snickered, drowning out his husband's pleas to take it easy on Itachi, you know? 0:55:48 After Konoha's Autumn Leaves Protocol. Karen nearly stabbed Sasuke when he staggered into the shrine, breathing hard and clammy with sweat. Her frightened mind only registered threat. The rest of her brain caught up when she saw red eyes and an equally frightened expression staring back at her at the point of a sword. "Oh," she said lamely, lowering her kunao. "It's you." Sasuke nodded and wiped off the sword on his pants, his free hand patting his pockets absently. "Naruto's seals would be perfect here, we can trap this door and funnel in any pursuers." "Well, your buddy went crazy and ran off," snapped Hameka Uzumaki as he cradled his weeping daughter in his arms, "so he's not here, is he?" "I know that," shouted Sasuke, his voice hoarse as he flung away the mist sword, hearing it clatter off deeper into the shrine. "You think I'm not worried? He's my the word teammate stuck in his throat, blocking best friend and comrade as well. There had been so many mist ninja, and him while Naruto and the Nine Tails had run off, had abandoned him." Karen squeezed his shoulder and Nami took a knee, looking at him with the stormy gray eyes often found in lightning country. "He'll be okay, kid," she said. "Your uncle's one tough ninja, and this is your home village, so if Indra can't find him, he can at least hide." Despite himself, Sasuke let out a weak laugh, sounding like a creaking door. "I don't think Naruto's ever run or hidden from a fight in his life, but thanks anyway Nami." "Found your secret ceiling block," called Meiho from his right, near where Uahana and Hameka were crouching. Sasuke took deliberate breaths as he crossed the space and managed to get his breathing under control before he stood before the rectangular stone-covered in ceiling formulae that nestled in the foundations of the temple the Uchiha clan had built when the Leaf Village was settled. "All right." He tried to find some measure of calm, so he could open the sanctuary properly, "but Naruto and Itachi and I keep killing, and oh gods I hope Sakura's okay." He tried pushing a small amount of chakra into the seal so it would disengage but ended up setting the stone on fire with his heavy breathing as the Uzumaki recoiled with shouts of alarm and reproach. On the second try, the stone disengaged, lifting up on some hidden mechanism so Hameka and Nami could scurry down with Kiyomizu between them. Meiho visibly relaxed, and hooked her axes into her belt. "Thanks Sasuke. Think I'm gonna sleep down here for a week. These old bones haven't moved so fast in a very long time," said Uahana. "I wish Karen screamed and tackled her out of the way as four figures silently dropped from the rafters to embed their swords deeply in Karen's back. The old woman collapsed to the floor, her eyes wide as Karen choked on the steel embedded inside her. The glowing seals on Uahana's arms became searingly bright and Sasuke had to turn off his Sharingan as they strained against whatever was sealed there. Gnarled hands reached out and touched Karen's blood, ignoring the teenager who discarded his yellow mask with a grin as he pulled his sword out to menace Uahana. "I knew hiding in here was the right plan. Now, 1 down, 5 to go." Uahana grinned up at him with her remaining teeth. "Blood of the sea, hearken to me. The source of all greatness, all life you shall be. Return to your children, living, lost, and found. Crash against your enemies, and see them all drowned." If there was any more to her prayer, the Mist Nin silenced it with a two-handed swing as beneath him, the blood flowed backwards into Karen's body. Sasuke was 2 steps away from the enemy when they were tackled off Karen by Meiho, the bulky Uzumaki ignoring her axes in favor of punches, kicks, and a headbutt that broke one unfortunate's nose. "Get her downstairs," shouted Meiho, managing to pull one of her axes free as mist began to spread in the shrine. "And seal the door behind you." "No way," said Sasuke as his hands glowed blue with chakra scalpels. "I promised dash." Karen and Sasuke were so focused on the desperate struggle unfolding in front of them, they missed Hameka and Nami as the 2 adults dragged the screaming teenagers down into the Uchiha sanctuary and the stone seal closed with a thunderous boom. "Let me go, damn you," raged Sasuke, thrashing as lightning chakra sparked along his arms, channeled away by Nami's superior mastery of her elemental nature. "We can still save her. We have to. I have to. Meiho sacrificed herself to save you, just like old lady Uahina did," said Hameka. "If you go back and get yourself, and us killed, that's spitting on those women before their blood's even dried." Kiyomizu threw her little arms around Karen and refused to let go as well. "People keep getting messy and it's scary. Karen-san, don't get messy or hurt like that. You already got hurt and Sasuke-kun fixed you up. What if you can't get fixed up anymore?" "Oh," Karen's face crumpled and she sank to the floor to hug the traumatized girl back. "Kiyomizu, I'm so sorry you had to see that. I'm a tough girl, okay? I'm still here." As Hameka scooched around to bring both girls into a third layer of a hug, Sasuke rode out a panic attack in Nami's arms, a fist in his mouth to muffle the grieving noises that kept bubbling up from inside him. She kept whispering vague, meaningless platitudes, holding Sasuke in place, but one thought kept running through his mind. "I wish Naruto were here. He'd know what to say." The thought of Naruto's arms around him was strangely comforting and Sasuke dozed off with that image in his head. For all their bickering, it was not an unpleasant idea. 0:57:44 After Konoha's Autumn Leaves Protocol. Uahina Uzumaki's corpse sat up as the seals on her arms finally failed. It was just a body, after all, and bodies could be changed as needed. Withered, paper-thin skin, tan from a lifetime spent in the sun, grew corpse-gray and clammy in seconds as the nose fell away and the teeth sharpened. The corpse turned its new face towards the humans as its eyes began to scream. Then the Mist Ninja were screaming, and so was Meiho, until the smell of the sea and rotting fish made her eyes roll back and she knew no more. Check the description for the links to the author.